like to call the meeting to order this morning at 9:02. I'd like to ask everyone to please stand for the meeting. Pledge allegiance
To the flag of the United States of America, and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
This time we'd like to try to get a direction as to how we will handle this budget review. This is actually a budget review and not a budget hearing, so to speak, because of the fact that we will introduce ordinances to address the concerns that are raised here today. To frame the discussion, I imagine we could talk about the position that we're in right now and where we go from here. So for the record, we are now addressing the original budget that was adopted for the 2015 year by the previous administration and government. The budget that we are addressing today is based on $96 per barrel of oil, and it has some items in the budget, as many of you already know. For instance, the increase in the sewer and water rates by 25%, which is about $700,000. It also has merit increases in the budget, which is approximately a little over $700,000. And those are items that are in the budget now. The revenue stream is where we will begin. And at this time, I think it's appropriate to take any comments that any member might have, just as a starting point in reference to the record as to any comments that anyone may have to make at this time. And then we will turn it over to Mr. Surpass, our Finance Director, and we'll go from there. So, does anyone at the table or the administration, past President's office have any comments? Mr. President?
I would just ask in lieu of the prayer, opening prayer, that we ask the Holy Spirit to guide us, that we make the right decisions for the right appropriate situations.
Thank you. Any council members? Hearing no comments, we will move to the budget message fund balance summary as per the schedule that we have before us today. So fast.
Okay, I'd just like to, before we start on that, I'd just like to ask y'all, this is a little agenda that I put together. It should be in the front of the small book that you have. I'm going to tell you what that is. This book gives you updated reports based on the council meetings that we've had already. This was through a certain period of time. Since then, we've had several council meetings, and so this is just going to update some of the reports that are in there. Fund balance summaries, the 5-year plan, manpower table, and some of the oil and gas reports. So this is going to be used in tandem with this. So I'll tell you, when we go through this, which report we're looking at. So the small book is going to go along with the big book. Most of your reports are going to be in here, though, in a large book. If you want to look at the agenda, so this is just something I put together. I tried to schedule all the different departments. Tried to schedule all the departments on the first 2 days because it's kind of what y'all requested. And then the last day to go through the capital improvements, manpower, and the long-term debt, which is, to me, the most important. So if y'all would like to change this around some, that's totally up to you, however you want to do it. But this is just, kind of the way I set it up. If y'all want to stick with it this way, that's fine. I like to stick with the way the departments are because I told them to be here at certain times. But if you want to move move the stuff on Wednesday to Monday, it's up to you. Whatever if y'all have a different idea.
Thank you, Mr. Surpass. I think that one of the main decisions that has to be made is that what are we going to peg the budget at, so we know what we're shooting for.
Right.
And I understand Mr. Elston is not available this morning.
Right, he'll be here tomorrow.
Tomorrow will be too late, so you can go ahead and tell him to stay home.
Right.
But today is the day that we're going to have to make a decision. I would hope anyway, so we know that we don't waste a day shooting at a goal that's not available.
Right. Well, I talked to him already, and he gave me his idea of what what we should shoot for, the amount we should shoot for. He was just going to be here to kind of give you what he thinks in the future, what he thinks it's going to be.
Well, what would be his recommendation?
He told me around 55, where we stand right now. So, and I can tell you if y'all want to go ahead to that first, so we can look at that report. And I kind of give you an idea what we need to do.
Yeah, before we go to that, Mr. Chairman, I would like to address the capital improvement budget, maybe moving that from Wednesday, as Mr. Serpez stated, that it is the most important. I'm not gonna be here Wednesday. I'm not sure who else is not gonna be here. I think we have a full council today, and I think we should take advantage of having a full council, especially the most important item.
Well, we can easily adjust the agenda once, we get the target in place.
Yeah. Yeah, whatever, yeah, we need to, I do need to get, like, Ken Dugas and Blair here, because they need to be here to go through these things. They were planning on being here Wednesday, but I can get them here this morning. I told them, you know, just be on standby, just in case. So, that's what y'all wanna do, we can definitely do it.
Well, I just think it behooves to take advantage of the full council.
Right, we just need to watch, you know, I have certain, departments coming at certain times, so, this pushes them back.
No problem. We can do Tuesday.
Why not Tuesday?
But one at a time, please.
I'm sorry.
Councilman Batali?
Now, why not Tuesday, set it for Tuesday, since you already have them coming from Wednesday, give them a day to get ready for tomorrow?
Well,
I'm just saying, I'm just trying to,
Yes,
also,
well,
rather
it's
than trying to
just-
rush
it's
them
just-
today.
you see, I had the certain departments set up at certain times, all those supervisors are coming for each one of those departments directors, so, I mean, you
I
might have,
understand.
you know, I hate to have them sitting here waiting, or we can
No.
tell them to, or we can switch it around,
I'm not talking about today,
yeah,
I'm talking about swap
Right.
Wednesday for Tuesday.
right.
Yeah.
We can do that, whatever.
And since you're here Tuesday, and this, give them chance to get their stuff together.
I just need to know so I can contact the departments, tell them to come.
Let me just say this, that, they should be together. They should be together already and ready today.
Yeah, I talked to them already, so,
Any other comments from the table, from council members? Let's see how the day develops, and, anyone will not be here tomorrow.
Probably. I probably won't be here tomorrow, man.
I'll be in and out. I'll have a couple of them.
And,
I'll be here initially.
okay, so it looks to me that we've got to take care of as much as we can take care of today, if we want to include all 9 council members. I would not like to see us move forward on the budget and adopting things with only 5 or 6 people here. Yes, Mr. Cagle.
If you want to, I can change my department till tomorrow. I'm scheduled at 1, and y'all can have capital improvement this afternoon, and I'll bring my department in, because mine's a little bit easier to reschedule than public service and operations.
Is there any objection to that?
I can notify them and reschedule them.
no, just leave them there, because we'll just fit them in. The one thing is, with some elected officials asked to come, and they, you know, they would, with court all going on, they asked if they can come at a certain time, we just fit them in whenever they come, that's fine. You know,
Are they
so-
coming with donations?
I wouldn't say on that. But they, you know, I did contact them, and they said they would like to come, so, I did schedule them to see them here.
Yes, it'd be interesting to hear their program.
Right.
Yes, sir.
I'm gonna be in Baton Rouge all day tomorrow, but I can come Wednesday if y'all want to put us off till Wednesday.
It appears to me that we have to move on and do as much as we can today, and we'll see where we're at the end of the day, and then we'll make some calls at that time.
Yeah, we can start like the agenda is, and then,
Mr. Russell,
Yes, sir.
also, I have a 2 o'clock meeting on one of our very, very large cases downtown with some lawyers that are coming in from Massachusetts, so, you know, I'll have to get out of here by 1:30 if I can.
Sure, do you have anything to offer today?
Say again?
Do you have anything to offer today, any money?
A couple of dollars.
Okay,
I don't know.
we need you to stay.
we need it.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Okay, so, as I was saying, we're gonna use this book in tandem. Now, do you wanna go ahead and look at the oil royalties first, and
Yes,
just,
let me ask this, is there any objection to us shooting for $55 a barrel to balance this budget at the table today?
No, I think that's a good place.
Yeah,
I think that's a good place to start.
Anybody have any concerns with that? If not, then we can preliminarily set that as our target and move forward in that direction.
okay? If that's the case, we're gonna go, $55 a barrel.
What tab, Tommy?
If you go to the last tab, which is in the small book, supplemental information, yellow tab, and go to the yellow page. you look across the top, you see the price projections. Where we stand right now, $96.69. But each one of these things you go down, the gas price will stay the same. We don't have that much gas royalties that come in, so it's not going to affect us that much. The oil is what's going to change. As you can see, if you look across the top, if we go to $55 a barrel, now keep in mind, this thing was set up with the ordinance that's on the table right now, which was taking out those projects of $5,021,000. So the ordinance that's on the table now gets us down to $7 a barrel. You see that $5,021 in blue at the bottom. That's taking those projects out. To get to $55 a barrel, we're looking at cutting $15,785,950. Also, you would have to take out $3,007,000 out of your fund balance. And when we go through the fund balance summaries, you'll see how much we have the unreserved undesignated right now. You also have to take out all of the parish-wide sewer designation, which is $1,156,000. And as we stand right now, if we don't find anything to cut, you'd also have to take out $5,908,000 out of the bond indebtedness fund. Also taking out the capital projects of the $5,021,000, that will get you down to $15,785,000, which is what we need to cut to get us to $55 a barrel.
Any
So
questions?
that's kind of where we're starting. Like I said, the ordinance that's on the table right now, this does play into that. So, and that cuts out $5 million out of capital projects already. Now, when we go through capital projects reports, you're going to see we have highlighted all of the projects that are being cut out by that ordinance. So you'll see those already. So you know those are the ones you really, if you want to put them back in, you can do that. But I mean, those are being cut out already. So that's where we're going to start at.
So Tommy, let me
Yes, ma'am.
understand. So once that's on that list, the capital improvement,
Yes,
will it be a part of that 5 too?
yes, ma'am. The one that's in the ordinance that makes up the $5 million.
Okay.
Everything, like I said, this was set up for the ordinance that's on the table already. And that has the $5 million into it. If you adjust that ordinance anyway, you say, okay, we don't want to do a project, but that's going to adjust this $5 million number, and that will either increase the number that we have to cut. Okay?
Okay, any other questions? No, move on.
Okay, the first thing we can go through is the budget message, which is in the big book. First tab, pink tab. I'm just going to highlight a few things that are in the budget message, to make you aware. You probably went through this already, but we'll just go through a couple items. Now, you can stop me if there's something else you want to go through in this. I'm just going to highlight a couple things that, you go to the second page. I want to make you aware of this, on the water and sewer fund, as Mr. Russo had mentioned earlier. We have in this budget $700,000 of revenue increases for the water sales. Last year, there was a study that was started, and I think it's just about complete, to increase the water and sewer rates. So we increased the water and sewer rates to help balance this budget by $700,000, which is 25% increase over last year. That's what the second paragraph states, kind of tells you that we increased the water and sewer rates. The next paragraph, you go down. This is just telling you that over the past few years, since 2012, we had two bond issues, the one for the courthouse and the one for the coastal bonds. We increased the expenses that we have to pay on bonds by $4,600,000 each year. Now, this money had to come out of the revenues that were already there. There were no existing additional revenues that we used to do this. So it made balancing the budget each year, very difficult. and it gets more difficult each year as the expenses go up. So this is not going away, this is gonna be here. So when we say that we go through, we cut this budget, we have to do it to be able to balance, because we have to balance revenues and expenses. So that's something that made it very difficult, and like I said, this is gonna remain a problem each year. We'll try to balance this thing. If your oil royalties go down, say in 2016, when we're looking at, $60 or $70 a barrel, it's gonna be very difficult to balance this budget, to even get you to where you're at, like in this book. So that's something we have to think of. We may be able to get through this year, by taking money out of bond indebtedness, taking stuff out of projects, but that's gonna be a one-time shot. If it happens next year, if the price stays down, we're gonna have to take that in consideration, as a long-term thing to try to figure out how we're gonna balance this budget, because it's not gonna be easy. I just wanted to bring that up so you know that that's something that's, gonna give us trouble throughout the years. Let's see. There is one item I want to bring up also, is if you look at on the third page, the third paragraph, has to do with the community disaster loan. I don't know how many of you are familiar with that, but when Hurricane Katrina came through, they offered us a loan, and we took it out, $8.9 million. Over the years, we went through all kinds of different scenarios where they were going to try to forgive it. Well, we did what we could, and the first time around, they said they weren't going to forgive it. So it was appealed. Some of the laws were changed, and they did forgive $5.9 million of that $8.9 million loan. But we're still on the hook for $2.9 million, and the interest grows every day. Now, there's nothing in this budget for expenses for that loan, to pay that loan back. So we're waiting for an amortization schedule right now, because the forgiveness just happened at the end of 2014. So we're waiting to see how much it's going to cost. It won't be anything for this year, but starting in 2016, we may have to start putting expenses in for that $8 million, that loan. That's really all I want to bring up out of the budget message. I mean, if there's anything else y'all want to talk about, we can do that.
Let me ask you this, Mr. Surpass.
Yes.
The $8.9 million government loan, what was that spent on? Do you remember, or do you know?
I don't know right offhand. It was spent on, it was a bunch of different items.
The general fund?
Kind of went back into the general fund, yeah, it was spent on all kinds of different things, yeah. Wasn't anything in particular. So it was money that was just put back into the general fund.
Because I remember that we had put that on the side and we're not going to touch it to see if we were going to have to repay it back. But obviously it wound up in the general fund.
Yeah, and the money was spent. And so all along they said, we wouldn't have to pay it back, but that didn't happen. And we were very lucky to be able to get what we did to get eliminated. Because at first, we went through, the first couple of years, they said no, our revenues were too high. We really didn't have decreases in revenues after the storm. Our oil royalties stayed the same. Sales taxes actually went up because they were selling a lot more things. So we didn't have that reduction in revenue. So they changed the law to say that the expenses, look at the expenses also. And they looked at our expenses, how high they went up. And they used that as something to help us to eliminate some of this debt, but they wouldn't eliminate all of it.
So all the appeals have been exhausted?
No, it's still under appeal right now. So that's another reason, say we just let it sit for a while. And it's not something we have to put in the budget right now. But I just wanted to bring that up so y'all know that it's something that we may have to deal with. But it's not $8 million now at least. It's down to more like $3 million, so that's a good thing.
Thank you.
That's all I really wanted to bring up in the budget message. If any of y'all have any other questions, if not, we can go ahead and move on. Okay, let's go to the fund balance summary. This is something you get at every council meeting. Any changes, it's updated with every council. Sometimes it doesn't change at all if you don't make any do any ordinances that change the fund balance. Well, you're not going to see any changes to it, but you do get it for every council meeting. Let's look in a small book under the red tab, the first tab. You do have these summaries in the big book also, but we're going to look at this one because it's updated through the last council meeting. The one that we're really concerned with is the general fund. This gives you every fund, but the general fund is the one to really work on. It has the fund balances that you're gonna use. If you look at the first column on the general fund, the revenues, 60,457,260. Now, this is operating, basically, because the capital improvement, the way the capital improvement budget works, is as everything's closed out, as we close everything out for 2014, we roll those numbers over from the prior year, and those numbers are gonna go back into these. But for right now, this is pretty much just operating, if you're looking at it. So 60,457,000 for revenues, 60,952,000 for expenses. That leaves you a total fund balance of 23,287,000. The way that's broken down, for prepaid items, this is something that we put in there for items that are prepaid from the prior year, 300,000. And these are the important ones, the designations. These are designations that you can use to balance this budget if you want to. Infrastructure, 296,988. What this is the impact fees from subdivisions. Whenever a new subdivision comes along, I think it's a $2,000 per lot impact fee. That's what this is. There's money that was put into it and taken out of it, so this is what your balance is now, 296. There's a fund balance designated for emergencies of $3 million. That amount, of course, we would like it higher. We used to keep it around $5 million, but this is where it's been for the last few years. Self-insurance, this is something that is set through the Human Resources Department. For our self-insurance, most of our stuff is self-insured, vehicles and things like this. This is amounts that we have to leave in here. So this is really not something that you can touch, that you can move. The bond indebtedness, as you know, this is everything over $19 a barrel, 225 MCF gas that goes into this fund. It's capped at $10 million, and it's been this way, I'd say for the last 6 or 7 years at $10 million. Everything over the $10 million rolls into the parish-wide sewer fund, which has $1,156,572. This is the amount that we, in the ordinance, is going to be wiped out completely. So this amount would be gone if we pass the ordinance that's on the table now. There's $1 million in the FEMA projects designation, which is simply put there in case we need some of these funds to cover things that haven't been covered by FEMA that we thought were going to be covered and they weren't when we get towards the end. Your unreserved or designated, $4,483,854. That's where we stand right now. Now, if you do the ordinance that's on the table, that's going to take out $3,700,000 out of that balance. So that will leave you roughly, $700,000 or so in that unreserved and designated. We like it to be higher, but I mean, it's just, it is what it is at this point, okay? So that's your fund balances, and that's where we pretty much stand at this point. You can, like I said, there's not a whole lot of leeway. You can take money out of bond indebtedness if you want to. This is something that I really, we really don't like to touch, but if we have to, it's something we might have to do. Depending on how much money we get out of this review, and if we can think of any other ways to do it. Take money out of capital projects, manpower, vacancies, things like that. So when we go through this budget, there'll be some money that we find. We may not find, the whole $5 million we look for. We may have to dip into that bond indebtedness account. So it's not something we really want to do, but it just depends on what we come up with at the end. So that's the fund balance summary. Like I said, if you look through the 5 pages, you'll see each different fund. But this includes, in the general fund, includes all the transfers that go to the other funds. So say like Waterworks doesn't have enough money to fund itself. The transfer to that fund is in the general fund. That's why we don't really need to go through other funds. We can if there's something you want to look at.
Mr. Turner, I have one question. The FEMA project, $1 million, is that a realistic number then?
That's just a designation that was set up by the council.
But
No,
I mean,
it's not real. No, it's not. It may be a lot more than that. That's just something that was set up, a while back. Just,
do we have any idea of what our liability may be?
Not at this point. No, not at this point. I I mean, that thing, it fluctuates every day, you know, and we get reports from all south. The way it works is, every year, at the end of the year, say about now, we start to do this stuff with financial statements. We have to get with all south, we go through exactly what's been spent for the year, what's been taken out of the budget, and what is our liability at that point. We set those up in the financial statements. It's not something that's been done this year yet. Because we, like I said, we do it for the financial statements. We usually start closing out around this time. So we should have something, you know, have a report that's gonna go with the financial statements probably in the next month or so, I'd say. So, something we need to start working on. But this is just a designation that was set up years ago to say, well, they had these funds, it was additional funds, they might have taken it from a project, something like that, just to set aside to say, you know, it's something that we can use. It may not be enough, and I'm sure it won't be, but it's something that we can use if we need to when all this is said and done. I mean, you still have $100 million worth of projects out there. I mean, funding still out there, so it's, you know, like I said, it's nowhere near the end. So to say this is enough, I'm sure it's not.
Is that funding that we can use, for example, we discussed the ports off the jail. So, you know, we designed it at 11,000 square foot. The sheriff at the time decided to go back to 16,000. It looks like pretty short, 373,000 on. But is that the money will we use that fund to compensate?
You could use this for anything you want. The council,
I'm just-
wanted to, they could take it out, but.
Well, I understand it, but I'm just saying as an example. I mean, is this, because that's a FEMA project.
It
Yeah,
could be
we-
something, this is really not what it was set up for,
Okay.
but you could use it for that. But the project you're talking about, the money's still in that project. I mean, in that project, in the parish project right now. It's not something we need to tap into at all. So we can't use those funds. We thought we could to balance. That's what we had it on the original one. But we can't use those because we thought that stuff was going to be covered by FEMA and it's not.
Okay. And we'll get to that particular project later on. I just wanted to use it as an example.
Right, that's fine.
All right,
That's
thanks.
fine.
And
But-
while we're on that subject, you know, I've had headaches about this process for some time now. And I'm hoping that we can sit down with all South and get a handle around what's really happening with these projects, closeout projects, because when I see reports, the reports are still having checks written for debris from Isaac and those things to me that have been long gone and over.
Right.
And so, I'm not sure what your process is about meeting with them to do the closeout or the year-end budget
Right.
finalization, but I'd like to be invited to one of those meetings. If not, I'd like to schedule separate meetings with All South to discuss their contracts
Right.
and which ones are still in effect and which ones are completed and which ones can be finalized and canceled out.
Right.
Because when I look at the contracts, they're about 2 inches, 3 inches thick that make up about 8 or 10 contracts or more.
Right.
And I'm not sure and clear exactly where we stand with them, but the motivation for closing out the project is to the public's interest,
Right.
because as long as the projects are ongoing, there's continued billing. And my concern is that whether it's local money or federal money, that we be as prudent as possible with those funds.
Right.
And to get rid of my headache, I'd like to see us close out as many as possible, as quickly as possible, so we'll know what the liability to this government is at the end of the day.
Right.
Because as we admit that $1 million is not probably the right number, I'd hate to turn around and find out if it's a $15 or $20 million burden.
Right.
And we're talking about looking for $5 or $6 million today, but if we
Yeah.
wind up looking for 15 or 20 or 30 or whatever that number would be, it would be disastrous to us.
Right. Yeah, it's something that we definitely need to do. We need to sit down with them and, like I said, we do our year-end thing that we always do, but it's something the council probably should schedule with them also to sit down and talk about what's left and parish president for sure. But that's,
Mr. Russo, at some point, will also be a part of this review?
Let me say this. In my meetings with All South, the information that I have gotten from them has not been accurate. As late as the last meeting, they gave us a printout. And they admitted that the printout was not accurate. They had a $4 million mistake where the response was that, we had some secretary at the office cut and paste the report, and shouldn't have been in there. And whether you like All South or not, and you can think that they've done a wonderful job, accountability is number one in my mind. And I say that for people who are supportive of All South, as I am to an extent. But I do think that the accountability and the reporting needs to be improved, just as the PW that was given to me saying that we could buy equipment with it. And we come to the finance department and find out that the money's already been spent. So in my meetings with them, I haven't gotten accurate information, and I wouldn't like to waste any time here getting inaccurate information if that's the pattern. So I'd like to have a private meeting with them and sit down and discuss closeout process or whatever it's going to be, the contracts. And that's the direction I'd like to see us go.
Yeah, I didn't include them in this thing because really I had to pack in what I could, you know, I put whole directors in for 2 hours. So I didn't include them in here at all. I mean, it's something you could do, we can have them here, but you know, I was thinking we could take that on a different day, you know. That we would just kind of.
If it's your wish to do that, we could schedule them towards Wednesday when it seems to be a lighter day. Since we're going to try to do as much business as we can today and tomorrow.
Yes, I'd like to see that happen because I think a lot of our financial burden is predicated on the funding, FEMA funding.
I would really like to have time to go through and do the closeout for 2014 before we did that, so we would have some better numbers. You know, and our numbers we can get with them. I mean, that's fine if y'all want to do that. It's just that we don't have those numbers yet. So I mean, if y'all want to schedule them just to talk to them, that's fine. We can do that on Wednesday. It doesn't matter to me.
Anybody have any wishes? I would suggest that you probably do that.
Ask them to come in. Okay. Okay, we'll give them a call at the break and see what we can set up.
Okay, next.
Okay, that's the fund balance summary. I suggest now that we go to the revenues. Go back to the big book. If you turn to green tab, second tab to the back. See several different reports. The revenues is not that large. We can go to the white pages, which is the detail, which shows you all the different revenues. And what I'll do is I won't go through every line, but I'll go through the larger things. And if, as we go through, if you see something you have a question on, then just stop me, and we can stop there. Everybody there? On the white pages. White page is on the revenues. It's the green tab.
No, it's under the blue.
Okay. First thing I have is the Avalon taxes. This is one of our largest revenues. It actually goes up a little bit each year based on the tax roll. And I think Mr. Ravelet is supposed to be here today, and he's going to kind of go over some of this stuff. But this is one of the large things. Now, you see this in different funds. The general fund has Avalon taxes, as does the road maintenance fund, public health fund, solid waste fund, library fund, and the water and sewer fund. They all have Avalon tax revenues. The next thing is the sales tax. Sales taxes, we budgeted $8 million. 2015 budgeted $8.5 million, based on the actual collections in the last couple of years. Actually, I have the number for 2014. You have it on there? $8,647,000 is the closeout number for 2014. You see that if you look at 2014, I only had $7 million at that time. Well, since then, we've had 2 more months of activity, and that number went up to $8,600,000. That'll be the final number for 2014.
Does that include the tax audit settlement from BP on our Horizon Oil Field?
No, if you go to the next line,
Okay.
next line where it says sales tax and use audits, that $2 million, that included, in the settlements that you see for 2014. I think that number is what? 2,300,000 now. But we only budgeted 1 million in 2015 because we don't expect as, many audits. We went back to like a normal year. But if you look at 2013, we had 2,600,000. So something that we really don't know how much it's going to come up. If a large audit comes up, then this number can go up. The next thing, we have 800,000 for occupational license. The next thing is permits. Now I'm going to bring up some items that I think where we can increase, and we've already spoken about increase in revenues. Permits is one place where we can do that. Last year, we spoke to, when we talked about the water and sewer rate study, we also talked to Mike Metcalf to put something together to possibly set us up a rate increase for the permits. So when he gets here to do his budget, that maybe that's something we can talk to him about and see where he stands with that, if that's something you're interested in. I'm just bringing these things up. If it's not something y'all want to deal with, that's fine. It's just things we have talked about in the past, and I know that things in the works for us. You have community action agency grants. Those things are tied to expenses, so if you cut expenses, you're also going to cut these revenues. Homeland Security grants.
Excuse me, Mr. Chairman.
Yes.
Yes, Councilman Donovan?
Yes, the borough pitch permit. We didn't receive any monies from those?
That's something that we haven't received in the past. We just started receiving that at the end of 2014. We did receive some. There's nothing in the budget for that because we hadn't received anything before.
But
So,
there
there
is
is
money
a
out
one-
there.
There is one that's on the table now. Right, we have
There
started
is money
collecting some
out
money. You got anything? 43,014, right? In 2014, and I know we've collected about 30,000 in 2015 so far. There's 3 different items for borough pits. There's the permit fee, which I think is $10,000. Then there's the 3-cent road tax that we collect. And also there's an engineering tax. Not a tax, but a fee that's collected also. So I have an ordinance on the table right now that was introduced at the last meeting to increase the revenues, I think it's by $112,000, but also to increase expenses for consulting to help collect, to get this started, to get the thing started, to actually go out to the pits and things like that. And that was suggested by, I think it was, we had a meeting and it was suggested that we put that money in there. So there's the expenses as well as the revenue is going to be.
So we don't have a projection about how much that's out.
Well, I put $112,000 revenue. But I mean, it's really just a guess
All right.
at this point, because I really have no idea how much they're going to go out there and find. So I put $112,000 revenues between the 3 different revenue sources.
Thank you.
Could a copy of those contracts be provided before the next council meeting so we'll know what we're voting on?
Contracts for the,
Consultants
I
that
can,
are in the ordinance to be approved?
we can get it for you.
Yes. Yes, can't press the button, so.
Okay, moving on. See anything large. The next thing that's really large is the 10% royalties. This is the 10% royalties that we receive from the state, and this is also something that is included in the per barrel cuts that we're going to have to make. We budgeted $15,600,000, which is pretty much unchanged for 2014, but as you know, when we did this budget, it's based on $96 a barrel. So it didn't change much from the year before. If you look in 2014, how much you got in there? 14.8 is the amount that we received in 2014. So we went down on the budget to 15.5. We received 15.8. We're going to be short in 2014 about $600,000 in the 10% royalties.
Tom,
Yes.
let me ask you a question.
Uh-huh.
How is that determined? Does someone track what the royalty should be, or is it a set formula? How do we know we're getting the right amount of royalties?
Okay, the way the royalties work is the 10% royalties is the amount that comes from the state. Scott Elston is, Rogers and Elston is our oil and gas consultant. He takes every check that we receive from every oil company, And he has a historical data that goes back 10 years. And he knows what the production should be and how, where they produce and what wells they're producing and things like that. So there is a company that's out, there's a mechanism in place to check all that. 10% wells is a little bit different. This is money that just comes from the state on parish lands. This, the database they have is enormous. So it's not something that's, Scott, he helps me to budget it, but it's not something he can track because there's too many companies. Something that's done by the state. They pretty much give us the amount, and that's pretty much what
No,
we do.
my main concern was all
Right,
the
and
actual
all
roads.
companies, yes, and each one of them is, if you look at the report in the back, there's all company. He actually goes through each one, he knows what the production is, he checks every check and goes through and makes sure we're getting the right amount.
How does he know what the production is? Just curious. I mean,
Well, from what they
it's
send us
self-reporting?
on the checks, they send us on, it's on the check,
Mhm.
and each different well, he tells how much the production was on each well and how much we received on each one of those wells.
Okay.
Now, if there's, there's probably more stuff that we could do. We had somebody actually go out to companies
Right.
and stuff, but, the cost would be, enormous for that, so. But he does a good job, and whenever I need something with that, he does, he's on the spot with it, so.
Okay, thank you.
Before we go further, that, 120,000 for LM or PSCC sub boats is 120,000 revenue. What is that for?
I'm gonna have to check into that. I saw that when when I got to that. That was something that was, with the port, but.
Is that the sale of the two
That was a
vessels?
mistake that was put in, huh?
Is that the anticipation of the sale of the two surplus vessels?
I'm not sure. I'm gonna have to go back and look at that one. I'll go back and check that one and find out what that is. Because I'm not, right offhand,
Okay.
I saw it myself and I wasn't positive about that one. Okay, the next few things, or items, severance tax, 985,000 is something we received from the state. Severance taxes on, minerals, oil and gas minerals. The, hotel motel tax, this actually went up for 2014. You see, it's 250,000. 258, right. We budgeted 150, so that helped us a little bit in 2014. Video poker tax, this is also comes from the state. That's probably not finished for 2014 either. Yeah, that's probably not finished. The state, they run behind sometimes and we have to wait on the funding, so you'll get funding in 2015, but it actually goes to 2014 reference. The rest of this stuff is kind of small. If we can go down to ferry fees, ferry tolls, I budgeted 110,000. What's the total on 2014? 112, so that's accurate, that's in the book. So I budgeted based on what we received last year. We received 122 the year before. And this goes, if the boats are shut down, the boats that are charging, if they shut down, then of course we lose revenues. And I know in 2014, they did have a few of the boats that weren't running for a while, so that probably has an impact on that.
Do we have any idea what the free passage is?
I can get with the ferry department and see how many passes they have. I talked to Joey about that the other day.
The red stickers?
The red stickers. But this is definitely something we can look at also. Looking at raising the fees on the ferry and looking at different ways to do this.
I think the red fees should
The
go
red
away, and we should take them all away. And just the vehicles that say Plaquemines Parish should be allowed in the school bus.
Right.
That's all I feel.
That's something that
I
the
think there's
director.
too many out there that people got that shouldn't have.
Right. That's something that the director could definitely look at and see. It's something we can do. Rest of these items, small fees, auditorium fees. Interest, $100,000, which is hardly anything on the funds that we have. We'll get the interest out. I'm gonna bring this up too, and I know I talked to y'all about this before, about our cash issue with the cash liquidity. Right now, with the FEMA projects, with the levee projects, with the coastal zone projects, the ones that are not coming out of the bonds. These invoices come in every day, and they mount up. We just don't have the cash to cover these things. So I do have to hold some invoices as they come in. So if you get calls and things, I had talked to you about this before. Now, we did get an influx of FEMA money, and I released pretty much everything as of right now, but it is something that happens and something I have to deal with every day, so. But that's totally different from the budget, that's cash. You know, we're talking about cash, and this is, you know, totally different than that, so. I just kinda wanna say that when we're looking at the interest. But the interest is not much. We have, the only thing we really have, what's that?
20,000.
Right. The only thing we really have, invested in is LAMP, which is Louisiana Asset Management Pool, and Regions Money Market Accounts. They are all the things we have had in the past. We've had CDs and we've had, US Treasuries, but right now, we have to go out so far to even get any kind of rate at all. It's not worth us, and I don't have the money to do it anyway. I mean, we don't have the funds, the liquidity to do it anyway. It doesn't really matter. The interest is what it is.
But let me ask you, while we're talking about interest that we collect,
Uh-huh.
is there a line item when we get to expenditures of how much interest we're paying? Just on interest, not principal and interest, like on the
On
$65
bonds?
million?
Yeah, oh yeah, there's that's, we get into it back, yeah, they do have that. The next lines, you'll see, oil and gas royalties, 21 million. This is something that we covered already, the oil and gas, and then the oil royalties and then the gas royalties is 905. You see the difference, that's what I was saying. The gas price goes up and down, it's not gonna affect us that much as with the oil. I mean, you're talking about 21 million versus 900,000. The next thing, 170,000 for surface and mineral leases. This is where when you pass the ordinances at the council, at the table, you know, for all the mineral leases and stuff like that, that's where this money goes. That money goes into. Rents and leases, 85,000. This is all the rents and leases that we have for different things, surface leases throughout the parish. Residual after transfer, criminal court. This is the transfer that comes to the criminal court fund, which is controlled by the judges and the DA. Whatever's left in that fund at the end of the year, we get half of it. So this is what we projected out at the end of the year. Now, each time they take, they say they're gonna put a different salary that goes against that fund, that's gonna lower this amount.
Which is one on the agenda.
Which is, that's why I brought it up, there's one on the agenda right now. So if that passes, I think it's 40-some odd thousand for the salary. If that passes, then that would decrease this amount.
And have they given you the tax figures yet?
There's a, no, I don't think so. There's a, ordinance on the agenda for the criminal court for salary. Well, I think it's the secretary. Or one of the
The
judges.
judicial administrator, from what I understand.
Yeah.
But the point is that I want to make sure that they are going to have the transfer from the criminal court fund to our general fund before we pass the ordinance. Or, you know,
Well, this is based on, you know, at the end of the year. So if we put that in 2015 and it comes out of the criminal court fund, then that's definitely going to decrease this number, you know, for 2015. Because we don't actually do this until the end of the year. If you can see, if you look in 2014, we haven't even done it yet. Because we have to close out all the accounts before we can make these transfers. So after everything's closed
but
out,
you have to have a court order to transfer that money? Or they give it?
Yeah, they give us a
So the
motion.
point is that I'd like to have the court order up front so we don't get stuck with it at the end of the year.
yeah, they usually give that motion that,
We send them a request and then they do
Right.
a court order motion to send us the funds.
yeah, if the thing passes, they'll definitely send us that. Proceeds from sale of assets, this is something that we, you know, it's just, I put $100,000 in there, it was 78,000 2014. Is that a final number? 78,000. It's just, it fluctuates. Sometimes we have more things that it goes to auction. It just depends. The rest of you look down and see these reimbursements, which is from the sheriff and the assessor. They reimburse us amounts based on the millages. It's small amounts. And you'll see the interfund service charges at the bottom, which are pretty large amounts. These are service charges that we charge to other funds. So we charge this to, the largest one is probably the firefighting fund. I think you've probably heard this before, it's $1 million. This is what we charge the firefighting fund for different departments that are in our general fund. It has its own funding source, so we charge them for the finance department, for all the directors, for human resources, for everything that we do for them that they would have to go out and pay on their own. So that's a large amount. You see, each fund gets charged that. This is based on personal services. So it's large from the firefighting department because they have so many employees.
And this is similar to what we used to do with the port.
Exactly. That's exactly right.
So that money went away when the port
The
separated.
port went over, right, that money went away. Because that's not part of us anymore, so. That's the general fund. Road maintenance fund. You'll see the envelope taxes again. Then there's a reimbursement for grass cutting that comes from the state. I think it's, was $90-some thousand we receive each biannual. It's a contract that we receive. And then if you look at the transfer from the general fund, $2.5 million, that's how much we transfer from the general fund to the road maintenance fund because it can't operate on its own. Now, keep in mind, these are special revenue funds in the front. When we get to the waterworks fund and the boat harbor fund, these are enterprise funds. These funds are supposed to operate on their own. They're supposed to operate like a business. So they at least should break even. Well, you see they don't. But the special revenue funds, the fact that we transfer money to them, I mean, it's just that they don't have enough funds in those funds to cover the expenses. Public health fund. See the Avalon tax again. You look at the ambulance general, you'll see $450,000. That's the amount they receive for ambulance fees. And the transfer to the public health fund, $3,877,000.
So that's how much that it takes to keep them operating
Right.
out of the general
The
fund.
expenses, right.
Three
You
quarters.
looking at their revenues here? I mean, they're basically, their revenues are $1.5 million. And so we have to supplement them $3.8 million so they can keep operating. Now, we'll see this when we get into the expenses, but, you know, it's not just ambulances, it's the health department, it's mosquito control, it's a bunch of different departments that are within public health. So I don't want you to think, I mean, their revenues come from ambulances mostly, but, and the Avalon taxes, but it's not just the ambulance department. Solid waste fund. I received 2 Avalon taxes, one from waste disposal and one from incineration, which is really not a correct name, but that's what it's called on the millage, because there's no more incineration. You can look at the solid waste fees for the different districts that we receive. This is the funds that are collected from the water bills.
And there's no transfer from the general fund?
No transfer from the general fund.
And these
This is-
figures that are in here for fees charged, do they anticipate an increase in the rates?
There is a, 25% increase in the rates on this too.
This is,
This is part of it, yeah, but it's not nearly as much as what the water was. So I want to say it was maybe $100,000.
so our solid waste department is breaking even?
It is breaking even now, you can see, and we've always given it a transfer in the past. You know, well, not the past few years, but in, past years, 2012 before, we've given the transfers, now it's pretty much breaking even. So it's doing better than it used to do.
If we raise the rates 25%?
Well,
Breaking even before.
it was coming close to breaking even before, right? You had a transfer that was budgeted. Now, like I say, everything is not closed out yet. You had a transfer that was budgeted for $267 in 2014. Well, we know that the expenses are not going to be complete, so it probably won't need a transfer in 2014 either. So, it was breaking even actually before that. If you look in 2013, it didn't have a transfer either. Okay, library funds. Keep in mind, library, when you go to the library, expenses in the back, anything you cut out of that is not really going to help us any. There's no transfers, they have their own money, and so, if you cut anything out of them, it's not really going to help us any. And they really got cut a good bit with library books and things like that because we had to balance their fund balance. So we pretty much took all their library books and everything out of it. I think you're going to see them, they're going to ask for more money. So
Well, I mean,
I just want to bring that up to you then.
I mean, their revenue source is dedicated, so.
Right, it's not going to help you.
You couldn't
Right,
use it.
and there's no transfer or anything to them, so if they ask for something, it's not going to hurt or help the general fund situation at all. So I just wanted to bring it up, let you know that. when they come in. All right. Next one is trim of the court fund. Transportation. You got transportation in there? Yeah. All right, trim of the court fund. Court fines, $300,000. This is the fund that we were talking about before. Depending on how much they collect, at the end, whatever their fund balance is at the end of the year, we get half of it. Judicial court reporter fund, small $12,000 for fees. DWI, these funds are all set up because they have to be, this is just the law states that we have to set them up in small amounts. 911 fees. We receive fees on 911 from prepaid wireless from the state. Also from wireless companies that they charge, I'm not sure exactly what the amount is. And actually these are the people that send the amount in, the funds in. $90,000 and $160 for wireless fees. And you can see there's a transfer to the 911 fund, $492,000. These revenues are not enough to cover its expenses.
We looked at the increase in the 911 fees.
That's something we can look at also. I mean, I'm not sure how that's set. It's something we'd have to get legal to look at possibly. I don't know if there's a law that sets that or what, but it's just an amount that we get from the bills from each individual customer, except for the one that's the state. We receive that one. But it's something I guess we can look at. Okay, the next one is firefighting. Firefighting, when it started out, it was receiving a grant, a SAFER grant, which is no longer there anymore. You probably may see the line item further down, where we received $718,000 in 2013. You can see we're not collecting that anymore. Its sales tax is $8.5 million. It pretty much collects exactly what we do. 1 cent sales tax, and the audit's $700,000. It also received a state revenue of $90,000 fire insurance rebate and interest. So its revenues for 2015 are $9,299,000. That's what the budget is. Now that's a fund balance that we didn't look at when we looked in the front. Their fund balance is over $6 million, and it grows each year. So, if any fund's really doing well, it's the fire department.
And that's on top of them building the fire stations cash.
Right, and he's building fire stations. If it's not FEMA, FEMA didn't pay for it, he's building those stations out of his fund balance. Right.
Well, he's not financing them, he's building them cash.
He's building, right, he has no bonds, he builds them from his fund balance. Correct. So he's using his revenues to fund those things. All right, the next, we can skip through these funds. These are basically just interest on the bonds. We're talking about $200, $300 each one. The next one has anything substantial is the waterworks fund, which is page 30. Waterworks fund has 2 Avalon taxes, one for water and one for pollution control. They're both about $2.2 million.
Well, while we're talking about these, is there a renewal schedule that we are watching to make sure that they don't sneak up on us before we have to renew?
Yeah, the renewal, I can look and see what it is. I have it on my, it just been done not long ago, so I think it's a ways down the road, but I'll check and I'll find that out for you.
We have meetings with the Department of Revenue coming this month and the following month. So what we typically do is meet with the state, they do a presentation on all that, and then, we come and draft the ordinances with the council secretary and other taxing bodies.
Could you provide us a schedule of what all of our millages renew, so we'll have a schedule on that?
Sure, sure, I'll give you whatever we have, most of, everything we get is sent by the assessor's office or by the state, so.
Can you get that?
And we could talk to Mr. Gravely, he'll be here today, so we'll get that also. All right, water sales. This is where you see, the increase from, 2014 budget. Based on the study. I don't know if we're gonna have is Mr. Giles gonna have a presentation?
Yes.
With the water sewer
People
rates?
that made the study, I think when he comes in, he'll have them make
Okay.
a presentation to the council.
Okay, so he should, when he comes in to do his departments, he'll be here to, and give you a presentation on the water sewer rate study.
So the increases are where you see the 25% increase
Yeah,
line?
yeah, if you look like at Belle Chase, you look at Belle Chase, we budgeted in 2014, 1,500,000, and the 2015 budget is 1,800,000. You see, that's, each one of these is gonna be increased. Now, you're looking at 2014 number, how much was that? 1,452,000, and that was probably not closed out yet. So it's gonna be close to the 1,500,000. So usually this, when I budget these things, it pretty much runs close to what the budget is. You also see sewer, the rates in sewer went up also.
And those percentages will also pay for capital, not just the general operating expenses of those budgets. So if you see a disparity, that disparity is to pay for the anticipated capital improvements.
Okay, if you look at the bottom line, transfer from general fund, you see $780,000 was the budget just for operating. That's how much we're gonna have to supplement the water and sewer fund from the general fund. Now, with the water rate increase, so you gotta put that in. So if you look at 2014, the budget was 1,800,000. So then you can see we increased the rate, so that did change the transfer. Now, what you don't see here is the transfer we have to make to the, from the general fund for capital improvements. Because that really doesn't go in here. I talked to you about that before. When everything is rolled over, those numbers are gonna change. But you can see in, what the budget was in 2014, $11 million. That's for transfers for capital improvements that the general fund is paying for, that the waterworks cannot pay for. Now, that's another thing that was built into that water rate study also. The rates should go up to help us with capital improvements for the waterworks. Randy, maybe you can talk about that a little bit, but.
Yeah, we estimated the general increase of operating expenses, and then also factored in all the anticipated capital. And the recommendations made were to pay for, basically so that these, the fund, basically they'll be equal. So the departments will be paying for themselves, and therefore you won't be taking anything from the general fund to fund the waterworks, sewer, and solid waste.
So one thing we gotta keep in mind is that this budget starts January 1st, and we're towards the end of February, and the rate increases have not been implemented.
Absolutely.
So, we're 2 months or 2/12 out of this money already.
Right, and depending on how much, you know, if y'all pass it, depending on how much the rate increase is gonna be for 2015, it just depends, and we may have to take that into consideration at the end of the year. But we really just put a 25% increase. We have no idea how much that increase is really supposed to be, so. But yeah, exactly. So if y'all pass the thing, and then it goes into, they implement it, they go to the water and sewer department, and they increase the rates, put it into the computer, you're looking at summertime before this is implemented. The last fund, the boat haulers shipyards fund, this is another place we really should look at rate increases. Rates haven't been increased in this for, I can't even remember since I've been here. But you can look and see what the, each harbor collects. Shipyard fees. And we supplement the boat harbor fund by, the budget is $642,000. So this is really something we can look at in-house to try to figure out, you know, what do we want to raise the fees to try to make this come close to breaking even. All right, that includes, that's all the revenues. Do you have any questions? Anything you want to go back to? We can definitely do that. If not, we can, whichever way y'all want to proceed, if y'all want to start with departments. I had like parish president's departments, the special departments that are under the parish president. We can start with those, or we can go to capital improvements, which should probably will take some time. I mean, it just.
We need Mr. Dugas here.
We need Mr. Dugas here. Yeah, we can contact him. Y'all want to start on these other departments and then
Yeah,
maybe
downtown.
after lunch, maybe try to okay.
Mr. President, got a question.
Yes, Mr.
I
Badal.
was looking at back when we was on the gas and royalties.
Yes, sir.
The Delta gas and royalty was, in 13 was 6 million. What that have a reference to, since we don't collect that anymore, since 2013?
It's still being collected, but it's just not put in a line item that says Delta royalties. It's
What is
included with all of it. What that was is Delta development case,
Okay.
way back when. I don't remember whose properties and all that was, but it was a case that was, it was probably 20 years ago. And the companies would when they submit their payments, they would break it out between the Delta development properties and the parish properties. But what happened over the years, these companies changed hands so much that a lot of them quit putting the Delta properties because they weren't even sure what that was. So they quit putting it, and so we had some companies that were putting it, the older companies, the newer companies weren't putting it, so it was really hard to calculate what that number really should be. So if we put it in the book, it wouldn't be correct. So that's why we just kind of lumped it in with all, we just went from, we used to have oil and Delta oil, gas and Delta gas. Well, we kind of just combined those oils together and the gas together, because it was just too hard to keep track of.
Thank you.
So we don't keep track of all of it, but we do keep track of what they still register as Delta gas and Delta oil?
Well, if they send it in on the checks, Scott Elston does keep track of it that way. But we don't go through the checks and find out what's Delta and what's gas like we used to. I mean, Delta and what's regular parish royalties like we used to.
That question has been asked many times about how do we split the royalties between other entities that were in the lawsuit and no longer in the lawsuit.
Right.
And people have asked me that question many times. Well, if the parish has this much royalty, how much is the other interest getting? And, I mean, you could use that figure, but it's really not accurate.
Right, and that's what I'm saying, it used to be. I mean, it used to be, when we were talking 10 years ago, when you had companies like Chevron, Michelle, companies like that we were receiving the royalties from, they used to break it down because that's who it started with. But once these companies merged and they kind of changed hands and stuff, then the backup they're giving us, the interest was kind of, some of them wouldn't even put it on there at all. So if we put it on for some companies and other companies we didn't, it's really complicated. So I mean,
So we're still getting the amount we're supposed to get received.
we're getting them out we're
It's just
supposed to
under
receive. They're just not, right, they're just not labeling it as Delta
Thank you.
and the regular parish royalties.
That's a brand new question. We get the other half.
All right. There's several ways we can do this with the expenses. I think I talked to Mr. Russo about this already. There's two different reports we can use. We can use, if you go to expenses, you go to the gray pages. What these pages are, same like with the parish council. This goes by department. So the department for parish council is 210. But all the divisions, which are like District 1, 2, 3, and 4, are also combined on these gray pages. In that case, if we're going to use the gray pages, we can go back in the white pages and look at each individual district if y'all want to do it that way. That's fine. This report is pretty big, so when you get to the buildings department, every building is in here, and most of them don't even have budgets. So my suggestion would be, let's go to the gray pages, and then if we have a breakout, like with the parish council, we can go to the back and look at each division individually. If that's the way I want to do it, it's up to you. But if you look at the gray pages, it's a lot less than the white pages. that's okay with y'all, we'll go ahead and do it that way.
We can proceed that way unless someone has some questions, that we can jump back to the white
If you have
page.
any questions, anything, we can, any way you wish, we jump around any way you want to do. We can start with the beginning, the parish council. Like I said, this is a combination of all districts and the parish general. So I think we should go to the white pages now and look at those so we can see each district individually.
On the white page?
Yes. Now, Rochelle's gonna keep track. If there's any amendments that were done since we did this book, we'll try to keep track of it and tell you if there's any changes, if there's increases in the budget,
White pages.
we'll let you know, okay?
White page.
All right, Parish Council General,
Okay.
how do you wanna do this? Council, do y'all want me to go through every line, or do you want to kind of do it like I did the revenues, or do you just wanna ask questions if you have anything on each page?
We can proceed with questions, I would imagine, but you can go down and,
I can highlight the big things, and then, you know,
sure, that'd be fine.
yeah, legal support, 250,000.
That's not up to date. That was removed.
That was removed.
That was removed, correct, that's what she's saying. She's gonna keep track of that and it does, so that's going there.
So, let me ask you this, the consultant lobbyist. Consultants and lobbyists, $10,000. Do you know who that is?
I can find out. My computer just crashed, so I can get that back on. Let's move on, I'll go back and find that out for you.
Okay.
Okay, we go to Council District 1. District 2, page 3. District 3.
I'm only got $20,000. You know, you gonna try, you gotta try. Take up all together, cool all their ass.
District 4.
Us to travel on this.
Should be any changes on any of these. District 5. District 6. Now, I think we did have some changes on District 7, as we did that ordinance at the, not the last council meeting, the council meeting before. You got that one? District 6, District 7? I think it was $20,000 that was increased. District 8. Yeah, no changes to any of these except for District 7. In District 9. There's no questions on any of those. I would say we'll refer back to the gray pages now. Go to page 3, which is council secretary. And a total decrease from 2014 budget of $20,000.
The $10,000 figure in there for supplies, books, manuals, instruction guides, is that for the code of ordinances? You know?
No, that was just, in the past, I've gotten like the civil code and the revised statutes updated and everything, but there's no need for that anymore, I think.
I believe the code of ordinances come out of our budget,
Okay, so,
but you can have it if you want.
I guess while we're doing this, the idea is to look for money.
Right. So if you want me to highlight that item?
Yeah, I mean, I think we need to start, throwing things up on the table to look at and to be able to remove from this budget. And if we don't need that, you can start with that, $10,000.
If you want to cut it in half, things like that. I mean,
Well, we don't need it.
yeah, I mean,
You know, if we do 10 of them, we get 100,000. If we don't do any, we get zero.
anyway, y'all want to proceed?
Yeah, Mr. Chairman.
I believe Mr. Roussel's correct. It comes out of our budget, it's where it should come.
Yeah, I agree, Mr. Chairman. I'd like to also add, just to keep track of where we're at. So pages 1 and 2, so we had an amendment to our legal fees, so that's a reduction of 150,000. And then we had an addition to District 7 for 20,000. I just want to keep track of where we're at.
Oh, no, like,
Total.
the only one that we went through so far, there was an increase in District 7, that was at an ordinance.
Right, but we also had an adjustment in our legal counsel.
Right, your
So
legal
that's the
counsel, that
difference
was
of-
from that was from an ordinance that was done already. What we plan on doing here was, that was in this book, yeah, start taking out some of
Right, but it's wrong in the book. I just want to make sure that we're on track.
Well, we can't use that to the good because we funded the council on aging with that money for the rest of the year because the budget that was
Just have a
given.
transfer.
It was transferred,
Yeah, transfer.
it was transferred.
I just want to make note of it.
Right.
Okay.
That's good. Yeah, and so we try to keep, whenever we see an amendment that happened at the council meeting since then, we'll let you know. There wasn't a whole lot of them, but, you're right, that was one of them, and the one for, District 7. So what we can do is if you let us know how much you want to take out of these things, we'll highlight them.
Excuse me, Ben,
Yes, go ahead. Mr. Levine.
could I get an explanation why did we transfer 20, or pass an ordinance for 20,000 for District 7?
Yes, I can answer. That was, initially, because of the redistricting, the money was appropriated in District 6 for the District 6 office for new furniture last year that Burgon didn't utilize. I see a need and I need new furniture, basically. And because of the money was stated that initially was appropriated for District 6, stayed with the new District 6. So I was without funding for furniture for District 7.
So the budget, where it says she had 19,000, she didn't really have the 19,000, because it was a new district created, is that correct?
Yeah.
Yeah, I want to say that it was, yeah, she didn't have the money in the budget because it was a
It
new
wasn't
district.
different. Okay, thank you for the clarification.
So, look at taking that $10,000 out of the budget there.
Okay. We're gonna try to keep a running total of this, depending on how fast it goes, we're gonna keep a running total so we can tell you where you stand at, any given time.
That's fine.
We're gonna try.
Go ahead.
Okay, Council Secretary Department, you go to the internal audit report. Page,
Five.
216. I'll refer to the audit committee on this, if y'all haven't got a feel for this yet. If not, we can address it at a later time.
That 29% increase on salaries is a vacant position, that was not there last year. Because that's an assistant internal auditor. I recommend we leave that position funded.
you know about any of these others, items in here, or you wanna wait and get a feel for it once y'all get constituted and up and running?
Yeah, I know Mr. Chairman.
Okay.
And keep in mind too, when you do you see personal services on all these, that's something we'll do when we go through manpower. So I mean, we don't really have, you can look at this now, but I mean, if you want to look at manpower, we can. But when we get, towards the end, we'll go through all these positions. Okay, council attorney?
That $8,000 for legal support, special research, that's probably the legal department, so we probably can remove that, I'm guessing.
Yeah, unless Kim needs it.
Do you have it in your budget?
I'm sorry.
You handling all of these items in your budget, I would assume?
All of them? Well,
Legal support?
yeah, all that, yeah, sure, the Westlaw, sure, absolutely, yes, 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 yes.
Yeah, the only thing would be if Kim had additional expenses related to any research or stuff that she does.
So let's take out the operating supplies and capital outlay, that's another $19,980.
Kim, to update your laser fees, should you use some of this money or no?
Yeah.
Which one was that, sir?
Underneath the council attorney,
Yeah.
operating supplies and capital outlay, we'll default those to zero, and that's another $19,980.
Supplies.
Does anybody have a problem with that? I realize that we may, in the future, need some of that, depending on how we get along with the table over there.
They basically want to take it all out, huh?
Yes.
Got it.
Okay. Any other question on this item? Any objections? Moving on along.
Next page, legislative liaison.
The whole thing.
This is the two lobbyists that we paid for.
Do we know who those are?
Yeah, one of them is Arlington Ridge Group.
That's the legislative liaison or the lobbyists?
Let's see, let me get, still trying to get in this computer, but.
Should be the liaison.
I think it is, I think I ain't giving it out, you know? And then the other one is, what's the name?
Should be the liaison for ARG.
Right, and the other company was, I don't know what it was a long name. Parsons, I think was the name of it. Was the name of the company for the lobby?
Johnny Coe?
Johnny Coe, that was one of the names. It's a long name, was his official name. So those are the two that's being charged here.
Just for clarification, it's Johnny Coe,
Right.
but he's the managing partner of this law firm or this firm that's got all those names.
Okay? Any questions there? Next page, ordinances and proceedings. This is for the publication of the minutes.
If we used our website, we wouldn't have to have this expenditure, correct? Just throwing that out there for something that's coming up on the table eventually.
I do have a question about that too. Who actually runs that website?
The website,
Yeah.
I want to say Bob Jumpy is the one that works with the telecommunications department.
I can't find a current council meeting on that website. I have to YouTube it. So, I mean, I just want to add that in. I mean, I want to use this meeting, Mr. Chairman, is for making this government more efficient.
Right.
And effective, and a lot of parish presidents and administration do their jobs. So I just want to interject some things that I can, encourage every council member to do so.
I think the website is, actually, any changes we have for the website go through Bob Jumpy and the public awareness director, whatever.
Maybe he's understaffed.
I agree with you, Councilman Black, that this is a good opportunity to throw anything that you think would make the government more efficient, and the directors can take note, and we can maybe come to some agreement and move in that direction.
Okay, next page, page 9, other government-related organizations. Those are membership dues that are paid for different, to different organizations.
Are there any that we are disaffiliating with?
Right, those are like Great Northern Inc. and things like that, that's for sure.
GNO, like,
GNO.
is it still 10,000 a year? Or?
I'm gonna have to look it up.
Okay.
I'm having some issues.
What about professional services, Jim, 3,000? Haven't had anything in the budget in the last few years, and it's still there now.
Probably contingency.
What's that? I haven't used it in a couple of years, let's take it out.
Okay.
Now, I'm just throwing these out on the table, so if anybody has any disagreement with it, please raise it now, because
Right, and that's something else I wanted to ask. How do y'all want to proceed with these ordinances? I mean, now we did 2 or 3 different departments. Do y'all want me to do an ordinance for each different department? Do y'all want me to combine them together? Because I know what happens is, if you combine them together, a lot of times, you know, if one person does like one thing that's on there, it kind of throws the whole thing off.
well, let me ask my colleagues that if we go forward with the Department of Administration as an example amendment to the budget, dealing with those departments, that now is the time to try to voice your opposition. However, if you do line items, if we get to the table and there's disagreements, then we'll have to resort to amending those line items out. But we want to make sure that we don't kill the entire ordinance and defeat the purpose of these budget reviews that we're having today. So,
This is a little bit different than we do a budget review. When we do the actual budget at the end of the year, we'll be able to do amendments, and you'll vote on amendments as we go along. Since this is not actual budget hearings, we actually have to go back and introduce an ordinance now, after we finish this thing, to put these changes in. So that's the difference. I mean, we usually vote on it as you go with a budget hearing, but since this is a special council meeting is really all it is, we have to go back and put an ordinance in for these things. So that's just the difference.
so that now is the time to try to voice your opinion, and so I understand, and I'm sure the finance department understands that you can have a change of heart between now and the vote, but at the same time, we're trying to make it more efficient for us to be able to pass an ordinance, or maybe 3 ordinances to address the budget, rather than 67, or whatever the number would be.
I agree. If we have a disagreement on a line item that should be removed, let's just put it on the side and have further discussion. And maybe that can be a separate ordinance.
Okay.
So if we have 60 or so in one ordinance in total, and we have a couple disagreements, maybe we can do those on the side.
Right. Well, what I'm doing is I'm keeping track of them in the book, and if that's the case, where one of you say, okay, I want a separate ordinance for that, I'll just write it down on that department. So we'll know we'll make that one separate.
Yeah, I think we're going in the right direction. If there's no objection from what the council chair has suggested, well, we just highlight it and take it out as we go. And if there's an objection, where you raised objection, and as Mr. Black said, we'll come back at it later on and have a discussion.
All right, so on the other governmental related organizations, the 3,000 that was not really used, we can take out.
Okay, the next thing, we can skip over the judges, because this is, Judge Division A and B claim to be here. So as they come in, we can just take them.
This is all general fund money, all right?
Yeah, this is all general fund money, correct. Everything you see, where it says general at the top, the little one general, this is general fund. We've got a lot of departments in general fund, that's where most of the
I
departments
was just trying to make a point.
are. Okay, I got you. So the DA is coming also, so judges, we can skip the DA. DA domestic violence, which is page 15, you can skip that. Clerk of court, I didn't ask her to come, she really doesn't have a budget here, except for the rental lease of storage space, and that's something that we kind of control. So there's $75,000 there, we lease the storage space for her records.
It's something that we would probably like to address over the near future or extended future, to be able to provide a facility that we don't rent. but anyway.
Right, I didn't ask her to come because I said she doesn't really have much of a budget, so. City and Ward Court, these are the, constables, right? The JPs, yeah. The next one is the, on page 18, is the assessor. He plans on being here also. So we can skip that one. Sheriff too. Let's skip that one. Sheriff also takes care of the courthouse security, which is on page 20. Skip that one.
Are they coming in? The courthouse
Yes.
security?
They come in, correct. Coroner also plans to be here. Okay, the next one is for the parish president's appointment. I guess we can go ahead and start on these and go along.
You have a schedule, didn't you schedule on these individuals?
Yeah, we can,
And we can start on these. These, my schedule was to go through the revenues, which we did, and start on our departments. We went to the council department, so the parish president's departments will be next. So this is
stepped up to go to reason.
okay.
All right.
So if you want to skip this page, or if you have any questions on it, or...
We're going to 31.
All right, page 31, legal service.
Well, we're gonna come back to the parish
We're
president?
gonna come back to
Yeah,
that, yeah. I'm not checking those off. We'll come back to those, and then the directors will also be passed over. So the next page will be legal services, page 31. Yes, sir.
I'd like to kind of give you a brief overview and statement, if you don't mind. The legal department is, in almost every way, the very nerve center of parish government on a daily basis. By charter, we are the legal advisor to both the administration and the council. Virtually all parish business passes through our office. We are responsible for all legal advice and opinions regarding each and every aspect of the operation of parish government. We draft, administer, and oversee all contracts and documents for services provided to the parish, from multi-million-dollar projects to contracts for office supplies. We draft, oversee, and manage all oil and gas leases and contracts and all legal matters involving and pertaining to oil royalties under these leases and contracts. We participate in all dealings with FEMA, the Corps of Engineers, and GOSEP. We review each and every document that requires the parish president's signature. We advise the president and all departments and render legal opinions and advice on a daily basis as to ongoing daily operations. On the litigation side, we represent the parish in lawsuits brought by the parish and those that are brought against the parish. Currently, we are handling 60 matters that are in active litigation. Additionally, we currently manage, oversee, and participate in 43 other matters involving very complex, specialized, and highly litigious matters, such as very large class actions that have arisen out of Hurricanes Katrina and Isaac, the BP oil spill, as well as litigation under the Coastal Restoration Act, as well as highly complex construction litigation, such as the Boothville Venice Community Center, the Gaynard Road Pumping Station, and the Animal Shelter, to name a few. These matters involve millions upon millions, if not hundreds of millions of dollars, and are being handled by highly skilled and specialized law firms on our behalf. And, as I've said, we oversee, manage, participate in, and monitor these matters on a daily basis as the point contact for the parish. Our full-time staff includes myself as lead attorney, Rennie Burris, our first assistant parish attorney, L.V. Cooley, who's our special oil and gas attorney, Shane Landry, who handles litigation and legislation, Melvin Burmaster, who does contracts and helps out with litigation, Cheryl Danos, our senior paralegal, Daphne Steele, another paralegal, Dana McRaney is our legal secretary, and Maggie Bonnevall is our oil and gas and mineral support person. Our budget must, of necessity, contain readily available funds for estimated contingencies regarding ongoing litigation for costs, discovery, witness depositions, inspections, experts, and so forth. At the end of each year, we have always returned to the general fund all money set aside in our budget for these contingencies which we do not spend. We could not operate without these available funds in our budget if we must come to the council each time we have to pay costs, take depositions, hire experts, and so forth. Once again, at the end of each year, we have returned any unused monies to the general fund, and I am told that historically we have never failed to do this. I'll be more than happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. We appreciate the effort that the legal department makes to work the government. Now, do you have anything to offer on any of these items to reduce the budget?
Honestly, to be brutally honest with you, no, because we can't operate, the big ticket items I've looked at, gone over. We have these contingencies set aside. One of them is at $357,000. We had asked, apparently, not me, but we had apparently asked for $857,000 before, and it was reduced by $500,000 to $357,000, and that covers the contingencies we expected or estimated in 46 matters. We're now down to 40 matters. So no, I think that we need those contingencies. We have to have them. Otherwise, we would not be efficient, and we'd have to come to you guys and pay these for $100 for a deposition, $200 for et cetera. So we think that particular number is a low number, to be honest with you, but it's what we can live with, and we've been able to return to the general fund any monies that we haven't expended out of that particular line item.
Thank you. That's the way the entire budget works on the operating budget, is that any monies are not spent do roll over and go into next year's either rollover or whatever it's going to be, hopefully not a deficit.
Well, but I'm sorry.
But what I'm really asking you is that, for instance, on some of these items, there's no room, for instance, in one law firm here was billed in 2013, $42,000. Now we're at $190,000. Another one here was legal support general for $2,000. We're up to $357,000. I'm looking for $200,000 or $300,000 out of this budget.
I'm sorry. The $357,000 I thought I just explained. That's a contingency. Those are our estimates of what we need for these 46 cases or 40 cases that we're handling. So we don't have to keep coming to you guys every time we want to spend a couple of bucks. Now,
we'll leave a couple of bucks, Mr. Local Joe, but what I'm asking is a little cooperation to try to reduce the numbers. We're looking for $6 million.
I understand that. But you know something? What our department does and the value we give to the parish in terms of the bang for the buck, so to speak, is really worth more than trying to cut $100, $100,000 here, $75,000 of our particular budget. We are the nerve center. We operate on a daily, ongoing basis. To hamstring us would hurt the parish in the future. That's what's concerning me. That's what's concerning me. I understand the budget crunch. I understand the price of oil. I understand all that. But there are certain things that if you cut to the bone, you're going to end up with, particularly in our department. I'm not arguing for our department. I'm arguing as a lawyer trying to help the parish and do my job. All right?
Can I ask a question?
Surely.
I first want to thank you for your summary and your overview. How much have you cut already in salaries?
I'm sorry?
How much have you cut already in
Oh,
salaries?
substantial cuts in salaries.
You have an estimated figure?
I don't have
So
an
I
estimate. Well, I can tell you, the salary I took when I took the job on went from 147 to 85. Rennie went from well, everybody's hired on at really wages, quite honestly.
Yeah, I know, I just wanna make note of that, and I appreciate that, that's why I'm asking.
We're doing what
And I want
we
the
can
public
with
to
what
know,
we have.
and I want the
Can we
public to know
attract-
you guys have made a drastic cut in
Yeah.
salaries, and we appreciate that.
Yeah,
So, thanks.
but that's not only that we made it hadn't been us that made the cuts, we have agreed to, and we gladly go along with this man right here on the cuts, honestly, honestly.
Well, thank you. Now, how much can we take out of the 714 then if we made all those cuts?
Well, I to be honest with you, if you have some
Finance
suggestions, I'd be more than happy to go over them with you.
Well, I'm just looking for a number that will reduce the payroll. So my effort here today is to balance the budget. And I'm not here trying to pick on any one department or trying to give anybody any grief. But I'm looking, and I'm hoping my colleagues are looking to balance the budget. So if we reduce the payroll, and we appreciate that effort, and we thank you for working for less money, how much is the number so we can reduce the budget?
165 is how much? 165,000 when they decreased salaries.
So we take 165 out?
Yes, that's my point, because it's not reflected in this budget.
Correct.
So all I wanted was an answer on how much, and I appreciate that it was 165. I just want to make it known that it was 165, so we're going to go ahead and decrease 165 from this budget. That's it.
Thank
That's
you.
it.
Do you want to address that manpower?
Excuse me? Well, we can, but I want the note to be made because
Yeah,
I
that's
don't
how
want Mr. Joe leaving today thinking that we're not going to touch his budget.
Right, right. Yeah, you really should go through the budget, and if you're gonna make any cuts, make the cuts, you know, while
Right.
you see it. Right.
Exactly right. So
Let me make one other comment regarding what you said about the $190,000, I guess the outside law firms that are handling our business, okay? First, Adams and Reese is the $190,000. That's the one you're looking at. That is a huge, huge class action for damages caused by the breach of the failure of the East Bank levee during Katrina.
Oh, I'm glad you brought that up. So.
I'm sorry, I
Thank you
didn't
very much.
understand the humor.
The humor is that the case has been settled, in my opinion, from what we were told a couple of years ago.
I haven't finished my comment.
Okay, go ahead.
It wasn't settled a couple of years ago. It's in the process right now of being settled. I have almost weekly conversations with Valerie Serkovich, who's the lawyer at Adams and Reese, is handling this for us. The case is on the cusp of being settled immediately. That money may come out, obviously. I can't tell you today when and if and how much can come out, but the final billing will be within the next 6 months when the case finally gets all the paper, everything's done. It has not come to complete fruition. I have a meeting next Friday, I believe it is, with the lawyer for the plaintiffs and our counsel to finalize everything. That's on that one. Now, you ask about the other outside counsel. One firm, Berglass and Tankersley, they handle 12 matters. Those matters, the Florence Green Anderson versus Industrial Pipe, is the South Haven class action for levee breaches during Isaac. Big case, a lot of money. We couldn't handle that in-house. We need outside counsel for that. As for the rest of them, I can go through each one of them if you wish, the cases that they're handling. We need those expert lawyers to help us win those matters.
Could you address the second, Berglass and Tankersley went from 1,600 to 275,000? Could you address the second line item for Berglass and Tankersley that went from $1,600 to 275,000?
Yes. This is a civil rights lawsuit against the parish. Very complex. It is, let me give you the exact one, the name of it. Give me a second here. Well, I honestly don't have that particular case listed, but I can give it to you in 1 second. Let me get my litigation book here. I was mistaken, forgive me. That's the Stewart Consulting Group case against us, and a combination of that and, where is it? This one, sorry. The animal shelter litigation, that's in addition to whatever else they're handling.
I have a question. There's a line item for maps for legal services. It's only $30,000, but what does this consist of?
All right, which line item are you talking about?
532,
It's only 32.
532 dash what?
440.
440?
440?
Oh, that's for our oil and gas attorney, L.V. Cooley, when he has to do all these overlays and do the research in terms of the fields and all that type of stuff. I'm sorry, if you have a question about a line item, I'd appreciate you giving me the numbers.
Okay, I'll give you one. 532.001 professional services general went from 5,000 to 150,000. And it's
Right.
in the same category as legal support.
That category probably can be cut some, and I'll tell you why. That is basically a miscellaneous category when we have an example. We have $5,000 in our budget for postage. We eat that up on one of LV's cases in these concursus proceedings, literally, sending out hundreds and hundreds of certified packages to landowners, leaseholders, etc. That's gone. Now, hold on. Yeah, oh yeah. Rennie reminds me, I should have asked, but let me just digress for a second. The Burglass tanker suite stuff, the Adams and Reese matters, and the Boothville Venice Community Center litigation, we will be reimbursed by FEMA. So it's not like we're paying out of the general fund. Now, if you're right about 532.001, it is a fallback in case we exhaust postage, supplies, etc. We could probably cut some of that. I'll give you a number, but not right this second.
Well, I'll take 125.
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
I'd like to offer 125 out of that line item.
Okay.
Professional services investigations 532.030 went from 0 to 25,000.
Well, we have to, of necessity, in most of these matters, use some monies to have investigations, to have someone go out and establish evidence for us, etc. That's what that is for. Now, if you know.
Okay. Are there any line items in here that could handle the borough pit ordinance that's
Yes.
on the table?
Yes, if you look at 534.310 and 534.710, okay, I'm told that this was for the borough pit cases that Burglass Tankersleer, I believe, is the firm that's handling those.
So then we don't need to pass the ordinance at the council meeting next week?
I'm sorry.
So the ordinance that's on the council table Thursday does not need to be adopted?
What ordinance are you talking about?
Well, I mean, yeah, if these line items are for that, there's an ordinance that's on the table for the borrow pits that we put 112,000 in the revenues and also in the expenses to increase the, professional services for the accounting and also for the engineering.
So are you saying we could take these out of our budget, but would we still have the availability to use those for the experts, et cetera?
Well-
That's my question.
The question is this, the ordinance that's on the table, creating a revenue stream of 112,000 out of money that we hope to collect, and we're expending it on the other side with the professional services. If those professional services are already in this budget, my question was, do we have to pass the ordinance at Thursday's meeting, or can we just withdraw it?
If you want to tie the revenue stream that needs to correspond with the expenditures, we need to go ahead and withdraw this money and go ahead and adopt
That's
them
what I was
as
gonna
well.
say. Because the expenses are in the permits department.
Yeah,
Well, I'm putting
that's
expenses
fine.
on the-
Okay, so which items can we take out?
I'm sorry.
The engineering, 534,310.
And 534,710. It's 80, is it 80? Yeah, 80,000. But that's with the understanding that the ordinance that you speak about that's on the table, we will be able to use some of that money if we need it for that type of thing.
Right, so y'all need to adopt that ordinance, otherwise we're not going to be moving forward on any further borough pit. I mean, we'll move forward to the extent the parish can, but we won't have the resources for the engineering and the audit and the audit company.
Understood. Anybody else have any questions about this item?
I have something, in the professional services, if we're reducing the salaries, wouldn't the health insurance and the FICA taxes reduce somewhat as well?
Yeah, that's all in the manpower.
Yeah, it's easier when we look at manpower, they will cover all these things again, pretty much, so.
Okay, anybody else have any questions? I'd like some participation here.
Hey, can we just do an overview
Did a pretty good job.
Yeah.
of what's being withdrawn?
Of what's been taken out so far?
Yeah, I mean, I've got three
Yeah,
items,
okay.
well, actually 4 items, not to include salaries and wages.
The item professional services general, taking out 125,000.
532.001.
So what will the balance be on that? If you,
25,000.
25,000. That's,
Now, keep in mind, I mean, I don't want to step on anybody's toes or anything, I just want to make sure y'all know how this works. Because we didn't cover this yet. But looking at the legal department budget, they have functions, personal services, operating, capital outlay, and some of them you'll see financial. Those are the different functions. You can spend your budget on a bottom line in those functions. So basically, if you look at his operating, there's $1,670,000, that's the total in that section. So he doesn't have to spend it on exactly that line item, it can be switched around. So if he has enough money in one line item, he can spend it in another line. I'm not saying, to cut anything else, I'm just trying to explain to you how it's gonna work on every one of these budgets. So if you look at the bottom line, I mean, just because you're taking it out of one line, he may not have the money for professional service, but he can still spend it in that line, and even go over in that line, just so he can go on the bottom line. Now, when you get to the judges and the DA, the elected officials, theirs is done a little bit different. Theirs is not the bottom line on each one of these functions, it's the bottom line of the total. So their salaries are also included in there. So they can spend bottom line, they can increase their salaries and use it out of their bottom line budget. Whereas each one of these departments, we can't do that. He can only spend within that operating section or the capital outlay section. So I just wanted to bring that up before, because this is I wanted to do that before we started this, but, so that's kind of how this works.
let me make one other comment, please. We are going to initiate a internship program, recruiting, if we can, law students from Tulane and Loyola locally for the summer from any law school. And what we're going to do is we're going to focus on parish, I don't want to say children, they're adults, law students, if we can. But we'll take just about anybody to teach them about what we do in government, and also be a big help to us. We also, if it works out for the summer, we'll see if we can institute the same program for the fall and spring semesters, and they can work on a part-time basis. It will not cost any money. They will be volunteering in the sense that they'll get the experience. That is another way that I thought that we could help our parish children as well as the budget, since we've taken all of the costs and that type of thing.
I think that's a great idea. Thank you for that. Anything else we can cut in the budget?
No. Done enough.
Anybody else have any items in this category? We don't get to our 5 or 6 million, we may have to come back. I'm just going to tell you that point.
I guess everybody's going to have to ultimately pony up down the road if it doesn't get back.
Yes.
So we got 205, not including salaries and wages, is that correct?
Correct. The only cuts I had on here were the 125 professional services, the 50 coming out of the consultants engineering, and the consultants accounting, 30,000.
With that, Mr. Chair, I'd like to move on.
Good.
I have one question, Mr. Chairman. What's the line item for the uniforms for $5,000?
I'm sorry, what was the question?
Uniform line item,
Our budget?
541.230.
You can take that out, we don't have
That says office supplies on mine.
Oh, I'm sorry, I thought is it uniforms?
541.230.
Oh, 230? No, that can come out right now.
Yeah,
Anything else?
I'm surprised that it's still there.
I was giving you the benefit of the doubt. Hopefully you'll
If
like
something
something
like
up.
that would put about $5,000 worth of uniform.
the previous parish attorney was looking at having us all wear uniforms at the office.
Which, by the way, is a good idea for all parish employees, to be honest, but I know we don't have the money for it.
Shirt and tie looks nice. It does.
Okay, Tommy, you got that 5,000?
I got it, yeah.
Bottom line is 210 now, Tommy?
Out of that
Yeah,
department,
210, correct.
just out of that
Oh,
department.
just that department, correct.
All right.
Yeah, we can, like I said, Michelle's keeping track of it, so we can kind of give you, it's not much more than that, but at this point, but we just started, so.
$250,000 you have?
242,980.
How many?
242,980.
So we got almost $250,000.
That's not including salaries,
No, right.
Okay. Next.
Okay, the next thing is the legal judgments department, page 33.
And that just 25.
Yeah, this is just like a contingency that's put in every year. But usually, it's more than, we try to put more than this, but this is what was put in this year.
And there's nothing in our legal department that would cover that.
I'm sorry.
No, whenever there's a judgment that's made, it's charged to a judgment. And what we would do is, as you can see in the past, you see the names that's down here. As the money's actually spent, we'll add a new code on it with that name on it.
It's when we settle a case.
Right.
Well,
Someone give me an explanation on the 195.9? The retirement claim?
it's a judgment, it's a retirement claim. Well, obviously, it's an old judgment. We're not under any obligation legally to pay any judgments, that actual court judgments against us. If you look at the budgets in Jefferson Parish and particularly Orleans Parish, there are millions and millions of outstanding judgments against those parishes that they have not paid. They just don't pay them because of their budgets. Okay, what we are obligated to pay are any settlements we make in a case that we feel we have to settle, and any federal court judgments that come down. But any state court judgments against the parish, we are under no legal obligation to pay them.
And just for your enlightenment, we have established kind of an in-house policy 8 years ago, well actually probably 10 or 12 years ago, that we would never pay a judgment and we would negotiate maybe down to 60 or 70% of the judgment and pay that. And I would hope that the legal department would revert to those old days of the prior administration or the previous administration.
Well, who was the president then?
I was
See me wink at you?
I saw that. But the point is that we didn't pay judgments like that.
I
And
agree
I hope
with
you
you.
go back to that, but the
Well, it's
question is this, the 195,962, I don't know that that actually was a judgment. And if we would like clarification, y'all could maybe clarify that.
And based on the several years I've been here, we haven't had judgments like that we paid. Almost every judgment has been an actual settlement. And there were some earlier judgments that the previous parish attorney did negotiate down.
Well, this one, I guess is what Ms. Solomon was asking about. Could you tell us some enlightenment on this one?
Well, we'll have to get back to you. I don't think either one of us has that on our fingertips right now.
I'm still not clear what she's talking about.
She's talking about item number 552-111, judgments and damages retirement claim.
Well, judging from the number, obviously it is a judgment of some sort. It's not a settlement. Settlements usually are a lump sum of some sort, a round number. This is obviously a judgment. We'll find out what it is, and we'll get back to you. If we're not under any obligation to pay it legally, and no one can lien public property by our Constitution, then you maybe in these particular hard times, you do have a very good point, and that is to negotiate some of these judgments because they may never get paid if they don't settle for less. I agree with you, 100%.
Well, can you tell us what this was after lunch? We'll go ahead.
After lunch, I'm not sure I can tell you after lunch, but I can. We'll give it a try. This 192,000 one. We gotta find out what it is.
Any further discussion on item number 431, legal judgments? If not, we'll come back to that after, you know?
I'm sorry, I didn't know.
If not, we'll come back to this after lunch if you don't mind making a note of that. Next.
If you want to revert back to parish president's budget now? Page 23.
Tommy, if I may, Mr. Chairman, I see the assessor's office is here, and we have them on for 11 o'clock. I just don't want to, I know they have a busy schedule, and if we have them for 11,
We can go ahead and move to the
Mr. Chairman, if you...
Mr. Chairman, let me interrupt. I don't think it'll take long. In other words, with my department, it should be very quick. If you just look at 521, 510, I'll go over the ones that we had an increase. We had a 100% increase in printing stationery forms. In 525, 132, we had telephone, mobile phones that are increased. Trophies, 532, 020. $1,000 in that particular item, and 532, the employee physicals was the one that went up the most, 700%. And then the only other one that looks like office equipment. So if you want to, we're willing to do our share, in other words, to help out the budget in any way, shape, or form. I would like to commend our legal department, since the one who asked them to make the sacrifices they did, totaling $165,000. And of course, I think it's a great plan that we have the internships with the Loyola and Tulane University law students in the future that will save the parish some money. But those are the only particular items that I think that you could probably look at.
Could you tell us about 532.001 professional services went from $435,000 to $57,500?
What item?
It's number 532.001, professional services general. It's up to $57,500 from the actual $2,200 spent in 2014, and 435 to 430 in 2013.
Yeah, I show that as 0% increase, but
Well,
I'll say this: the membership dues didn't go up, but the only one that I would be interested in continuing would be NACO, the National Association of Counties organization. That's the ones we met with in Washington, and spoke to them about helping us out. The other dues, I can eliminate those dues, since I'm not running for any particular office.
Right. I guess, you know, I'm looking at the 57,000 still.
There was a 0% from 14, 15. How much was actually spent in 14? Do you have an actual number on that?
2295 so far.
No, is that accurate though?
So if we could reduce that by 50,000?
Do we have a handle on what the 57,500 is? It's not a round number.
I'm running a report right now, I'm trying to get to it.
Yeah,
Exactly
it
what
may be
it
a
is.
existing
But a
contract
lot of
of
these
some
things
sort.
probably didn't have a, if they didn't have a comment put in, you know, when they actually put the budget in, which it probably doesn't, then I'm not gonna be able to tell you, you know, what we put in for.
Just again, just from looking at the number, it apparently is for some, to me anyway, it looks like it's for a contract of some sort by the old administration, because it's not a round number, it's just.
I mean, I know about most of them, but this one I'm not sure.
But you had 57.5 budgeted for 14, and you only spent $2,300.
Right. So let's move 50,000 out of there. Any objection?
Could we make that 25 just to see how it works out?
Well, we don't know what, we only spent 35 or whatever it is, 3,000.
Yeah, I'd like to get more clarification on that.
I'm gonna see if I have anything, like I said, when they put the budgets in informants, whoever put this budget in, they put either documentation or like a little note of what it was put in for, and I don't have anything on that, so.
How long would it take you? I mean,
Well, I mean, they didn't put it in when they put the budget in, see what I'm saying? Whoever put the budget in, didn't put the documentation with that.
I think
the department's budget.
I think the prudent thing to do would be to pass on this line item and get a full accounting and a full explanation of what it is before just precipitously saying, okay, take 25, take 50.
I mean, I don't think I'm
Yeah,
gonna say
the point is, there's no explanation for
right,
it.
I'm not gonna be able to give you an explanation, because like I said, the parish president's department put this in, you know, the previous parish president, and they didn't put any documentation there, so. I'm gonna try to find out if I can.
what do you think, I could put in 57,000?
Yeah.
No accountability?
Yeah, it was good.
So,
I mean, well, with all of these budgets, they put them in, they actually put them in the computer, and if they don't give us any documentation on it, or tell us what it is, then, you know, we don't really know what it is, or something, just the department's the one that put this in.
Once
I mean,
again,
of course, you didn't put the budget in, so you're not gonna know, the previous administration put it.
let me just say this.
Once again, I think the prudent thing to do would be to pass this for the time being, because none of us seem
How are
to
you
know
gonna find
what it's for. Well, maybe we can find out. I understand what Tommy said, but maybe we can find out. I would hate to take it out of the president's, I'm speaking for Mr. Cormier, but I would hate to take it out and then find out 6, 8, 10 months from now, we get a bill for $57,500 for some services that were given.
We have a limited amount of time here, and we're trying to get to a number. And if there's no explanation for it, this money can be put back in if you have an emergency, or if you need an appropriation for whatever it is that we are taking out. So just as easy as we take it out, we can put it back in. But today, we are trying to get to a number. And I appreciate the efforts of the legal department trying to defend these items, but there's no defense unless you call Mr. Nungesser and ask him why he put it in.
But the parish president is the parish president. And the parish president is due some deference regarding something like this. I believe that would be the proper and prudent thing to do, rather than sit here in a budget review hearing and say, oh, this, you know, if you can't see what it is, can't tell what it is, well, let's just take it out. I'm not defending him, I'm just saying that the prudent thing to do would be to get to the bottom of it. On an item that nobody seems to have a handle on.
You'll have about 3 weeks to do that, because the introduction will be on Thursday. We'll have 2 weeks to lay over. If you have a problem with it, then we can amend it out. Right now, we have a goal, and that's to balance this budget.
Correct.
And that's where I'm headed. And I'm hoping my colleagues are standing there heading in that same direction. And to continue on debating something when the finance department has no backup and no information to justify something in the budget, we need to move on.
Can I suggest taking out the 37,500 and moving on?
At a minimum, we request that you put in a separate ordinance and not in the general ordinance.
We do that.
I understand where you, about 50,000. I'm just trying to, it becomes somewhat of a compromise, do 37.5, leaves you with 20,000. We have to readjust later
And if
on.
we can't get to the bottom of it, we'll give it right back to you. The administration would go along with that, and like I said, if we can't find out by Wednesday, because we do realize that there's a time element involved here, and hopefully give us a couple of days to find out exactly what this money was about.
So how much you want to take out of that?
Mr. Chairman, I would,
37,500.
37?
So did he want 37,500?
37,500, yes.
Got it. 37.5.
Can you review the rest of the line items with the parish president office to take out?
Line item is 532,001, 37,500.
Are we reducing it to that, or are we removing
You're removing
37,500?
Removing it.
Reducing it to 20,000?
Yes, yes.
Right.
And there were some other line items that you wanted to contribute?
And just for you to look at, I don't know how far you want it to go. Trophies, plaques, and engravings, I'm not quite,
What's the number?
certain.
Right under that.
532, Tommy, was that,
Zero.
that's budgeted or not?
Which one, which line item, sir?
Trophies and plaques.
532,020.
The parish president would hand out, keys or, anything providing a service to the parish that he wanted to give recognition to, et cetera.
I mean, I can look and see what the expenditure was for, the 2013, well, no, not 13, I can do it in 14, there was no expenditure in 14. It was probably just contingency that was put in.
Thank
There's
you.
definitely not gonna be any kind of, documentation on that, I know, so.
I'm just saying that's
That's probably what it's for, yeah.
Mr. Comey, you think you'll be doing something like that?
Possibly, our director of public service might have something along those lines. I don't know if it's in his budget or not.
You've got money in his budget for trophies and for recreation.
That's recreation.
With all due respect, we're talking about $1,000. Can we just go through the budget? If the parish president wants to offer things to be removed, can we just go through that and have them removed instead of debating who's going to get a trophy or who's going to get a plaque?
No, Mr. Black, we need to come to a consensus and understand, are we gonna go along with trying to balance this budget based on Mr. Nunges's request, or are we gonna address the current parish president? That's the reason I directed it to Mr. Cormier. I don't expect to go over every line item.
My suggestion is just have the parish president, the current parish president,
Well,
offer what he wants to remove.
Mr. Joe didn't seem to want to go in that direction.
Excuse me?
Yeah, Mr. Russo asked you that earlier.
That's not accurate.
The parish president made some offers initially. I just want him to repeat those offers
I got some problems.
with the numbers. That way we can remove them immediately, and then we can move on to further discussion.
Yeah, the physicals would be the other thing. I'm not quite certain we need that much for physicals. It looks like it jumped up quite a bit. But that's just, basically all of that is just $1,000.
Right, and I'm looking for like 20, 30, 40
Right.
flat.
I mean, it's not gonna help us.
There's really not a lot to cut in the president's office.
All right. Any further items from the parish president?
Can we have a review of what was taken out? I still haven't gotten an
Yeah,
answer.
the only thing I have is that one line item, as of right now, unless y'all had something else for the legal, for the, professional services. Taking out 37,500, that's all I have.
Are you satisfied, Councilman Black?
Yeah, I'm satisfied.
Parish president general, are there any items in there?
Again, it's all bare bones, really, right down about 1,000. That was anything.
Okay. Moving on.
Let's go to the assessor.
Okay,
Go to assessor.
all right, let's revert back to the assessor.
Excuse me, may I make one other comment out on that? Mr. Roussel, you wanted us to run down for after lunch, this judgment of $195,962. We may be able to do that, but by the same token, it probably would be a better solution to discuss it in executive session that involves the litigation that's still ongoing. That's all. We can tell you what it is, but if we really don't want to get into the details.
Well, if it's a settlement.
It's also employees.
I would assume that if it's a settlement or a judgment, that the issue is completed and can be discussed publicly. If it's still ongoing litigation, then you can inform us in executive session.
Yes.
If it's not, we get an answer after lunch. What page is that, Tom?
Page 18.
What page the assessors on?
18.
Page 18.
18?
Yes, sir.
Page 18, right?
Okay, are you ready?
That, the gray one.
The gray one?
Yeah. 18. Should be at the
I'm
top.
colored, all right. This is like lavender to me.
There we go. Thank you.
All right, good morning, everyone. Hopefully I'll be a little bit lighter and short and sweet.
The green.
There we go. Good morning, everyone. Hopefully this will be short and sweet. What we passed out, I would be remiss if I didn't pass it out. Assessor Driver, I wanted to make sure that you all saw these. This is just an indication of what the assessor's office does for this parish. We are responsible for getting that value in that results in tax dollars coming into the parish. So that's for you to take home and look at and study. My name is Belinda Hazel, and I'm here today in my capacity as Chief Deputy Assessor for the Plaquemines Parish Assessor's Office, representing Assessor Bradley, who is unable to attend. I welcome the opportunity to participate in the hearing. The Assessor's Office operates from 2 physical locations, which are provided by you, the parish government. In one location, we house our personal property department. This department oversees the evaluation of all taxable movable property, machinery and equipment, furniture and fixtures, oil and gas wells, equipment and rigs, pipelines and watercraft, and this office is located in what I would probably always refer to as the tomato shed. 3 employees work from this office in addition to Assessor Bradley. Our second location is on the 2nd floor of the building at 301 Main. The office houses our real estate department. The real estate department is charged with the valuation of every real or immovable property in the parish, all land and buildings permanently attached. This office accommodates 10 people in addition to Assessor Bradley. The parish provides our offices and such furniture and equipment, supplies, and maps as needed by the Assessor's Office as provided for in Louisiana Revised Statute 33-4713. In return, the Assessor's Office strives to provide the most efficient and effective services possible to our customers, the landowners and property owners in Plaquemines Parish, all the while being good stewards of the parish funds. Our budget for 2015 represents a decrease as compared to 2014. And so I welcome the opportunity to participate in this hearing, and I'll do my best to answer any questions that you may have.
Thank you. Anything in the budget that you might be able to reduce?
We have $100 for communications and telephone. We have $470 for postage machines. I think we.
This is a standard question I ask everybody that sits behind us, and if you have the answer, no.
The answer is no, not to my knowledge. We have cut it down.
I see you guys have cut already 25%, so I appreciate that.
Yes.
I would like to ask the question, you did mention having 2 locations, one
Yes.
housing 10 and one housing
Yes.
3. Is it a possibility to maybe consolidate those
3
individuals to decrease expenditures on water, electricity, et cetera?
The 3 will not fit in with the 10, and the 10 will not fit in with the 3. So unless we're provided with additional square footage at one location or the other, it's not possible. It's my understanding that the sheriff's office will be moving out at some point in time.
Okay.
Um,
But your office is amenable to that?
Yes.
Okay.
It would be nice to have everyone under one roof.
Mr. Chairman,
Councilman Dowan?
I hope we'll be like courthouse soon enough we get everybody into one facility. Future reference.
Thank you.
All right. That was easy. Thank you very much. Good luck on the rest of the day.
Next.
Okay. Homeland Security. What's that?
You're going by your schedule?
Yes, sir.
Okay, Homeland Security, I think.
Okay, let's see who we got next on the,
Good God.
we can go through, we got a public awareness budget. That's part of the tax reference department. We can go through it real fast.
What page?
Page 34, that's the next page on the list.
Offices at those locations.
Got it.
You know.
Public awareness.
How are they gonna do that while you're doing new stuff back?
That's what I'm saying. Well, they're not. They're not. No. Just like consolidate people, different locations. Get rid of some buildings.
Well, this is not actually his department, this public awareness, this goes to the parish president's department.
Okay.
So if y'all have any questions on this one, we'll try to answer.
The technical services website design and maintenance, $20,000. Is that the parish website?
Yes, sir, I can tell you, that's right. That one is, we helped them with that one also, Mr. Russo. That's our Twitter accounts and things like that.
We had an earlier question about who maintains that website.
Scott Ori, I think is the gentleman's name, we have contracted. In-house, Jessica Ragusa, who's the PIO, does it, along with Patrick Harvey, who helps her when we have emergency stuff, we get it out on that. But Scott Ori, I forget the name of his company, that's the one who designed it for the parish and put it together.
Councilman Black, you had a question earlier on this.
Yeah, I did. And I don't see an issue with emergency stuff coming out. I think we do get that on a regular basis. And I think my question was just the parish website in general. So I don't think this has anything to do with Director Liger's
I don't know
office.
all the details.
Yeah, no.
Well, it brings up to my attention then, how many people we got dealing with the website?
Well, the emergency side, we do it, and we have things out. Jessica puts most of the normal postings out that y'all have. Anything that's required, obviously, with the bids and things like that.
How about the meetings?
I would imagine it would go through Ms. Ragusa, yes, sir.
No one at this time, we don't think the meetings haven't been on there for quite a while.
The parish council meeting?
Yeah.
I mean, we're trying to get to that problem.
Sure.
Earlier.
I would like to check on it.
I mean, I'm trying to do some efficiencies here as well, so if we can gather up who is responsible for the website, it'll be narrowed down to a contract, or if we have it in-house.
It's in-house, sir.
then
It's all posted in-house.
$20,000 is needed then?
A lot of that was a rebuilding of the website. I know it was rebuilt this year. It had to be brought up to date. We added a lot of stuff on Homeland Security side to it.
Any of the high-tech stuff, I mean, correct me if I'm wrong, but Ms. Ragusa can put in information and stuff like that, but anytime we're, changing pages or anything that requires a higher expertise, that's what we have to farm out.
But I'll be glad to find out about the council meetings. I wasn't aware of it.
So we need the $20,000 in the budget for technical services, website design and maintenance?
Yes, sir. I would say, a lot of it's done over the year where things have to be changed into the thing where we hire the gentleman, or we pay the gentleman to change it. We can't change it on our end.
Anybody else have any questions on this public awareness? Okay, where are we going to next?
Next, this is part of, disaster preparedness. You can go there, to 462, page 35.
Yes, you're up, Mr. Mayor.
468, Tom, or 462?
It's page 35, is it, you have 462?
No, I got 468.
This one is usually done by the parish president. It's just, to put in, things in case we would have a storm or something. It's not much money, $12,000 in for cots and, for food and things like that. So all this was put
Is
in.
this for the travel trip up north?
No, sir.
No, there's no travel or anything in that. This is just.
No, I'm talking about the food that we heard in our orientation that we held a food event up in Northern Louisiana for the people who sheltered our evacuees if we needed to.
No, there was nothing spent on food at all in here, so it wouldn't be, go through this budget at all.
So is this item needed? That's my question.
Well, it's just something put in there just in case we would need it. I mean, as you can see, there was no expenses in 2014 at all. $5,000 was spent in 2013, but it's just any cots or blankets or things like that that you can put in here.
And that could probably come out of my budget. We got
So we can
the,
take the 10, 12, 5 out?
I would guess so.
I mean, if you want to take it out, that's fine. So.
I'm trying to get $5 million.
This is not mine, so I mean, I can't, I hate to say take it out because it's not my budget, so
I think we,
12, 5, take out, please?
yes, sir.
Okay, next. All right, let's skip over safety. We'll come back to that one. On page 37 is Homeland Security, Emergency Preparedness. That's Mr. O'Dass's report.
All right, Mr. Mayor.
I'm up, I'm ready. I mean, I don't have any prepared statements to do so, but,
Well, I guess I'll ask you the normal question. What can you cut out of this budget?
we did 16,000 already, I think it was in the first ordinance, if that's correct, Tom. As you can see, normally, about 100,000, I do not spend out of my account. If you wanted to take part of that.
Give us some ideas so we can go that direction.
I mean, it's hard to say in individual line items, Mr. Russo.
Let me say this.
Okay.
The discussion was earlier that operating services and supplies are something that you can charge whatever you want in their category.
Yes, sir.
So you give us a couple of items that we can, like for instance, professional services general, 30,000. What is that?
Last year, we used that for purchasing of, not purchasing, I'm sorry, the maintenance of when we had cots and things of those natures, anything that we needed for supply.
You spent 7,000 in 2013,
Yes, sir.
14, and 2014. So now you still have cots, or you need new cots?
Yes, sir, no, they're fine.
So we can take 25,000 out of that. 30,000. What can we take?
You can take the whole, you can take 25, sir.
25.
Professional services?
Yes, professional services general reduced by 25,000. Anything else you see in there?
Yes, sir.
Anybody else have any questions? Employee training, you still need 10,000 employee training?
Yes, sir. I don't think I spent quite that much, but obviously we're required to do a lot of stuff over the year.
Right, I see your history is about 4,000. Technical services communication, you know what that's for?
13,000?
Yes.
Spent about 3,000 last year on it. That's all the radio stuff that we have. If we have to maintain things. We cover a lot of that also out of the telecommunications budget.
So you're absorbing it?
Yeah. Are we work on a percentage, or we just haphazardly taken.
We're taking whatever is got.
So, my initial answer is none, obviously, but,
Well, this is.
I mean, 10,000 out of that, Mr. Russo, I think would be fine,
Okay.
because we spent 3,000 last year.
What we're asking is somebody to come to the table that can offer up before we have to get to across the board or whatever the time that they is.
But I mean, as you know, obviously with this department, or with any of my departments here, if I have a storm, I could blow that 13,000 out, I wouldn't know. I can't say today, obviously, that we're not gonna spend the 13,000, but based on last year with no storm, I'd be glad to give up another 10,000 to you.
Okay.
And I'm sure you're aware that we have a $3 million emergency fund in the.
And I don't think that's near enough, Mr. Russo. I think you will agree on that. If we're the only parish hit, that 3 million, we're gonna suck that up, and every year I complain to the parish council before and now to y'all also. And I know we don't have no money now, but that money will not last us for debris cleanup, even in a storm. So, I mean, in reality, we don't have a lot there, if we get hit.
I agree.
Okay.
Anybody else have any item on Homeland Security, performance on these pages? Professional services general, 120,000. That was zero, now it's 120,000. You know what that's for? Or that's Homeland Security Emergency Preparedness Grant.
Oh, that's grants that we get over the year. Tommy puts it into our budget prior, and then we just work straight against the grant. That's grants we get from the state.
And if you take anything out of this, I'm gonna have to take it out of the revenue.
Yeah, we
This is
can't.
not really gonna help you any, so.
Yeah.
But it's a grant.
It's a grant,
It's
correct.
a grant, right.
We keep it separate so that it doesn't get confused with this, regular budget. Right.
And the expenditure capital outlay equipment general, 286,000, that's a grant.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir, this whole thing, 469, that department is a grant.
And out of that 469, I think some of that's the sheriff's office too, right, that 20%.
Yeah, no, not this
No,
budget.
no, not that.
This is all your grants.
Yes, sir, that's a state grant that we get.
Anybody else have any questions?
So his total is 35?
Yes, ma'am.
What's that?
Yes, you want me to call out the changes, just so everybody knows? Okay, line item 5, professional services general, increase 25,000. And 535,705 technical service communications, decrease 10,000. Total 35,000.
But didn't he say he took out 12,500 before?
We took out 16,000 something on that first, that audit you put in. Oh, 12,000 disaster.
Right, disaster preparedness, that was the one before that. On page 35. Page 35, we took the whole thing out.
Right. So it's 40.
Thank you, Mr. Junior, for giving me that credit.
Anything else?
Okay, we move on to,
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, God.
page 40, economic development, I think we're staying at.
He's out there.
Well, she's gonna, break it. Good morning. Thank you for coming. Okay, you ready? I guess the first question is, items in the budget that you can offer up for removal?
The 521.105, which is advertising, the budget's $50,000. I would like to be able to keep the $35,000 that I spent last year to keep the branding program alive that we have at Plaquemines Parish. So I could give $15,000 on that line item. If you go to professional services general, it's $50,000. Again, I could give up $35,000 of that.
What number is that?
That is 532.001. I can give up professional services photography. You cut 2,000 or even 2,500 out of that. I would like to keep the 535.105, which is the internet. Last year I only spent $503, but that money will be used this year as we upgrade the internet for the tourism website. You can go down to 551.105, travel expense. You can take all of that, or you can take half of that. I don't envision any travel, but you never know. And then last but not least is 557,605. That's $75,000, and I could cut $37,000 to $40,000 out of that item.
Okay. Thank you very much.
I've done this before.
I see that. Thank you very much. You have a, Tom, you have those items?
Well, he said either way, so I want to make sure, okay, got the
We
first
go
one.
this way.
Advertising 521,105,
Numbers.
15,000.
Numbers, give us the number, please.
Yeah. 521,105, that's one.
Yes.
Operating advertising, 15,000 decrease. The next one I have is professional services general, 532,001, 35,000 decrease.
Mike?
530. No, sorry. 532,360, professional services photography, decrease 2,500. Okay, the next one I have was 551,105, travel. Take the whole 2,000. $557,605, special promotion. He had 75,000. How much did you say staying on that one?
40.
40. That's all I had on that one.
That's all.
Okay.
I would say make the best use of our newly appointees.
That's $112,500.
We thank you very much for that.
94,005.
94,000 what?
94,005.
You got a higher number, see what we missed.
My mistake.
Your mistake, huh?
I took 2,000 to 20,000. Sorry, I was doing it in my head.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Anybody else have any comments or questions? Hearing none? Yes, sir?
I do have a question.
Is public comment allowed here?
You can, what we're doing right now is just taking the department heads and, if you want to make a comment, we can do that. You have something on every item or you?
On this item.
Okay.
You know, with
Sure.
Warren Lawrence and 120 Timber Canal Lane. And the general public sitting here looking at this, and the price, I'm looking at something and saying, a person put in this budget, walks in here and says, I can reduce this budget. I don't quite understand where we're going. If they made the budget, know they can reduce it, what are we doing here today? Did we give the opportunity for the administration? The other budget that was created by Mr. Nungas and his group should be thrown in the garbage can. And let this new administration come in here, throw out the old one, and submit a new budget to you to review. I think this is working totally backwards. If this gentleman, I don't know if he made this budget, I don't know who he is, but if he made this budget, can walk in here and say he took 20% of his budget out today to satisfy you, then it was an overinflated budget to start with. And that's just a comment I'm making. I can't sit here and the public's going to look at something like this and say, this is a bunch of nuts.
Well, let me just, for the record, say that I don't see any nuts up here, but I can tell you what, we are sitting here with a budget that we inherited.
Correct.
And we are trying to clean this budget up. And to take and throw it out the window and start from scratch would take us forever, because I don't believe in starting from scratch on anything in government. I believe on building the strengths and reducing the weaknesses in government. And in this budget, we all know that it was an inflated budget. It's no secret. We know that. We have to have a starting point. The starting point is you take what's on the books and you modify or refine what's on the books now. So for anybody to sit up here and say we're going to rescind the ordinance and throw the book out the window and start over would not be practical, because we have to have an operating budget. And when you're operating government, on a day-to-day basis. If you did that, you wouldn't be able to pay the bill, you wouldn't be able to pay the light bill. So we have to start with what's on the table today, and that's where we're at. And for him to come in here and reduce the budget voluntarily is fine, because at the end of the day, if we short 2 million, then we will step up and grab the 2 million from somewhere. And it may be boned. So that's why we are doing what we are doing today, trying to make a balanced budget on what was given to us. And so it's got to be some type of continuity for us to get to where we want to go. And that's why I keep saying that we have to go further to the 5 million that we're looking for, if we accept the fact that the other ordinance that's on the table will be adopted. If not, then we're looking for a total of 15 million. So that's why we're sitting up here, and it may look unorthodox, but there's no nuts up here.
Well, I'll take that back to nuts, but.
Thank you.
What I'm saying, and trying to just to reply to you, is if the new administration came in and looked at the budget when they came on board and said this is inflated, fraudulent budget, did you give them the opportunity to submit to you before you review it another budget that, in their opinion, they could cut?
Well,
that's why I'm saying you're cutting Mr. Nunges's budget.
Yes.
The new administration evidently didn't go in and submit you a new budget in replacement of that.
No, they did not, but they are welcome to chime in at any time.
Well, I mean, from the public standpoint, it seems like the new administration is responsible for the budget. Now, Mr. Nunges did what he did, whether it was right or wrong. He submitted that budget, and who did he submit it to? Not to you.
No, but he submitted it to the people that sat before us.
I know that, and what I'm saying is, when the new administration, when you came on board, you should have been expecting a budget, a realistic budget from the new administration. Here,
Thank you, I appreciate that, and we will continue to move forward till we get to the point that we need to move.
Mr. Chairman, as I stated last time, the whole concept of our administration is to move forward in a methodical approach without panicking, without coming in and disturbing the rules, processes that have to be followed in order to get to this particular point. That's exactly why we're here today, to hear your comments as well as the various departments' comments on how we can make this budget more palatable to the general public.
Thank you. Yes, sir.
I'd like to change the subject for a second. The Plaquemines Day at the legislature is coming up on the 29th of April. In times past, the parish council has put funds into economic development to pay for that. For planning purposes, I have to ask the question of the council, do they plan on funding that process this year, or am I to use the funds that I currently have?
I would suggest you use the funds you currently have. Okay. My suggestion.
That's a good idea.
I have a question, Mr. Chairman.
Yes, ma'am.
Do you have any streams of revenue that you can offer? Or are you looking at any projects that can generate revenue as far as economic development and tourism is concerned?
Well, tourism is ongoing. Tourism at one point was a $37 million industry in Plaquemines Parish. It's up to a little bit over $70 million today. So that brings in sales tax and into the hotels, motels, restaurants at all. Economic development is, I can tell you that there are 1,059 licensed businesses in Plaquemines Parish that are actually physically doing business in Plaquemines Parish. Those people pay revenue. Do I have streams of revenue from economic development? No. Economic development, their purpose in life is to bring people in, expose them to Plaquemines Parish, for them to develop businesses. There's basically three types of businesses. There's big business, there's small business, which is the majority in Plaquemines Parish, and then the third leg of the stool, as I like to say, is the air base and the economic impact that the air base brings. But those are the legs of the stool. I don't have a revenue stream, no ma'am.
Okay.
Other than the hotel motel tax that's reverted back to the parish, that goes into our general fund?
No, sir, that $150,000 goes in, has been going into the general fund, and then it is a line item in my budget that comes back from the state rebate of the hotel and motel occupancy tax. But then there's the tourism commission that was created,
Oh, yeah.
and then they're gonna have a 2% occupancy tax. But they're a standalone commission.
You know, I understand that, but my comment actually is that we do receive a remittance of the hotel motel tax to the parish, which was increased earlier from 150,000 to 250, or what the number was?
Something like that, yeah.
We had that earlier in our revenue, and that's what has been used to fund some of this gentleman's department, correct?
That is correct.
So to say that we have a revenue stream, I guess that's what I'm trying to clarify. That's where we get some of the money to fund this department.
One other question.
Junior.
With those rodeos they give, you don't get a percentage of the rodeos?
No, sir.
They're using our waters, they're using everything from us.
They use, the way the funds come back into the parish is when the people come into the parish and they use the marinas and they use the restaurants and they use the hotels.
Taxes.
That's where the taxes come back. Do we charge? No, because the parish doesn't own a marina, doesn't put on the rodeo, that type of thing. We have boat harbors, but not marinas for those types of
I
programs.
understand that, but I think it would be for your benefit to go talk to them, and they do have a rodeo, if they can donate something for you for the parish date, I think that would help out.
No problem, happy to do it.
Any further comments or questions on this item? Seeing none, we have, thank you very much for coming.
Thank you.
Contribution. Someone had asked me, you had asked me about somebody taking before we break for lunch?
Yeah, because Guy is over telecom, unless he left. Here he is.
I got telecommunications this week, so if you want to do that real quick.
Well, where are you on the schedule? You're not on there?
Yeah, he's on, it was on there with the,
President Department?
Madam President Department.
Okay,
That's fine.
we're ready.
I'm ready for your stuff.
Go to page,
Can you do top the gentleman that was just before you?
Not as much, but I can.
89.
I learned that, quick learning out there.
Page 89?
528, 510, Mr. Russo, maintenance of property and equipment.
hold on, guys.
Oh, sorry. And also to answer about the council meetings being posted on the website, I just checked, she said they post them the Tuesday prior to the council meeting.
Yeah, you're not able to view them. When you click on it, it's like it's blocked.
Okay.
That's the message I'm giving you. Is that what you're getting, Will, as well?
What do you mean view blocked what?
I didn't see any council meetings. It was all 2014 meetings. So I didn't even see any from 2015.
You talking about the video of y'all's?
Yeah, yeah, absolutely.
Oh, okay, when we get that from Guy, and then they post that Bob does, but I'll find out why those weren't. I'm sorry. I thought it was the dates of them.
So you're able to go on and there are meetings for you to view, but it's just.
From
previous meetings?
2014, nothing from 2015.
And we get the little disc from Guy and them, and then Bob uploads them into the
Sorry
system.
about that. I've tried several times and I wasn't able to.
Yeah, I had to go to YouTube. I just want the public to be able to view
Sure,
a
sure.
meeting prior to the next meeting in case they have any questions or see introductions and whatnot.
I'll check on that.
Okay, sir.
Telecommunications.
What number? No, I'm talking about what.
Oh, I'm sorry. 528, 510, maintenance of property and equipment. Got that.
528, 510. Okay,
11,000.
okay,
I'll give you the whole 11.
good.
Go down a little further. 528, 710. Tell my telecom guy to hold your ears on all this and we'll take you a minute. 25,000. 528, 710.
Okay,
Give you the whole 25 on that one. And go down a little further, 535, 205.
wait, you skipped 532001 professional service.
Oh, yeah, I'll tell you how we use all that. That's right. That's all for maintenance of our comm sites, generators, all our towers. We have air conditioners in each one of them.
These are contracts?
Our VoIP systems. We have, no, it's not ongoing contracts. We use it during the year when we have to bring in professionals like Motorola, the guys that climb the towers, all that type of stuff. And as you can see in the previous year, I mean, we used almost 100% of that part. So that's definitely an expense to maintain all of our towers.
All right, go back.
Go down a little further, road. 535, 205, technical service computer program. The whole 6,000. And employee training, 551405. 10,000. I'll give you half of that, please. 5,000.
You give them 5?
Yes, sir. And then I'll be glad to answer any other ones you might have, Mr. Russo.
Communication equipment, so forth, 20,000, those are all capital outlay projects that you think you need.
Yes, sir, we found that like a lot of things like the air conditioning units in the towers or, there's just so much that telecom covers. So, break jams every year, replace and things like that.
This board right here that went out at the last meeting.
Okay. Anybody else have any questions or comments on this item, telecommunications? Small tools and general equipment, 10,000. That's small tools.
Line carries all of that stuff with you.
Okay. Anybody else? Anybody else?
What you told me?
That's the power of the generators. The one in Ironton, actually, we're upgrading that one in Ironton right now to full war propane because right now it's only a 1 or 2 day cycle that it will run if we lose electricity there for the tower. And as you know, that area stays flooded sometimes after a storm for a week. So we're upgrading where we'll have a week's worth of propane there. Because it's hard for us to bring propane on a boat to get it there. We have to use a flat boat and it's a big jury rig where it's not very safe. So we're increasing that one.
Okay.
Page 157.
Yeah.
Page 157.
On now one, I'm going to request that we don't reduce that at all. You can look through that budget and you can see that there's not a lot of, as Mr. Warren called it, fluff. But now one, I know that particular budget is obviously very important to the parish itself.
Page
How many? How many thousand?
47,000.
Okay.
Jumping around, whatever.
911 is on page 157. 911 is a separate fund, however, it does have a transfer from the general fund, so anything you change here will make that effect.
Okay, John?
Yes, sir, that's why I request to stay the same.
You accept it? You what?
I request to stay the same, that's nothing I see in there.
Professional services, general, tell me about that.
No one, yes, sir. That's probably gonna be, let's see, make sure, I'll tell you probably. Which is,
Professional services, general, 157.
157,001.
What I'm looking for is the contract, the outside contract.
Yes, sir, we do. We have, what we've initiated in the last 2 years is Intrado is the company. It's about $14,000 a month we pay to maintain all of our 911 products. It was also the upgrade that we did when we brought the sheriff's office on board 2 years ago, put it into our system upstairs. We found that if we had to keep calling these professional companies, Intrado especially, the Motorola and Intrado all deal with the 911, where the girls sit, the consoles. For us to call them out if there's a problem, it's very expensive. There's also the software changes. It seems like, as you know with a cell phone, it seems like monthly. So we chose to go into a contract with them, $14,000 a month. We lease all the equipment, we own none. They come out 3 or 4 times a month to check everything, to upgrade. So in the long run, it saves us a lot of money. I feel that. And that's what we show the numbers.
What are the contracts for the outside employees in this budget?
Outside?
Yeah, we have several contracts with outside retired employees.
That was in the telecom, so.
Those are still there? Those contracts needed, I had this.
No, it's not a contract. When they were hiring, when they needed people to supplement in telecom, they had brought back past employees and paid them on an hourly basis.
Are those still needed?
They've been reduced since I've been there. We've reduced it a lot last year and the year before. And this year, I don't think we've used them at all yet.
So are they in the budget? Did you find that in item?
They still do it full-time, or they actually?
No, it's contract employees. Contract, so I'm not quite sure where they were coming from.
Well, we'll give you time to look at that. Anybody else have any questions? I'd like to look at those before. You can write a note on those.
It's 2 of them, and those are facts.
About $60,000-$70,000.
I think you're right. Yes, sir.
Thank you. We need to look for those.
And I'll find out, Mr. Russo, I'll find out how they do it.
Now, I was told that those were winding down and that we didn't need those employees.
Correct.
Contracts any longer.
Right.
So I just want to verify that we don't need those contracts any longer.
Okay, and I mean, I think, might be speaking off the cuff, but I don't think it was actually a contract. I know we use them as contract labor, but I'm not sure.
We
It might be on the preference.
Because the legal department handle that, we pay them without a contract.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Can we get a total on telecom?
You have a total on that?
Yeah, 47,000.
47,000.
47,000. All right, at this time, we're going to stick to our schedule and break for a quick lunch break. I ask you to be quick and come back and we'll start again. Who's next?
I think we can go to civil service next, and Ellen is in, so.
He doesn't have anything to do with that, does he?
Who's next?
Glenn.
Glenn?
Meeting back to order at 12:30. We call the meeting back to order at 12:30, and it's requested that when you speak, please turn your mic on so you'll be heard. Okay, Mr. Sir.
Okay, a couple more departments that we have scheduled before we go to capital improvements. The next one will be civil service, and that is on page 56 of the great page.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. I've reviewed my budget. I don't have a very large budget, but in looking through what we have on the proposals, item number 521.110, operating services, advertisement, and employment. I have $1,000 budgeted there. I don't foresee any advertisement that I may have. In the event I do, I would be using the bottom line on that, so that $1,000 we can reduce. On 532.390, professional services, employee physicals, I have $250 in there. I don't foresee that, so we can remove that from the budget. On 532.390, professional services, employee physicals, I have $200 in there. I don't foresee needing that, so we can remove that. 551.150, employee expense, travel, other. Sometimes the civil service leagues has us travel to other areas in Louisiana. I had $750 budgeted there, that I can remove that, and if I need that, I'd be using my bottom line. 554.505, official fees, clerk of court, I have $70 on there. I don't have any commissioners that will be coming up for renewal this year. Next year I will, so the $70 I can remove from there.
Okay, let's talk about some money now. Professional services, general, $12,500.
On the professional services, in that area, that's where my court reporter for our appeals is budgeted through there. We just hired Greg Alexander to do supervisor training. The money for him is coming out of there. When we hire Creative Compensation Solutions to review job descriptions or so, that comes out of that area. I don't know that we would use that much, but that's where that funding is for. I mean, if you wanted to cut it back, you know, maybe 3,000 or so.
How many?
3,000. At our last training last Friday, some of the supervisors had asked that we do some training for the employees themselves. If we were to do that, it would come out of that line item also.
Okay, office supplies, $7,400.
7,400. That was increased last year because our paper, which I think was 2,500, was charged, or we had it budgeted in another area, and we moved it to that area. So most of that is like for the paper duplicating when we do eligibility lists and that sort of stuff.
Yeah.
Mr. Edgecombe?
The 548.1, I'm sorry, 548.105, the fuel gasoline. The increase on that is because,
We are now going back and forth from Belle Chasse to Fort Self for 4 days a week in the parish vehicle.
okay, and I guess in these times if needed, we could possibly move to one office and cut back on that.
I think the council had wanted it to be that way. We had the offices stored and the files in Belle Chasse. And there, I mean, we still do testing when we do, we would like to at least be able to offer the testing in both areas.
Completed, Mr. Edgecombe?
As of right now, yes, sir.
Mr. Lapine?
I see from 2015 to 2014 that you decreased your budget, Alan, 20%.
That's about our
I mean, I want
salaries.
to compliment you on that for just being a little
Thank you.
bit better like, but why was it, I guess, so inflated in 2014?
2014, we had budgeted, we had Mr. Caradellis was in there at a higher salary, and then when he retired, salaries were reduced there, and then, the administrative assistant, the civil service administrative position, salary was reduced. So you saw a big decrease in our salaries overall. So we have a young department in there, so a big chunk of that came from salaries.
All right, thank you.
When you say a big chunk, I see in 14 you had payroll and all was 222, and in 15 it's 225,000. Where are you talking about the big decreases?
Oh, well, from the proposed budget at the beginning of the year, I think at mid-year they reduced those numbers.
Any further comments or questions?
You guys don't have anything to do with payroll, right? As far as, I guess my question is I don't know if people know this, but everybody gets a check in the mail, which I think is absurd. But you guys have nothing to do with that? That's not on?
We don't send the statements out. That would come from finance.
Finance, okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, they don't get a check, but they do get a stub, pay stub, yeah, with the, like a direct deposit stub, correct.
Not all. I haven't seen that in 15 years, but I mean, we'll get to that when we come to it. Just remind me, please.
I just want to say, if we didn't send them out, we have about 300 calls, from the employees.
Well, we have an option to opt out of it.
Yeah, it's something that we can look at. I mean, if there's another way we can get them.
I mean, if we have X amount of employees getting, I mean, it just goes right in the trash to me. It doesn't make any sense. So we'll get to that one. I just wanted to make sure it wasn't on the URL, but.
Well, I did address that with Mr. Terrio, and we're gonna look at some stuff maybe this year to have that automated online. It could be several $100,000.
Yeah, I think it's all water, yeah.
So you don't get a check stub anymore, but you still get paid, huh?
Yeah, you still get paid, but I mean, I tell you, at least have an option. Some people may not have availability to email.
Everything's direct deposit, but you have to watch, some people will apply for, like, special services or what have you. They need those check stubs.
Right, but that may be a small percentage.
Right. And I think a lot of the times they'll call payroll to print the past check stubs in order to bring that in for verification.
Yes, they do. I mean, it's, like I said, if we didn't mail them out, it would just, but we can look at other options of ways to do it.
I just don't think a lot of people in other companies who are trying to make money do that.
Yeah. Well,
I know we're trying to make money, we're not trying to spend money either.
I just think that we should, at least before we go in that direction, Mr. Black, I think we should do a survey of the employees to find out, because as Ellen said, in working at Community Action, I know that was a great need for folks that applied for the services of Community Action. They had to verify the income, and it was much easier for them to have that on hand rather than a requested through other departments. So that might be a survey of some sort that we can do, do with the employees.
Yeah.
Although most employees have email addresses set up, and if the stubs can be sent to your email, they, it would be a source for them to
Right.
have it, to be able to print their own stuff.
Every employee has an email address, right? And you can get a PDF of the check stub.
I don't know if all of them, I don't know if the ones in the field actually have it, but it could possibly be set up.
Or at least make it an option where if you don't want a check stub, you don't have to get one. I'm just looking to save quite a bit of money. I mean, as Mr. Bird said, it's a couple $100,000 that we're spending on mailing check stubs.
Yeah, there's actually some software, I know we do with my company, and each employee can go to this website and actually print their check stub or W-2. The first year we implemented that, we saved several $100,000. Mr. Terry and I actually spoke about that briefly a few weeks ago.
We can look at the software system that we have and see if there's something we can do.
Right,
I'm
just to
sure
make
there's
it
something.
accessible to the employees.
Okay, any further comments on civil service item? Could you give us the grand total?
Yes, sir. 5,270.
5,270. Thank you for your contribution.
Thank you.
Okay.
Okay, while we have GIS department manager here, we can move to GIS.
Okay.
Okay.
94.
Moving to page 94. Welcome.
How y'all doing?
We're doing fine now. I'd like to know if you have anything up to talk.
Yes, sir. Line item 535-305, which is technical services software support. I have $9,000 in there. I haven't had to use that in the last 2 years, so I don't see having to use it in the foreseeable future either, so if you'd like that.
Which one is that?
535-305. I also have 551-405, which is employee training, which you can do a lot of that online now for free, so that'd be another $2,000.
All these copy machines and postage and all that comes out of your budget, but are you located in another building?
I'm in with engineering.
Do they have this copy machines and all of that in their budget as well?
I'm sure they do. I have all the big plotters. They have the smaller
Whose
stuff.
budget do we take it out of? Is it a duplication is what I'm asking?
They have the larger plotters that they
The big maps.
supply us for.
So there's no duplication?
No, sir.
Even though you're in the same building?
Right.
All right, anybody have any other comments or questions? None? Thank you for your contribution. You got a total, Tommy?
11,000.
11,000.
Thank Yeah, we may still be down there. Going in.
Across the board? You may have to do it. That was
Okay, next one we can do is I have left on the president's departments is Mr. Blair Renner for land. I guess we can do that one first. And then Mr. Vincent Frelick for the coastal zone.
Okay.
105.
What is it?
Page 105.
105?
Good evening, everyone. Right now, I have under professional services.
We're gonna move to 107 first? Page 107.
Yeah.
under professional services and consultants, I have a total of $270,000. I'm going to request 242 to stay in. We could remove 28,000 out of
Let's go
those.
by the line items.
Yeah.
Okay, I didn't do the math on each line item,
That's
but let's
okay.
say,
We'll do it for you.
let's do it, take line item 532.001.
Yes.
That's general services professional. Let's just take it all out of that. 28,000.
Now, what is that for?
Mr. Russo, in the past, I used to put in funds in my professional service accounts to handle my consultants. And now, of course, with the present system, we have to encumber these funds. And basically, what I need to do is move my professional services and consultant funds into projects, which I have not done. So my point is I was going to remove 28,000 out of the total and then encumber the remaining funds.
I know, but I think the point is we're trying to find out what the money is for.
Right. Well, I have, okay, yeah, I have, right now with NOV and WBV, that's New Orleans to Venice, and West Bank and vicinity. Okay, we presently have 18 construction projects that are ongoing.
They come out of line 53, to hot 32.001.
Well, I mean, I pulled from all of the line items, out of professional services and consultants, which is 534. I pulled from those accounts for those, for those services. And again, we have those projects that are ongoing, plus we have 11 new projects that are expected this year.
Let me say this. Similar to what the legal department did earlier, they have the cases listed out and a number by the cases, so to speak.
Right.
So here, when you just see levy consultant and professional services and general and those type of things, it doesn't really give the council or the public an idea where that couple $100,000 is going. So I guess my suggestion would be that, for instance, you got levy consultant, 100,000, you got consultants, levy manager, 50,000, those type of things. For instance, the consultant's levy manager, is that still needed?
Well, I mean, again, I was going to move these into project, consultants, which we do need. We have several.
Let me just say this. I would suggest that you get a list of the projects and a breakdown of whatever contracts you have and obligations you have under the consultants, and let us know what we're looking at other than just keep going back to saying consultants.
Right, okay. Well, let's take 28,000 out of that budget, and then I'll calculate the remaining funds to go, to go into other areas. Item number 541.010. I was going to remove 4,000 from that budget. Item 541.040. I was going to remove 1,000 from that budget. Item 541.060. I was going to remove 2,000 from that budget. Item 543.520, remove 1,000. Item 546.001, remove 1,000. Item 548.105, remove 3,000. And item 551.105, I was removing $800. And item 563.005, remove 2,000. and that's all I have.
Okay. Anybody have any comments, questions? Tony?
I don't know if you answered it earlier, but I would like to go back to that levy manager. Is that person still in place or?
Actually, Ms. Audrey, that person has retired, but I have a need in mitigation that I was going to move those funds to a company, to fund. Right now, I know I can't come to y'all. I'm out of money for 2014. I have 4 or 5 consultants that I don't have any funds, NOV, WBD, everybody's zeroed out. So what I was going to do is use these professional service funds to fund them for 2015. And that's why I was requesting to keep everything but 28,000 out of those budgets. I didn't break it down, some of these budgets you can see, I have $100 in it, $200, $5,000. I'll probably just pull it out of one budget line item and then encumber the rest against contracts for these projects for the ongoing.
I think the point is that the $250,000 made up in those consultants and professional service fees is what we want to know.
Yes, okay, right. I mean, I can submit it when you want it.
This afternoon will be fine.
Okay, all right, okay.
Any questions? Any further questions? Administration?
That's all I told you.
42,800.
Thank you for your time.
Yes, sir, thank you. I'll get you.
Okay, we're going to go back to page 105, and that's coastal zone management.
Okay, Mr. Fellows.
Okay, Mr. Chairman, our transactions for the year, $353,673, and we will allow $413,630. I'd like to keep $25,000 of the savings. It looks like we got $50,000. I'd like to keep $25,000 of that for maintenance, transportation, like aerial transportation, not necessarily use it, but to have it.
What line item are you on?
Well, this is the total.
See what it takes.
That's
Excuse me. Mr. Russo?
Yes.
Mr. Ritter's going to get that information that you requested, but I don't think I don't think it's good to have it by this afternoon. It may take until tomorrow or Wednesday. By the time these hearings are done, he'll definitely have it to you.
Okay, well,
I mean, it's a big undertaking from his day right now. That's all. I'm just asking if possible.
I understand. Well, that's fine. Just be aware that all budgets are subject to being reduced further.
Yeah.
And
But
so
to break out that
the more
number.
justification you have, the more chance you have of keeping your money, and be money.
Right. Okay, fine, thank you.
All right, Mr. Fellows?
okay. Line item 510. We let's see, in wages we spent $202,881.90. Our budget was $237,680.
We're gonna deal with the payroll when we get to the manpower structure. So if you want to just address the operating services and supplies portion, that'll be.
Okay.
Are you on? Let me ask you this: are you on coastal zone management 772?
I have no idea.
Operating services. Okay. Operation services and supplies.
Yes, sir.
Item 521, $250. Publication and legal notices, 500. Operation services subscription dues is $50. Operation services and membership dues is $500.
But are these items that you're recommending that we remove, or you just going through?
No, I'm just giving,
Okay. What we would like to do is look at some numbers that exceed 1,000.
You can cut it half.
okay, our,
For instance, like professional services general, 25,000. Do you need all of that?
yeah. Okay, 25,000, we probably could cut, say 10,000.
15?
Come on, man, give me a break. Gotta go 10 on that. 10,000. Okay?
All right.
Professional services, $500. Technical services,
Are you reducing that?
supplies and office, no, this is the cost, this is what's costing.
They just want to know what you can do.
Yeah, right, give us something like over 1,000.
Okay, I'll tell you what I can do, the total cost of my operations is, $353,000, and we will allow $413,630, that's $50,000. And, I'd like to keep $25,000 of that, of those funds for, maybe expenses for, aerial views of the projects. So I can give you 25,000.
25,000 out of
Total, 25,000.
operating services and supplies?
Right.
Okay, so we'll take it out of the, we gotta find something. Yeah. What we'll do is, excuse me?
Professional services in general is 25,000.
All right, we'll take that 25, you still owe us 10, but you gave us 10 a little while ago.
Come on.
All right, let's remove the 25,000 from there, and then you can use these items, operating services and supplies, wherever you need them. If you need a professional service, then you can move it around within that category.
Okay, sounds good.
Okay, is that it that you have?
That's it, man.
Okay.
Okay,
What about coastal zone land?
that was the one we just did for Blair, yeah. I think that's all the ones we have, that are special departments that don't have the records. So, at this time, if you want to revert back to capital improvements, we can do that. Yeah, and we'll get Ken and Blair. We can go to the small book for this one. We're going to the blue tab, which is 5-year capital improvement plan.
Everybody's in the small book, in the blue tab?
So we're gonna start on the blue tab in the small book. Is that what's good?
Tommy, what's the correlation between this, blue tab and what you gave us for the last council meeting? Is it the same thing?
Project, it's the same thing, you just kind of changed it up a little bit because we have so many proposed amendments and things like that, that's already out there. We wanted to make sure you could see that on this report. So if you look at there's a column all the way on to the right, I think that's the one we added.
Right. The red lines are the ones that are on the $7 per barrel ordinance. They're included in that one to be removed.
Any numbers that ain't red. One with the red line, proposed.
Does everybody have a clear understanding of that all of those red line items under the PPG general fund, or the ones that are on the ordinance, on the agenda?
That's right. And if you look at the total of that yellow column, which is red, you'll see that's the 5,021,000, which is the exact amount that's on that ordinance. It'd be taken out of capital projects.
We just made up 5 million.
Maybe 5 million right there.
We can go home.
As I stated in the last council meeting, thank you.
The blue lines or ordinances that are on the table that are, like Mr. Black has one that he's trading around some money, switching for the streets. So we have T1 or T2 on the side that shows the transfers on where they're gonna go.
So basically, those projects are already, well, you know, they're on the table to be voted on.
To be removed, to be transferred to a different project.
Where do you see the T1 and T2?
Way on the side, where you see.
All the way on the right.
What does that represent? T1.
Margin.
Okay, so like, I mean,
If you look at like a T1 and you look at another T1, that's where it's being transferred to. So if you see,
like West Virginia Road, we have negative 123, 141 in the yellow column. And then down at the bottom, you see another T1, number 44, gear replacement, Del Chase Pump Station.
it's an increase, so that's where the money's gonna be going to.
And it also includes the T1, number 21, Reach Sea Culvert, the negative 100. So they just all kind of, we're just switching.
Moving money around.
Moving
But
money
but
around.
those ordinances are already on the table, so we didn't want y'all to think that was something that we you see, because it's something there to be moved around.
Okay, so I guess the best thing for us to do is go right down the line and find out which projects we can add to the red line.
The first ones are hurricane projects, those would be Blair's.
Okay,
You
Mr.
have a
Whitman?
report, Blair?
Yes. I have it as line item number 1, it's the hurricane protection water receipt levy. Last week, or 2 weeks ago at the council meeting, I had asked to move 100,000 from that budget to the East Bank levy, Reach Sea levy. And right now, that was passed as an ordinance, and there was like 212 balance. There was another ordinance that Mr. Simpson needed for the Belle Chase #1 pump station for a gearbox. It was West Ravenna Road?
Yes.
Okay, sorry, I grabbed the wrong line.
Okay, so let me ask you this, we can take the 212 out?
Actually, if you want, I mean, that will leave us nothing for hurricanes, but if you want to take it.
Well, when you say nothing, what is it for?
Well, I mean, usually, then every time we get a storm that blows through, the back levees get damaged. And what we've been doing was keeping some funds available to do repairs. If it's a big enough event where we don't have to, if it's not a contractable event where we can get reimbursements from FEMA, it's not a problem. But in most of these last cases, that hasn't been the case. So we are using in-house crews to do repairs on the back levels. So, I mean, as far as I'm concerned, if y'all want to take it, I mean, you can. It's just when a hurricane hits, I'm not going to have any kind of budget to go fall back on to do some emergency repairs.
Let me ask you this, the emergency fund could be drawn on for an emergency of that nature?
You asking me?
No, I'm asking for.
Okay.
It could be, you would have to take the money and move it from the emergency fund to a line item or to a project for this matter. I mean, so you have to do an ordinance to do it. I mean, what he's saying is that, you know, if the work needs to be done, he's got money in this project, he can take it out of this project, that's all.
Right, but I mean, when we talk about emergencies, this seems to represent the allow receipt levy. So the emergency would have to occur on the allow receipt levy for this to be applicable to
Correct.
that project. So
Correct, you'd have to use,
back to
you'd have to
my-
do something like this. You
you
just
would have to
couldn't
be on
use
the east bank or the south end of the parish, then you couldn't use
it.
this
He
money.
couldn't use it to do anything, correct.
Okay, so, it's a risk, but I would think that we ought to try to take the money out
I mean, I'm fine,
and
yeah,
be able to go to the 3 million emergency fund for something like this.
all right.
Any objections to that?
I don't have an objection, but I thought he said he transferred 100,000 out already, so we don't remove them one
They, not out of that fund, I apologize, that was,
Okay, so we'll look at that.
yes.
Okay, number
Okay,
2,
The line item number 2 is the rate levy that's under construction, that has to stay. Line item 3, I believe y'all taken out the 97. The line item 4 is the construction budget, which is actually a grant. That has to stay.
let me ask you this, Doug.
Yes.
The levy improvements Braithwaite to White Ditch. That's our general fund money. If we are moving in the direction of using REAP 2 funds for that levy project, could that be offset, or this is in addition to? Never mind, let's move on.
We're still waiting to find out from the bond people as to whether or not that money that these two can be converted, is my understanding. Tommy, have we gotten any further information on that?
Yeah, I mean, they're working on it now. The bond attorney's working on it now to see if that, it's gotta go through a whole process. They have to go through the council first too, so, but they're looking at that right now.
That's a good idea if you wanted to
Well, I'm just.
take that from.
Okay.
Okay, line item,
So we're leaving
number
4?
6, I'm sorry.
We're leaving 4?
Number
We're
4,
leaving.
Number 4 is bonds.
yeah, you have, that is a
That's
bond. for
what I'm asking,
construction.
I'm just asking if.
Yes, yes, sir, it is. That number 4 stays. I'm gonna jump to number 6, which is 47.6 for Reach Seed. We were gonna try to put a raise on that East Bank back levy. It's not enough funds. I would say, go ahead and pull that 47.6. I'm gonna go down to line item number 11. It's an emergency potato ridge.
Well, before you go, levy improvements, Empire Duluth Canal.
That was actually removed, or it's in blue and much on it, which means y'all already have. That, is that true?
No, in my chart, red has been removed, but blue is.
The blues, or y'all taking
Blue
that?
is being transferred somewhere.
Yeah, it's being transferred. That was already transferred in place. You talking 100,000, Mr. Musso?
57
$57,800.
70.
Levy improvements, Empire Duluth Canal. I was curious to know if that was the inside levy repairs around the marina, or what is that for? I've been seeing that for a while, but someone tells me now that we're transferring it to some other project.
Well, she got it in blue, so she looked.
I think that was just a transfer going
They
into.
have to take that out and put it through the sheriff's office.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know where y'all moved it to.
It was three different ones.
Oh, for the,
This one?
It's the same one that's moving three different line items to compensate for.
I think there was one of
$373,000.
Sheriff, engineering.
no, it's not, but I called them to see if I could use it. But we didn't need it.
There was three different ones.
That one's available.
Okay,
Yeah, I mean, I didn't go to it because the blues, I'm just skipping.
I'm sorry, it should have been blue, that's my mistake.
all right, so 57, we'll take that one.
Yeah.
57 comes out.
Yes, ma'am.
Number 9,
That's words. No, sir. We need that. That's
tell us
ongoing.
about it.
I'm sorry.
Tell us about it.
LERDS is lands easements, right-of-ways, relocations, and disposals. That's funds that, if you look, I believe those funds were shown under a grant column. It's funds that we expend And the Corps of Engineers reimburses the parish for the services, for the right-of-ways.
Now, let me ask you this, is this for levies or is this for HB2?
No, sir.
Levies?
All NOV, New Orleans.
It's reimbursable?
Yes, it is. If you see it in that grants column, it's coming back to us. And we
This is
have,
under general fund,
don't.
and then they have 109 under grants.
You had to put up some parish funds at one point to
Oh,
pay
yeah,
for,
yeah,
what's the name of that company? It's not GCO, it's the other company being forged there.
I mean, I have HNTV, I have GCR, I have Kyle, I have, who else? I can't recall off the top of my head, but there is another company, oh, ELOS?
ELOS.
Yeah, yeah, which is mitigation. Some of their, what's happening is we have to mitigate for NOV, New Orleans and Venice. And right now, the Corps hasn't selected a site.
Let me ask you this. What's wrong with us using some of the credits that we already bought out of the HB2 project and just putting a halt to this?
Well, I mean, Mr. Russo, we're on the hook to handle all the learns. All the learns, the lands
No,
easements.
when we talk about mitigation, that you told me ELOS was doing mitigation.
Yes, right, they are.
Different than the easements right of ways.
Yes.
So let's stick to this 182,000.
Okay.
What's the problem with us using existing mitigation that we purchased and saving this 182,000?
Well, I mean, what's being worked and what has been being worked for the past few years.
Let me caution you this. Whatever happened in the past, you might as well forget.
Okay, but Mr. Russo, y'all have to understand this. Right now, the Corps has to mitigate for the New Orleans and Venice project. That's the 20, 30 projects that we have ongoing. At some point in time, the Corps of Engineers is going to select a site, which they have not done yet. And they're going to say, this is it, we're going to build a mitigation site for NOV. It may be multiple sites. What we've been doing is trying to work with existing landowners in Plaquemines Parish to use their land for mitigation sites. Now, right now, the Corps...
But let me say this. I don't want to eat up everybody's time. But if we are doing the legwork for some private entity to create a mitigation bank, you know, I'm not really sure what the purpose of that is other than the Corps wants to do that. I'm looking at it from the standpoint of if the parish has to put up a mitigation bank, credits for work that we are doing, and we have purchased $7 million worth of credit somewhere that we're not going to use, can we look at that?
Yes.
But this seems to be a different project. This seems to be that we are doing all of the legwork and engineering work to have a private mitigation bank in the parish?
Well, no, sir. This is all for part of the NOV. In other words, the Corps of Engineers is basically they're going to build a site. We just have to find one. We had a site identified, and the landowner at the last minute pulls out.
Let's get off this.
What I'm saying, okay,
because
okay.
You know, what I'm understanding is that we have a private individual that we've asked to do mitigation bank. We're paying all the costs to try to get that site certified.
Well, it's not exactly the way. We're working with the Corps, trying to identify a site for NOV.
Is it on parish-owned property?
It's not on parish-owned property. It's private enterprises.
There you go.
It's private land. We've sent letters, numerous letters out. And we've got 10, 15 different people that have responded saying that they would put up their site, their land for mitigation that would go toward the NOV project.
Will they do the engineering work and
The
all
Corps
of
will
it?
do the Corps is going to do the engineering for the
Then
mitigation.
what are we paying for here then?
Well, these are, I mean, that's not all of ELOS's services. Under LERS, right now, GCR is handling all of the real estate services, which includes, there's about 25 different things that has to go into acquiring a piece of property. And right now, the Corps is reimbursing us for about 98% of all the funds that we're expending to acquire the LERS. And right now, that's part of the 2% that's not being reimbursed. It's part of the mitigation expenses that we are paying ELOS to go through and try to acquire these sites for mitigation. And I don't know, is this, any of this not reimbursable? ELOS is the only one? Okay, well, right.
Well, I'm gonna skip off of this, but what my position is that if we are paying this type of money to have private sector land become mitigation bonds, you know, I think the private owner ought to be putting their property up and paying the cost, because who's gonna get the cash for the credit when you purchase mitigation credits in the bank? Who does the money go to?
The Corps going to buy the site, they're going to pay us for it, and it's actually going to become a bank that's owned by Plaquemines Parish government.
Okay, so
Once
we're
it's
gonna own it.
completed, that is correct.
Okay, well then you're making it
It's-
look clearer.
Yeah, it's similar to when we commandeered borrow pits. It wasn't our land, they commandeered it. Once it's done, it's turned over to us in fee.
Okay, let's move on.
All right, I showed number 10, that money is being moved. On my chart, it's in blue. We have 200,000 for emergency potato ridge. We were gonna build in, the Myrtle Grove. We have a little levee in Myrtle Grove right now that we sandbagged years ago for one of the storms. And, over time, some of the sandbags, went, they just biodegraded. And what we wanted to do is build an earthen levee over those, over that ridge. The other thing is, we've seen some settlement over time. We originally built it to about 4.5 feet, 4 feet. It settled down into the 3.8s, the 3.7s. And what we tried to do is get funds to build the levee back to a +4, where the lowest point in the 27-mile reach is basically the levees in that area. We were gonna do that in-house, we weren't gonna farm it out. And we could probably do it for less than, but if y'all wanna, you know, make the decision if we wanna roll the dice, if we're not gonna get hit with a storm,
Is this a levy, is this the first line of defense or is it the second line of defense?
no, this is actually the first one. This goes around the perimeter of the Myrtle Grove subdivision. Yeah, that's part of the levee system. Exactly. Actually, it goes from La Recite all the way to West Point La Hache. But that little piece is, it's settled beyond the +4 feet. And what we tried to do for years is maintain the lowest spot in the levee system at a +4.
You think y'all are gonna get to it this year?
I mean, this is not, we can easily, yes. I mean,
Well, I'm asking, is the money needed right now or this year?
well, if you want to postpone it, I mean, that's fine. We could sandbag this before summer. If you want to take the funds
I
and
would ask that to
sand
leave this in, because that's a critical area and subject to a lot of flooding with the least storm.
There's a highway higher than this potato ridge we're gonna build?
no, sir. I mean, the highway goes from 0 to a +5, depends on what area.
I'm talking about the recent raising of the highway.
No, the Bird Grove's about +2, +2, +3. Yeah.
Okay. Any questions, comments? Sorry about the delay.
Okay, item number 12, I believe that money was taken or moved. 13 was moved. Do you want to comment?
Quite 13. And finish with the bridge?
You know, I brought this up at the last budget. We've got 2 different ordinances. I brought in like 70,000 because we paid an incremental cost between the wooden bridge and the concrete bridge. I went and got the funds. Apparently the contractor was paid, but I don't know where the funds came from. But it was actually to pay for that incremental cost. So if it's paid for, y'all can have it. It's not.
What's that?
Being taken out, it's moved.
Yeah, right, it's already been taken out, I'm sorry.
Where's moved to?
I don't know that.
Who knows
I don't know,
Gotta look at 7-2.
Let's move to?
7-2.
I don't,
T2.
Wait. Huh?
District two. Yeah, it's a
How you
road.
gonna take district money out of my district, put in your district? And I'm trying to get money in my district. No.
Well, I
That
didn't-
dog don't hunt.
well,
Can't do that.
understand this, it wasn't, it was
Can't
to
do
pay
that.
for a project.
Well, let's just clarify something real quick. I didn't take money out of your district.
Yeah, you gotta
and
take
put it in my district.
$50,000 to do a street in your
What
district.
Mr. Rittman just explained is a project was completed, the money was not needed for that
I
project.
need it for the levy.
But
No,
it's,
sir, that was for the bridge.
I know it's for the bridge, but just like you doing the street, I'm trying to do the levees. Bottom line. I'm just trying to do the levees, you wanna do the street, so whatever y'all wanna do is just come, override it. But the point remains, we's trying to do the levees on the East Bank. And I don't think we have enough funds to dedicate to streets, when I'm giving up streets of myself on the East Bank not to get done. Now, if you perceive that to be more of a problem by doing the street than doing the levee, so be it.
That'll be up for a vote on Thursday.
All right, we'll bring it up for a vote.
Okay.
I don't cross over.
All right,
I didn't cross over either. What I'm,
Yeah, you
the
did.
question,
Not you didn't cross over, whoever did the transfer of funds crossed over.
Let's come back to order, please.
We're looking for money.
all right, the West Enclosure Complex, there's an agreement between us and CPRA, 338.5. I'm actually about 50,000 shy of meeting that obligation, but we've worked that out. That needs to remain in that budget. The number 15 line item, I'm not sure about a water intake trailer. Apparently that's another department. It's in blue. That's been taken.
Yeah, it's in red.
Oh, okay, well,
Move on to,
I'm not looking at.
number 16.
Number 16 is East Bank levy transmission line. I got an ordinance to get 200,000. We have 4 transmission lines that are in the slope of the levee. The engineer on record that's designing that levee asked us to have those lines removed. I contacted Energy. Energy said it was around 190,000 to move them. And this is a spot where we don't have to move them. I mean, they've been there for 40+ years.
Should we take the money, is what you're saying?
I would say at this point, because of the budget, I would recommend moving that money. 200 out of line item number 16.
Number 18.
Number 18 is the hurricane.
Excuse me.
protection.
Number 17.
17.
17, that money's been taken. I don't know where it went.
Well, it's taken where?
I can't answer.
I'm sorry. Please identify where the money went.
the money hasn't gone anywhere.
Where it's supposed to go.
Right.
Reduce the,
To reduce the debt?
yeah, the $70 ordinance is in that one. That's
So
part
it's
of that
another-
ordinance.
All right, so another levy project, taking money out of the East Bank levy, okay.
No, this is for a walking trail.
Well, still, if we're not gonna do the trail, we can do the levies with it.
When we get to the.
All right, let's go, I'm finished, move on. It's non-debatable, let's move on.
What other line item?
We're on 18.
On 18?
Everything's spent in that one.
Yeah, I was gonna say, I showed 0. I showed 0 on 19. And,
19.
Number 20 is the LRA project.
right. While I'm here, can I pull up an item?
Absolutely.
That some funds were taken out of a line item on flood control and drainage. Line item number 1, we had 120,000.
Wait a minute, we're on flood control and
I'm
drainage.
sorry. Okay.
Number 22?
I'm sorry, I don't have 22 on my list, I apologize.
Okay.
What is it, Mr. Russo?
Empire floodgate.
It's your number 1.
Oh, okay, this is it right here. Yeah, flood and drainage, flood control and drainage, item number 22. It's in red for $120,979 to be moved. Um,
took out 60,000,
okay,
remaining 60,000.
all right. Okay, so that leaves me a balance of about 60.
6157.
Yeah, okay. It's just that structure is, has, over the past few years, we've had change break. We've had, the trough, fills up with, sediment, it fills up with logs, tires, cram traps, and we've spent a lot of money. And I was gonna ask to keep that, but 60,000 could probably get us through the next emergency.
We use the right contractor.
Well, we've used several, and right now, what I was gonna propose is to try and do a bid where we can get the lowest price for a term of a year. Where when the troughs do back up, the gates stop going down all the way, is we could just call the contractor with a fixed price instead of.
Is that, are they blowing it out with a hose or are they dredging?
Yeah, they do both. Usually, we pull about 250 to 400 yards of material out every time we clean the pockets. And
Let me ask you this, while they're building the new floodgate, is there any responsibility on the contractor to keep that open?
no, so not silt is going to blow in.
No, but since they are working in the area and dredging constantly, moving things around, that increases the problem of the floodgate, and is there a responsibility on that contractor to clean up his mess, so to speak?
Mr. Russo, I mean, I don't know how we can prove that. You know, right now, chances are we're not going to touch the gate till about April, about the middle of April, when pogey season starts. We'll sound the gate. Generally, what's been happening is when the trough starts filling up, we try to maintain a minus 14 feet clear. When the pogies start running, trash comes in, it starts coming out.
So you got 60,000 left.
That's probably going to get us one clean, and if we have a repair, I'll probably come to y'all for more money.
Okay.
Okay. What was yours? 38. Oh, 38. I'm sorry, 38. Yep. The drop log gate, okay, we were taking it. No, that wasn't touched.
Can
That's
it
not, no, actually, we need to keep those funds in. I did have one emergency, and every time we have a storm event, we've closed the gate twice under our power. It cost us around $5,000 to close the drop log gate. Plus, we have to maintain it. We've had 100,000 ton crane.
You have a contract with somebody yet from this?
Actually, do we have a storm? No, sir.
So this is in-house labor?
Well, we've contracted it out.
Right, that's what I asked. You have a contract with it?
Not right now.
Let me ask you this, do you have the manpower in-house to be able to close that gate?
No, sir. No, you need a licensed crane operator that has a 100-ton certificate, 100,000 pound certificate, and we don't have that.
So you say the 86,000 has to stay?
Yes, sir. I mean, the crane's already broke 3 times. I mean, the repairs are not gigantic, but.
It's not under warranty?
No, sir. We've been operating for 2 years now. And also, at that site, we have 2 electric pumps at that particular site that Mr. Simpson operates and maintains. We have a very large generator at that site. We have, most of the time, the site's operated during an emergency, but we will have closures that we have to do during the year as part of our requirement.
That's it?
We had a question on Blair. Blair,
Yes, sir.
does that address the safe harbor
Yes.
project that's on the?
Yes, actually, we can go inside of that gate.
This doesn't fund anything.
No, that's just for repairs, operation, and maintenance. Right. Okay, Ken brought up the item number 45. This is actually.
Right now, we're out of sequence, you know,
I'm sorry, okay.
we're skipping around, I guess, with your projects, right?
Right. If you want, go ahead, we can go.
Yeah, let's
through.
go in order if you don't mind, so we can. Number 23. Nothing, okay, I'm sorry.
That's fine.
25.
We didn't do 20. You gotta be happy with it. You got pretty full meeting.
Number 25, flood control and drainage improvements, Main Street Avenue G.
That's a grant project, Ben?
Grant, out the general fund reimbursable is what it is?
That is, 25 is a HMGP.
No, it's 25 is Main Street. We've been having that.
Oh, right, we've encumbered most of the money.
Okay. Move on.
Well, other than that, question?
Number
Sir?
25,
Who's paying for that?
Conley.
The 400,000, 199, 500,000?
No, we had 849,000 on 25 drainage improvements.
I'm talking about 23.
That's $499.
Yeah.
That's part of the transfer that we gave to the bonds years ago. And we're supposed to get it back when the bonds are done, but the bonds aren't, it's not finished yet. We don't have enough cash and we have to transfer it back.
So we don't have the general fund yet.
No.
So how much of that money is general, would be general fund money? All of it?
The $499 was all general fund money that was transferred to that project.
So we'll get that
We'll get it back once the bonds are finished, once we finish paying the bonds.
Oh, it's fine.
Yeah.
Which bonds are these?
It was 322.
Series,
It was Ollie, I think. If I remember right. Ollie?
Okay.
Might have been West First Street.
Yeah, I think it's West First Street.
They were about the same time.
Now, when the bonds are paid off, you say we'll get this back?
Yeah,
How
as
many
of right now,
years
there's
is
not
that?
enough cash in those bonds to transfer back to the general fund.
Okay. Ready?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, number 26.
On 25, that is the, we've been doing several projects in that area, which includes the Industry Canal project. I believe we transferred some money out of this budget to the Industry Canal, which is number 48 on the list. This also paid for the design of the inlet basin over by the Belle Chasse number 2 pump station, and the permitting that went with the entire Belle Chasse drainage district improvements. So we're down to $38 on that budget.
Okay.
I don't need the $38. Continue going with,
Yes, let's roll.
okay, the ones that are zero balance, I'm just gonna bypass. The drainage Jesup Bend area. I believe this is a budget that Mr. Anthony had in years ago, former councilman, that we've been using for
Which one?
number 28, drainage in Jesup Bend.
28, that's bonds.
Bond money?
Oh, that came from Ollie.
And the next one is bonds. 30 and 31 are LRA projects.
Okay.
32.
32, Drainage District 2. This was a project that Councilman Hinckley had put in, I want to say he had a low amount, around 25,000 years ago, that we've used for culverts and various projects, so you can take that. Yeah, you can take that.
Take it up. Next.
The Scarsdale pump station, we're gonna need this money. There's a FEMA project right now that is an Isaac project, and there's a 25% cost share, and we're gonna need this and quite possibly more. So,
What type of FEMA project that we're matching on percentages?
Isaac, we didn't have the 100% reimbursement like we did for Katrina and Rita. So, we're trying to get 90%.
The PW approved?
Yes, sir.
What we waiting on?
It's under design.
Not by the contract, who's the designer?
This one, that is BKI with All South as the monitors. 4 are removed?
39.
39 is the next.
Okay, MS4 is a permit that we are in the process in March. We're gonna have our update, to get back in compliance with MS4 is the municipal storm sewer separation system. All it means is whatever we put into our drainage system has to be clean, no oils. There's various things that we're in the process of putting forward. This is under contract with Kyle Associates that I believe they're in for $124,000.
It seems like went up quite a bit since we used to pay like 20, 30,000 for the MSO permits.
Yes, sir. It has been a while since.
So, I mean, we lock into these people?
That was a number that we put in, but it's not the definite lump sum that they're going to receive. That's more or less a not to exceed cost. That.
Did we go out for RQs?
Yes, we did.
And they were submitted on the price?
Not that I recall. But this should be wrapping up for the first year. It's a 5-year program, so the 125 doesn't go in 1 year. It's a 5-year program that we need. We'll have an update every year sent in March to stay in compliance. 43. Myrtle Grove subdivision. That's a contract that was $500,000 for the improvements. FEMA didn't feel that it was that they were going to reimburse us for the repairs that need to be done in that subdivision. So the parish put up $500,000 to make the improvements in that subdivision where culverts have corroded. They have some subsidence in the area in the both phases of Jesuit Bend subdivisions. And that contract is all south.
They're an engineering firm also?
The $500,000 is for that contract.
For design or for replacing the culverts?
For their contract. For design.
For replacing? So let me ask you this. Go ahead. I'm sorry. Mr. Edcombe?
I'm sorry, sir?
Did you want the floor? Did I cut you off? Is what I'm saying.
$500 for design, not the repairs?
Their contract was signed under this budget. It included survey, it included geotechnical and whatever.
To change culverts out?
I believe it's a little more than that. They were looking at putting in a pump station to assist them.
Ken, bring up to speed. From the beginning, when they built that subdivision, wasn't there a flaw in the engineering as far as it backflowing into the drain?
There were several things going on
They
in
got
that
to
subdivision.
put basketballs or orange tubes or something or balls to keep the water from coming back in.
That was actually a part of a flood fight, Mr. Edgecombe. We were trying to, what was happening is there's a bulkhead built in the subdivision. It's at a +2 elevation. And when we get storms, typically, the tide elevation goes beyond 2 feet. When it does, it goes to 3 feet. We have a foot of water flowing into the subdivision, which typically floods the subdivision. Then that water is being routed through our drainage system back to the pump station. At that point, if we crank up the pumps, all we're doing is pumping water.
Circulate.
Yes. So we tried to stop the flow of water going out to the pump stations.
All right.
So what's the status of this? Is once we have all this designed, we don't have any money to fix it, do we?
The only thing that I believe that they're working on at this point was a survey.
So can we put a halt on that contract?
That's up to you.
We are willing to work with the council and any suggestions they have as far as these contracts that were made previously.
Well, since we don't have any money to fix it, we need to see where we're headed.
Can I check the
the current invoices and see what has been done up to this point before we just remove the full 54.
Sure. Unless someone has some objections to that.
I am in the process of putting all the contracts for the administration to list together all the current projects for consultants in construction at this time. My office is scanning all of the open contracts and see what the current status is of those contracts.
Okay, write this one down as a possible.
It's possible, and what I would like to say, so early on, when we was first addressing the budget, there was a comment made, and I think we should hold true to that, that these projects that we're removing or are putting on hold, I hope somebody is keeping tab. So when our windfall does come.
Right.
Yeah.
Everybody remembers what we gave up.
Right. Exactly.
There's definitely some improvements that need to be made in this subdivision. I will caution you on that.
I know, but what I'm saying is this. Putting a set of plans on the shelf will not do us any good. Do they have money to do this project, to change these culverts out, after we get all of this design done?
Not to redo the whole subdivision. There's no construction money to redo all the improvements.
So, personally, my point is that we don't need a set of plans sitting on the shelf for $400,000.
And I think we all agree, but I just want us to be aware of what we put on the shelf or what we've taken off of the shelf.
I agree. Here's a pen. Write it down. Let's go.
Okay, item number 45, it's, right now, we're in design for relocating the drainage canal from Oakville to West Point, Lahash. It's a reimbursable expense. We're not touching that. Right. Okay.
Bellevue Pump Station, I'm not exactly sure what the repairs are, but that's in District 1, and I would probably leave that one in there just in case.
Move on.
I'm just starting, I ain't saying that. We got to go through all this budget, and we're gonna do a cross analysis of what's what, and who got what, and who didn't get what. Y'all all feel guilty of what y'all trying to do.
All right, number 47, that's zero. Number 40.
What district you put that one in, John?
Number 48, we're under contract right now with Shaver's Grill. So the money's been encumbered. You can see a large portion of it's encumbered, but there's still 249 remaining. That I caution you all to remove, not to remove all of that, but if you wanted to take something from that budget, you could.
200. What you looking for, change orders from Shane's Widow or what?
I'm hoping there's very little, but
Right,
how about 150? Take 150.
150. Bidding here.
150 for what?
From the drainage improvements on Industry Canal in District 2.
Yeah, you can't tell you that. That man need that for that street. Come on, boy.
No, I do need it.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. You need
And
that.
it is an extension of the project on Main and Avenue G. That's all tied in.
Combination.
Hey, boy, we need that project in District 2.
Yeah, I know we do.
No, we're not taking the project out, we're just taking some of the
That's-
surplus
No,
funds.
no, I'm on Ken's recommendation.
That's phase 1.
Yeah, right.
When we come back to do phase 2, we're gonna need more than 250 to do phase
Hold on to
2.
your money, man.
So when we come back, a little bit more.
Everybody can tell me.
150 is good?
I don't tell it. Yeah, I'm just saying, but
Yeah, but we don't do that. Else you have to.
that's my point.
Affects the whole budget. That's right.
You just need the money to stay there in there.
Yeah, you're right.
Okay, let's go back to Myrtle Grove,
You only paid the first of the
60,000. Well, I'd like to take 300 out of it, you can hold that contract up. Do you issue task orders or they got an open-ended contract?
500,000 was an estimate.
No, But how would you authorize?
It would have been a not to exceed, and then we would give them, either supplemental services or
I know, but I'm asking you,
NCP for
so in other words, they
preliminary.
can go right now and bill us 500,000?
No, sir.
Just
Just
task order?
Subdivisions.
I know,
We
just,
gotta come back.
right now, you have task order, that goes through survey, next task order, geotech, next task order, whatever?
would be the preliminary design.
Okay, so right now, we're on surveying?
I believe we're in supplemental services at this point, which would be surveying and quite possibly geotech. I'd have to confirm the geotech,
No design yet, right?
not to my knowledge.
So let's hold up the design, that should be 80% of it.
Should be a lot more than that.
I'm agreeing, but we can take 80%, 30-20?
Sure.
Okay, just want to show you what task order. On Myrtle Grove subdivision,
43.
number 43. Any objections, y'all just jump in here because. I got that, gentlemen, ladies? Yes, sir, Mr. Junot.
Sure. The only thing I'm gonna say, every time we hear all these new subdivisions, no cost to the parish. I've been hearing this for 50 years. And every time I see things that happen, we gotta come back and redo problems that the people that build these subdivisions do. Now, is that a problem from who? Who causes those problems? Why do we have to always come back and redo it? I don't understand that, personally. Because every time someone comes here, oh, here's a new subdivision, no cost to the parish, they're gonna do everything. Well, 3 to 5 years later, it's a lot of cost. I just had to put that in, that's all.
Good point, Mr. Junot.
I tend to agree. I mean, when they put those culverts in there, knowing the salt water was gonna eat them up, you know, in Myrtle Grove we're talking about, I mean, we should have known that they were gonna be dealing with salt water on a continuous basis, and now we've gotta change them at the parish's expense, but 350 sounds good to take out? 320?
320 is fine.
320? All right, 320.
Chuck, oh,
Next.
On the coastal restoration is only number 50. That's the general fund.
Everything else is fine.
Okay. And while we're talking about coastal restoration in the bond, I'm hoping that if we get a favorable ruling to be able to utilize that money, and it goes to the East Bank levy, that we can offset some of the cost in this budget maybe, and increasing it by that amount on the bonds. So if we get a green light for the East Bank levy out of there, that'll help us a lot.
yeah, to save a lot of property, a lot of lives, a lot of cattle, a lot of animals. But, Mr. President, I'd like to take a moment because I have to leave.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Black, there's no offense to you as my colleague, councilman. I am not distressed or disenchanted with you about the $50,000 transfer. But I do know the councilman, any district when money is about to be transferred, they need to be contacted, especially if it's already in process, or if it's leftover monies that was in the budget, or in a project that was left over. And he or she need to have some input about that, because they may have other vital projects that is needed. So it's not fair, nor is it professional, to put money without considering the council member that's in the district where the transfer is taking place. And I ask the administration to make sure that they follow protocol and just let us know what it is and what needs to be done. And it's more vital and it's more needed. I have no objection whatsoever. But I'm just enfranchised with the way things are handled, what I find out today. Thank you, and I'll see y'all tomorrow.
Thank you, Mr. Thomas. Next.
We're going to roads and streets?
Yes.
63. The road maintenance parish-wide budgets are generally used on repairs. 64 is the transportation fund. That we can't transfer that to other projects.
Let me state that if we do transfer it to a road project, then whatever funds that we transfer it to, that those funds would fall underneath the guidelines of the transportation fund requirements. So we generally use the transportation fund for smaller projects. Going to, Mr. John might want to be here for
Might
this
want to be
one.
here for this one, John.
What's that?
This is number 66, is the resurfacing and striping of Highway 15, it's $378,000. Mr. Bartholomew would like to keep that in that budget.
Well, we keep it, we need to have, because people are complaining there's no stripes on the highway now. So it really needs to be done.
Is that a legitimate number?
There's also a matter that the legal department is looking into for this budget that the administration and I have been working together to try to get resolved, so I would hesitate to recommend taking the money out of that
No, I
budget.
mean, this is a legitimate number as far as striping, or it's got repairs in there as well?
The 378 was the same,
Resurfacing,
that was the same budget that we used for the widening in the Phoenix area.
Right,
So I would not recommend taking the money out of that budget.
move on.
Okay.
I know y'all wait till I leave. Y'all wait till I leave, I know that.
67, that's the third phase of Tidewater Road that we've been working on, that we're trying to get past the lower side of the Targa refinery to tie in their back levee to the road. So I would not recommend taking that out as well on 67.
We're all in on that project, Ken.
Ms. Nicole, what I understand is that we're still in design. I've got to check on the advertisement date because we should be real close to advertising that project.
Okay, thank you.
That's linked to 100 James?
Yes, sir. Highway 23, Engineers Road to La Palco.
On that habit, that's gonna be 5 lanes.
It's going to be a 6-lane.
6 lanes
From-
goes to 2.
From the 3 lanes southbound become 2. One goes to Engineers Road and the 2 go through the tunnel.
It's gonna be like Washington Bridge in New
When you
York.
come off of the bridge, you'll have 2 lanes from the bridge and you'll have the 3rd lane will be the additional lane from from Engineers
And
Road.
this is a Regional Planning Commission project,
Yes, sir.
and they're paying for most of it?
Yes, sir.
Ken, as an engineer, with those 4 lights, is this gonna help?
The whole intersection is going to be reconfigured. Now, if you're talking about the Jefferson Parish side by Rouse's and Dale, I'm not sure. We have to look and see what the traffic study was.
They're not gonna, are they gonna do their part?
Yeah, Jefferson Parish is paying their section.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, we're paying only for the excuse me. We're only paying for the Plaquemines Parish side. And that's just the design. The funding for the construction is FHWA.
Whose project is this?
Burt Clockview.
Mr. Chairman, there's also another question that came out about that project, about the bridge now. They're going to request, I think, more funds, depending on the load of the bridge going over Barry Canal.
Right, the bridge right there by Zydeco's restaurant. That they're looking to widen the bridge, and there's some more analysis that needs to be done at DOTD's request that we're going to possibly have to fund a portion of that. And then also a sewer line to be relocated by the railroad track.
All of these, and the started on the sorry asking for more money.
Abear Boulevard is blue because it wasn't introduced at the last meeting, but there was an ordinance that was asked to be made to transfer funds from here to Peters Road, like 30-something thousand. Is that the amount? To transfer from Abear Boulevard to Peters Road. It was like 30-something thousand.
Yes, the 30.
But it wasn't introduced, but I just want y'all to know that we did these funds are tied up right now, if y'all do
For
decide
Peters
to
Road?
introduce that ordinance, huh?
There's a $30,000 request for additional geotechnical work.
Who's that from?
Uh,
DKI?
That was actually requested by the Corps because of the new flood wall that's built on the Jefferson Parish side. The overburden of the road going against the new flood wall, the Corps was nervous about the loading on their T-wall.
Let me, I don't want to belabor the point at a time, but the design for phase 2 for the Peters Road Extension Bridge has already been underway for quite some time, and now we're finding out about a geotech problem that the landing may be on top of the pylons, so.
I can explain that, Mr.
Good. Keep doing that.
All right, the 30,000 that we're talking about, what happened, the Corps drove battered piles in the T-wall along Peters Road. And what's happening is one of the approaches is coming down on top of the battered piles.
That was my
The
point.
Corps, okay.
My point is that we've designed this project and spent all of this money to now come back and find out that we've designed it on top of the battle pile. That's all I'm saying. And the problem is, now it costs us more money. And that street pile wall has been there for years while this design has been going on. And so when I jump on these engineering firms, because of this type of thing, I drive by there so often, and then I have to think about how these engineering firms are going to come back now and have to do more work for something that they looked at 100 times. Makes no sense. So I appreciate your explanation. It's just my frustration about having to come up with more money when we see it in black and white.
Exactly.
I'm sorry. Let's move on.
I just have a comment about transferring those funds as well for resurfacing that Howard A. Bear. I don't think we need the funds for it, but I want to make very certain that those trucks doing the levee work do not travel on F. Howard A. Bear and tear it up. And we're going to have to come back and look for money. Or do we have an ordinance in place prohibiting that?
Actually, we're not prohibiting them from using FF&A, but the Corps is trying to talk the contractor into going back to FF&A. They hauled on the 5.2 project about 100,000 yards. They have about 200,000 yards remaining to be hauled. The Corps is pushing the contractor to use FF&A. So we're going to have to take action if we're going to stop that.
Yeah, we need to quick, because I've seen trucks on F. Howard A. Bear.
All right.
And the road's in great condition right now.
Yes.
I don't want it to be
Okay.
deteriorated. Thanks.
I'll make a copy.
Okay.
'71, Road Maintenance District 6. We were holding on to this money to do the intersection of the Port Sulphur River Road to Highway 23, that we're in the process of the design, as well as getting the permit, and also the right-of-way. There's one landowner that is in that design that we need to acquire the right-of-way.
How does this affect the full lane now?
Well, this should be District 7, right?
Well, now it is, yes,
It'll be District 7,
correct.
okay.
But anyway, my
Do we
question
need to
is-
change it to District 6 to 7?
Yes.
Did we change the name?
So my question is still, how does this affect the new project of full lane in the roadway?
We'll probably build this tie-in before the 4 lane comes through. But it is included in the
overall
4 lane.
design?
Sir?
It's complementary to the full lane design?
Yes, sir.
And this is strictly design money?
No, sir. This is going to include some construction as well.
I mean, the total project?
Let me verify the actual number for the construction, but I believe we started with about, I want to say we started with around 5. And we've been using some of the money for this project design, and I believe we used it for something else in District 6 or now 7. I'll have to verify that for you.
The point again is that we don't need another set of plans on the shelf. If that's what this is. Okay? You got my point?
Yes. Okay, Barrier Road, there's your, all right.
The improvements to Barry Road, is that the traffic study?
I think that's when we did the asphalt at the end.
Is this the $75,000 traffic update study for 2011?
That is?
It is? And we've
Yep.
had the discussion about stopping that project?
Yes.
Any progress on that? This is, let me clarify, this is a 2011 traffic study that is supposedly outdated in 2014, that we need to pay another $75,000 for a project that won't be coming around till 2019. So it's $75,000 out the window if the project traffic study expires every 3 years. So my point is that we need to hold up the contract and not waste another $75,000, even though $35,000 has been spent.
Okay. When I get that list together with the updates on the contracts, I'll let you know what that is.
Okay?
Beverland is in Scarsdale and Belle Chase. I'm gonna say take the money.
Okay. Move on.
Which one was that?
2076.
Oak Road project is complete.
22 can take it.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Parking lot in Port Sulphur Library.
That's funded by the library fund.
We don't know where the library will be.
Okay. The industrial park, Woodland Industrial Park, we're working on right now. I would not recommend taking the other 24,000. That's an ongoing project.
All right.
Yeah, it's not built.
I know, we had money there.
Comes out the library fund, it don't have the general fund now.
The Woodland Highway Bridge expansion, Bridge Road expansion, Woodland Highway, that's a project that we started designing. As I understood, the prior administration was pursuing the design of the two bridges to be widened. That's the Plaquemines Canal and the Industry Canal bridges on Woodland Highway. That the original project was to just widen the bridges. When it came down to the design, when the improvements to the canals were looked at, the new bridges would have to be, or the old bridges would be replaced, not just widened. So with that, the new design came in over the original estimate, and now the project has stopped until we can come up with another 243,000.
So we take this 51,000, right?
Well, it's only 8,400.
All right.
So that's a District 2 project. Highway 23, Port Sulphur, that's the 4-lane highway from North Port Sulphur to Happy Jack.
Can I go back to the Woodland Highway project just real quick, Ken? I just want to make sure that we're not spending $300,000 and then when we need $8,000 more, we just give it up. I mean, where are we at on that project? Is it, you said it's stable. Just give me some more explanation. I understand the project. It's not going to be 4-lane, but yet we're doing engineering on building two bridges.
As we were informed, our department was informed that if we designed, meaning with a consultant, we designed 2 bridge replacements.
Right.
That if we paid for the design of the bridges, then DOTD covers the cost of the design of the highway, of the 4-lane of the highway. And that would expedite the advertisement of the project. But
So my question is, how much are we out already on that design?
250,000.
So we're out 250. And how much more do we need?
Around 243.
Around 243. So we basically wasted 250,000?
It's an investment into the 4-lane of the Woodland Highway project.
Yeah, but what's going to happen to half of the design that we did? It's just going to be shelved?
It's on hold until we find the funding to complete the design.
So another 243.
Yes.
Now, could that project have been phased to do one bridge for 243 and wait for the second bridge?
I think in order to expedite the entire project, you would have to do both bridges at the same time.
the DOT has the money for the project?
No. They don't. Well, you know that.
I'm just,
No, I know. It's just very frustrating. We're sitting here, wasting $250,000, looking for another $250,000 more of a project that's never gonna happen.
thank you. Completed, can I take it up?
Okay, full,
I'm completed.
number 84, full lane in Port Sulphur. That
Who is that?
ongoing. That is NY Associates. We met with Representative Leopold regarding getting additional funding for the completion of that design. St. Thomas Lane improvements. That project is almost complete. If you want to take 70,000 out of it, you could take 70, but we're almost done with that. That's the new
Okay.
the repairs we did down in Port Sulphur.
The ones that currently being done?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay,
If you want to take something out of that, we're almost done.
okay.
70,000 is good?
Yes.
Good. Move on.
The highway and street lighting. I'm not sure what's the status of that one. That could be perhaps the Craig Clompita project. I'll have to verify that one.
And this is to do a study of placement of streetlights?
I believe so.
Yeah.
Unless y'all have knowledge of something else.
No. Can you hold this one up, or we need to move forward with it? So many hours spent, I see, never mind.
There's 133,000 still in the budget. I'll verify it. Can you tell me if this
Mr. Chairman, before we leave the area of Port Sulphur, the RPC is behind the extension of the four-lane highway in Port Sulphur in the state. And the good news is that it looks like they're ready to move forward in the near future with some plans to complete that project at a cost of about 38 to 40 million.
That's great.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes, Mr.
yes,
Sarver.
could we go back to 85, the St. Thomas Lane?
85 St. Thomas Lane.
Mr. Dugas, is there an issue with the drainage on that street?
To my knowledge,
I think it doesn't extend all the way to the canal. if I'm
yes,
not
it does.
mistaken.
The culverts were put in by the driveways, and then a ditch was excavated to the canal. So it should flow better than before.
I don't think it's all the way to the canal. I think I drove as far as I can go, and because I think there's gonna be some more improvements, some more homes coming out on that end, and it doesn't go all the way to the, I'm being told that.
The ditch does go to on the lower side of the road, it does go all the way to the canal. I'll see if it's excavated all the way, I can verify that.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. Anything else? No, we'll move on.
LA Bridge.
87.
LA Bridge.
Again, that was funds, I had 50 and then came back for 20. That should have been paid a long time ago, so I would say those could be taken.
20. Thank you. Move on.
On number 90, we're back to the ferry landings. I believe that's a grant. So I would, without knowing the full extent of the cost share of that, I would caution you not to take the 300 that is parish funds.
All right. What? Who is it?
The lighting.
BKI.
I have a question while we're on that same page. This is probably for finance as well. Councilman Hinckley asked for $315,000 for the railroad crossing repair. I went to engineering and was able to get them down to just over 100,000. So I had an item on the agenda for 100,000, and that's 91. C88 has railroad crossings for 117. Just no more. What was that? Was that part of that project, or do you know? The money's going though. The 117 is going.
The 117 is not.
We're using them for the $70 a barrel. That's
What I'm saying is, why can't we just use that? I can withdraw my.
I don't know what the railroad crossings.
Yeah, I can withdraw my 100, give Councilman Thali back his 50, and whoever else, and I can just use that 117 that's already appropriated for railroad crossings. Well, that's going to be another issue, but what I'm saying is, instead of, there's 117, which is about what I need for the railroad crossings at Kimball and Eve Street and Windsor Court.
Is this for a specific area? Yeah.
But if it's being taken out, I can just use it for that and withdraw.
You avoid the battle?
Avoid the battle, and then, not just avoid the battle, but I mean, it makes sense to do it. The money's there for railroad crossings. I'm looking to upgrade railroad crossings.
I mean, we could do that, we could make a change to the ordinance, you know, take it out of that if you like. And move it in.
Yeah, I'll just withdraw the ordinance.
Well, let's fix the whole ordinance right here if we're gonna do that. So we'll leave this, if we're gonna put the 117 back in,
Then take the 100 out.
You can take it now, yeah, keep 81, 88 for District 2, and then we can take out 91.
Okay. Yeah, we'll come up with some of that. We'll look at the other pieces too, just to make sure, but I'll see what we'll take care of.
Thanks.
anything else left on that page? Now we move to public buildings and centers.
Okay, a lot of the building budgets, improvements, there's a lot of them that were done, that the prior administration had the knowledge of what was going on. I'm gonna rely on Rennie and Mr. Amos, whichever projects they're familiar with, and any that I can assist, I will. 93, the new government complex. State school property is an ongoing project. I'm not sure if you want to take any money out of that.
Well, the new government complex, 397. Do you have any knowledge of that? I mean, I know we spent millions of dollars back there, so what does this 397 represent?
Is Mr. Ligas here? Still?
This was for the administration building, the finance building, and the cottages.
But the 397?
That's the remaining amount. It was a lot more, you know.
Yeah, 6 million or so. So you need all of this money to finish, is what we're saying?
That's an ongoing project. There's numerous other projects that need to be done on that complex. So I would recommend that you would leave this money in that budget, because you're going to be coming back to the table and ask for more later as well.
Mr. Chairman, if we can try to get, if Mr. Ligas is in the area, he is very familiar with all of these projects. If we can get him back and come back to the government complex. Director Ligas?
Yeah, I'll text him.
Okay, so then, does anybody know anything about the Fort Jackson Museum?
That project is completed.
So we can take the 85 out?
It's completed, but I think it's.
Oh, no, there's only 14 left.
More after construction.
It's completed, is that what you're saying? The construction and everything is completed, but the center isn't open yet. Is there anything left that needs to be done?
Not to my knowledge.
So the 14.7 can come out?
I think it's still to purchase equipment for the interior.
There's nothing in there, there's still contractors in there.
Yeah, we'll be back.
All right.
Do you want to take it out?
No, if they said they've got to buy more stuff, no.
Okay.
Who do I need to speak to about this? try to get everything going, because Miss Sarah, has no idea about what's going on.
Talk to the administration.
I'll email Stan and see if he can, you know, because it's part of economic development, I mean, tourism.
Okay, well, this would be a perfect segue. We're gonna wait for Mr. Lives to come in and talk about building public grounds. I see the judge is in here now. We can move to his item while we wait on Mr. Lives.
Yeah, but I have the ordinance. I have the ordinances on the list of money.
What page, Leon?
For them to see people coming through. But it's never.
Good afternoon. How are you?
Michelle? What page? Page 21 on the white page.
21 of expenditures.
Page 21 of the white page. 21 of the white page.
Yes, sir. 21 in the white pages, and we have to go to the white pages because it's two divisions.
Welcome, Judge. We are here conducting a budget review today, and what we have done is opened up the floor to any suggestions that you might have as to how you might be able to trim the budget in some way. We're looking for cutting $15 million out of our operational budget, which we're down to about $5 million left we need to find. And we're asking people to come forward, and if there's any deficiencies that you see that you and the other judge could maybe make, we'd appreciate your offerings. We've had several offerings today to be able to get us to the point that we are, so we appreciate everything that's been offered. So, without further ado, we open the floor to any suggestions that you might have.
Thank you for having us here. First of all, appreciate the opportunity to speak to the council.
Turn my president question.
Turn green.
All right, thanks for having me here. Thanks for the opportunity to address the council. Relative to the invitation, the first I was hearing of looking for areas to cut was just now in your opening, Mr. Roussel. However, in preparing for meeting with the council today, we did take a look back through our budget since I've been in office in 2012. Our budget is pretty bare bones. We are operating on primarily salaries. We have some services that are provided through the care center. So in terms of, looking at what we have left in our budget for the past 3 years, not a whole lot of money there we can offer back to the council. I'm sure the council has had an opportunity to review that. And you probably noticed that any increases have come through the cost of living. That's been my budget since 2012, which would be pretty much the same budget I had inherited from my predecessor, Judge O'Brien. So unless you have specific questions, I don't have a whole lot of money to deal with in my budget.
Well, I don't have any specific questions, but I don't know exactly how you operate, the court operates, and so forth. All I can say is that at the end of the day, you know, we would prefer not to do across-the-board cuts,
Right?
but if it comes to that, we want to inform you up front that that may happen. So if that happens, I would think that it would be prudent upon you to decide on how you spend your money, because we're not going to tell you how to spend your money.
Right, well, you're talking about across-the-board cuts, you're talking about salaries?
We're talking about outright cut across the board, whatever it may be, whether it's salaries that you decide to make or whether it's an operational cost that you decide to make. We haven't been able to get to the balanced budget yet. And we have no alternative but to do a balanced budget. So, for instance, if you can find efficiencies, I know that we have a position that's coming up on the agenda for the other position.
Correct.
For a position. For instance, if that position could be combined to one position and, you know, utilize those funds out of the criminal court fund to do one position rather than create a new position. Any creative ideas that you may have would be welcome. We don't know how I don't personally know how you operate the court, so I can't tell you exactly what to do or give you any recommendations. All I can do is ask you to do that.
Well, the new position, as I appreciate it, is being paid for by the criminal court fund, which is not money that comes out of your general budget.
Well, it does in a way, because at the end of the year when we split the criminal court fund, 50% of that comes out of it. So it reduces the amount of transfers from the criminal court fund to the general fund. I mean, you know, that's why it works for us.
Right. Well, I mean, I'll be happy to discuss it with Judge Connor. He wanted his own administrator, so I can't speak for him on that issue, but certainly, you know, we'll take a look at it.
All right, well, thank you for coming. Anybody have any questions or comments? If you have nothing to offer, we thank you for coming, because everybody else come, we thank them for their offering. Since you have none, we thank you for coming.
Sure. Thanks for having me.
Next item. Excuse me?
Have Ms. Olson here, do you want to move to community programs while
We don't have anything in the budget, do we? But you can come forward.
There's nothing in the budget, right?
Well, you can come and offer what you have left. You're welcome to come.
There's going to be I'll find it on the page, there is a page for it, it just doesn't have any budget.
Sure.
Page 63 in the gray page.
63 in the gray.
63 in gray page?
Yes, ma'am.
They do good work. Gotta find some money.
Yeah, but you know where he's getting that money from? You look at his budget is going up for the service. That's why his budget is so high. So look, not only will we give it, but
I found the ordinances. Yeah. I found the ordinance. I printed them out.
welcome.
Thank you. Thanks for having me here. I'm Julie Olson, Executive Director of Plaquemines Community Care Center Foundation. I have met with most of you individually. Thank you all who came to tour the care center and the others who weren't able to tour but have given me their verbal support. I think I'm getting from most of you that if you can find money, you believe the services we provide are worth it, and I understand you just need to find the money. I'm here today. I don't have any money to give you back because we had 100% budget cut from the proposed budget. So last year we had received $237,000 from Plaquemines Parish, and this year on the budget we were zero. That was a little less than 30% of what our budget would have been for 2015. And as I've mentioned to everyone who's come through, if we do not get additional funding, just with as with everybody else who has budget cuts, we will have to lay off 2 of our employees. We currently have 12 full-time employees, 6 clinicians, 3 in advocacy, and 3 administrative, and that includes our financial controller. We have 3 contract workers, 2 are clinicians and 1 in advocacy, and we increased to 4 interns this year, trying to make up for the loss of having less funding. With interns, we get services that we do not have to pay for other than the supervision for that intern. Last year, in 2014, we serviced 2,564 clients in Plaquemines Parish for a total of 7,485 service hours. At the funding level of $237,000 from Plaquemines Parish, that was a cost of $31.66 per session hour for the parish. The actual cost per session hour was $110. So the care center supplemented that funding by $78.34. So it was a little less than 29% of the service hour that the government was paying. Without that supplemental portion of a little less than 30%, we're going to end up having to cut our services. As I mentioned to everybody who came through, right now we have 13 service locations throughout the parish. We have the care center, which is at 115 Keating. We provide services at Plaquemines Medical Center, the 3 community YMCA's, the one at Percy Griffin and Davant, Fort Sulphur, and Buras, and every school in the parish. So that gives us a total of 13 service locations. One of the first things we had to reduce this year, and that we will totally have to eliminate if we don't get additional funding, is our travel to go to these alternate locations, and we will have to bring in our services basically all to the care center, because even with Medicaid or private insurance, which we're working on our certifications for the private insurance companies now, the ones who have open enrollment for providers, they will not pay travel to send my clinicians down the road. No one really pays travel. Some of our grant funders will pay minimal travel, but that's the first thing that has to go. That's also the reason why, even on state-provided services, they don't go past Jesuit Bend, because no one will provide travel reimbursement to those providers. So the care center is the only one providing those services. We're the only one who provides any social services in Plaquemines Parish on a full-time basis and at multiple locations throughout the parish. I don't know if anybody has any additional questions from the ones that we addressed on tours. If you do.
Yeah, we did some research and, I'll just wait for the question.
Okay.
We did some research and we did find where the $237,000 did come from. It was seed money. $40,000 of that was matching 90-way money, so that's $80,000. Then we had over $100,000 in 2010 from BP. It was part of BP's settlement to see people who were affected from the oil spill. So that's where the 237 came from. I don't have, my assistant doesn't have the ordinances right now. We have them at the office, but we did find out where the money came from, and as council member, wasn't Gooey, it was Anthony Buras had mentioned last time that it was seed money. And did you ever find a?
Yes, I'm not sure if we're using the same definition of seed money as to initially get it started, because the care center was started in 2006 with income sources that were not related to Plaquemines Parish. Mm-hmm. Then in 2009 was the first, from doing research, and we went back, that we could find a CEA between the care center and PPG, and that was for $97,000, and that was from the general funds community grant code 01587-001-grants 57600, and that was signed on November 24th of 2008. So that was the first funding we found for the care center. So that was prior to the BP oil spill. And that was when they went together as a private-public partnership, with the care center being the private portion, and we were able to do fundraising. If you would go all public, you would not be able to do fundraising for those grants to the level that a nonprofit can do. So I do have, that was the information I did find, because I know you.
And that was just for $97,000?
That was started in 2009, and then each year from 2009 all the way to 2014, we had funding that went up a couple of, it didn't go up every
The
single
reason,
year.
what I'm saying is the
but it
reason why it
increased.
increased to 237 is because it was 40,000 match, which is 80,000 from United Way. That's what that was
Right.
in the year. And then the 100,000 from BP in 2010. Is that correct? So 180.
I'm not sure about the 100,000 in 2010. And we were at 197 for 2013. We got that $40,000 match with United Way, so that brought us up to the 237. And then the council continued to 237 for 2014. But it was 197 prior to that.
So the 100 from BP and probably the 97 that you mentioned from the.
Yeah, the 97
Right.
started in 2009, so that was
Okay.
prior to BP. That was
Right.
just government funding.
Councilman B.
Julie, thank you for the tour. I enjoyed the tour. It's an amazing facility. I told you that day. Again, I stand by the assertion that not only should the government chip in, but also the school board and the judges. Because a lot of these students and clients from the courts participate in these programs. And I think that you said that you were going to try to facilitate some meetings with these people and see what we can come up with. But I guess we slashed it, all of it. I don't mind trying to help you, but again, it should be a three-way party to try to help, because a lot of these people are utilizing these services.
They do, and Judge Clement with his Department of Youth and Family Services does fund the care center. In 2014, they funded us $160,800, and in 2015, they're funding us $192,000.
And how much did we get from the school board?
From the school system, we don't get any from the school system en masse. We do get some from the Safety and Security Fund, and let me tell you about how much. The LSSI PPG school system, only about $600 that we got from the school system. We do get $1,000 a month, but $5,000 total from the DA's office also.
Thank you, Julie.
So I do have meetings that we're planning to meet with all the school board representatives and with Mr. Russo. After that.
Councilman Juna.
Yes, Julie, also, I enjoyed taking the tour, and I know you need some help. But I think, like Mr. Rapine, I think the school board should come up with a lot more than $600. I don't know who we have to talk to or who you have to talk to, but that's a shame, because all the kids do go to the public schools in Plaquemines, and they also go to the Archdiocese school. So I think they should help you also.
I agree.
Now, how can we do that? I don't know. But we're scraping our dollars right now, and I promise you, if we have anything extra, which I don't think we're going to have, but I would be more than glad to help you. But you're one of the only ones that said that you have to leave 2 people. No one else has talked about that except you. So I want to congratulate you for that.
Well, we will have to reduce by 2 people and take a 10% across the board pay cut to everyone who's remaining. So it's a double thing, and we've already done numerous cost reductions since November of last year when we heard about this, in efforts to bring down our expenses as much as we can, knowing that revenues were going to be reduced.
And there's also, let me say this also, I enjoyed the tour. We just had Judge Clement in here, and the $192,000 that he gives you comes through this agency here. So it's not like we are turning our backs on you because we didn't touch his budget.
Right.
So the $192,000 that you're getting comes from the government through the judge, and he had no offerings of cutting anything, so it seems like we are going to be able to participate with you to some extent without that. So thank you again.
Anyone else? Thank you all, and if you have any other questions, please don't hesitate to call me. I'll gladly answer.
Thank you.
Do you mind just want to send a copy of that CEA, please? The 97,000.
Oh,
Just
okay,
get General Bowles a copy.
Okay, now we're going to move to the guideline of the month, named God.
I try to give you some answers, Mr. Russo. The first one's, number 93 on the thing, the new government complex. That's matching funds that the council put up over. Change of. Sorry.
Okay, which one are you on now, number 93?
Yes, sir. That was money that council put up over the past couple of years, on and off. It's for matching funds, like the LOA we have to come up with, or hazardous mitigation grant monies. That's work that's been done back there at the complex.
So far, we have encumbered 113,000. Does that mean that we pick up 100,000 out of that?
No, sir. That's not all be encumbered as we go along with the projects as we work back there. It's, like I said, it's matching funds that we have to come up with at the parish.
So they're all going to be obligated?
I would have to say yes, sir.
Because here it shows only 113,000 encumbered.
Yes, sir. So far. So the 283 is still left, but that's going to wind up being encumbered, I would imagine, before the end of the year.
On what project, you know?
It's a mixture between the roofing that we're doing on like the council building, the new council building, the DAs, the fire department, the evacuation center.
The DA building's included in that?
No, that was part of it. If the money's come all the way down through that HMGP, we're not sure, we haven't gotten the final numbers yet from HMGP on how far that money is going to last. But we still have to match the 25, I mean, we still have to account for the 25%. So we might not want to use it at all, because we might not have enough to fund all those buildings I just named.
That's why I'm asking how much of that 283.
I could get back with you. I could try to ask, Ms. Hill just got a lot of that information, and whereas architects, because they handle our HMGP stuff. But I'll definitely make a note to find out for you on how much they expect that to go. And then,
Councilman Sullivan?
My position would be, if we moving forward, as we keep hearing council member Bartholomew keep speaking of rebuilding the courthouse, why do we keep investing money into the government complex other than with the council building that I think is much needed for the districts in the Belle Chasse area? But why are we moving forward and investing money into
that's the last major building that's going to go up for renovation back there. So there's no other major projects back there going on, or even in the plans, because there's no funding for them. But you still have a bunch of projects that are in different phases of what has been accomplished so far, and we have to account for the matching funding. That's what this is. Most of this is probably the matching part that we have to come up
But I
with.
thought I heard you just mention that the DA building and all of this, if we going with the initial courthouse on the east bank, why are we still moving forward with?
We had to list, we had to give them a list of projects by priority. This is the HMGP fund. This is for the roofing and the windows. We had to we listed out like 5 buildings that we thought the funding might cover. But as we get prices and quotes, the roof winds up costing more than was allotted for. We know it's not going to fund all the buildings that we asked for at the beginning, but we had to give the state a list of the buildings we thought. The council building, which is under construction, the fire department headquarters, which they have their funding in place for that, and then the evacuation center is to house 250 so folks. That's a capital outlay money we're getting from the state of Louisiana, and we still have to come up with about 25% of it.
No, I'm speaking of this 283.
That's what that 183, that would be our matching 25% for some of those projects which I just spoke of. And what Ms. Russo asked before was, the DA's office was one of the ones originally on our list, but we don't think the funding from the state's going to go down that far, or go down far enough where we can actually bring that to be under construction. We're going to want to be short, I think, of those funds overall.
Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
While we're talking about these estimates, are these estimates, for instance, like we don't have enough money for the roof? Who provides these estimates?
Like Perez Associates is one of the contractors that we have.
The engineering firm?
Yes, sir, the engineering firm.
And are they not in the ballpark?
No, they are, but a lot of things change. I'm not an engineer, I don't know how they figure it, but I know most of the time they're over budgeted, or they're overestimated, but different costs. Couldn't answer that.
If they overestimated, how can we keep running short?
That's what, I'm not an engineer, so I can't answer that one.
Move on to the next one.
So 283
Well, he's gonna, check to see, what might be coming out of that. Correct?
Yes, sir.
You got that, Ms. Allen?
Yes.
Big, next,
We can give you 103, Mr. Russo.
Number 103?
thanks, 1,200.
Yes, sir. That was left over from the,
All right, we'll take it.
that's a,
Next,
114 council building. That's, the council put up their match, and of course, obviously, all hasn't been encumbered yet, so that money should be spent.
that's for the actual construction.
Yes, sir. The remediation's been done already on it.
So do we think we have enough money to
Yes,
finish
sir,
that
we
building?
do. We do, yes, sir.
And we have it under contract, and
It has not gone up a bid, sir, no, sir.
so we don't know if we got enough money if it ain't going out for bid.
Yeah, right. Yes, you're right, you're correct. I think you're gonna be fine, though.
I've heard that many times.
Come in. Oh, so that council building, that gonna be a satellite office for the council, even though we're gonna build a club?
Oh, it'll be the main offices for the councilmen in the Belle Chase area. The courthouse has only a couple of council office, 3 or 4 council
Well, what I'm
offices.
asking is, would there be enough room for a council meeting?
Yes.
And that, oh, okay.
Yeah, they'll have a council chamber in it. It'll resemble the Jefferson Parish Council Chamber from the plans. However, what I'm trying to get through right now is that, do we have enough money to build it? I'm assured we do, but we haven't bid it, so I'm not sure.
You can hold it to it, Mr. Russo. I'll try.
You all right to check for the shortage?
Yes, sir. If that 1,200 out of the government warehouse will cover it, I will.
Let's move on.
130, 120, I'm sorry. 120 is LGAP funding. That's a grant we got. 132 is Jesuit Bend Park, Mr. Russo. That's, was put into place by the previous council. All that money, well, 99% of that money is going to be encumbered. That's a park that was in Jesuit Bend that they
It
chose.
says here, zero's been encumbered.
Well,
They're going through the
yeah,
stage.
going through the stage, right now, get approvals through the.
Can I ask a question?
Yes, sir.
Was that land given to us?
I can't answer that, Mr. Juneau. I would just, Mr. Russo, I was in
I
charge.
think the legal department ought to answer that because they had the settlement on it.
That was handled when I was the director, so I wasn't privy to what was going on with the land issue, but I can certainly research it and give you guys an opinion tomorrow.
If I'm not mistaken, Mr. Chair, I think there was, with that legislation, I think it was associated with reversionary rights. Because I think that was a concern of my predecessor, that the land would revert back to the original owner at some point. And I'm not sure if that's still the case, but I would like you to look into that, Mr. Beard.
To answer your question, Ms. Albany, yes, it's a very complicated legal issue. There were multiple owners of the property, the Perez's being some of them, and some heirs of a different family also. So there was lots of varied interest on there, and at that point, I wasn't sure if they had the 51% for the owner to make the decision. So I was kind of working on it a little bit, but what Mr. Palazzo and what ended up being settled, I don't know the full details about it. So that's what I'm saying. Allow me to research it and get back with you tomorrow.
We skipped over a couple of items. We know that the sheriff's office reports over the 373 is for the additional engineering that was not utilized, I believe. But that's right, number 111.
Yeah, we gotta come back to a bunch of them. I mean, we're just trying to do the ones Guy has, so he can,
Oh, okay.
yeah, he can be done.
I thought he had the answers for everything.
No, we're just trying to get him his and him bid. If you go to page number 5 on the other.
I can be council chairman then, Mr. Russo.
So these are already, I already took these out. So I'll go to number 202, 212, and number 214, or those have been taken out already. Those were his also. So that's the only things I think he's.
Okay, if you're taking out, we don't need to spend any time on it.
No, no need about it. So I think that's it for,
Is it?
Yeah.
When will the building be done?
Which one?
The administration building?
We're hoping to, we'll be allowed to start moving in some folks by the end of March. I put hope they'll come.
In finance?
Yes, sir. That'll be the first.
So finance is into March, not admin.
Well, finance, yeah, that's correct. The finance.
Well, it's two different buildings, it's two different buildings.
Right, but they're sort of coming out of the one building.
I know, but I think his question
Yeah, so
was.
we try to do, hopefully that one gets first, get Rochelle and M's roof on, that's what I would like to move first.
I would, I don't know, I mean, it may be ready, but we're gonna be in the middle of an audit.
Oh, yeah, that's right, that's right.
And, if we can't do it by at least, you know, like right now, then we're gonna have to hold off until probably June, because there's no way we can be in the middle of the move and be going through an audit at the same time. It's impossible.
Right, now we have a hurricane season coming, we can't do it then.
Well, we'll do everything we can, but there's no way we can, you know, we can do all that and go, have the auditors in there too.
From the schedule and the way it's been slipping for years now, I think you'll be fine.
I'm not gonna comment on that, I just want to make sure it is ready, you know.
Call me again, please.
Okay, thanks.
Okay, so will we go back to the start again?
Number 108.
108?
108 is the Breakfast Auditorium. Isaac had damaged the electrical controls that were on a ground level. That we have a project right now we're pursuing with FEMA to get approval to elevate the controls, reroute the electrical, extend the platform, and also put a doorway through the wall of the auditorium to that platform. So we cannot take that money.
Did we have an engineer to design it?
Yes.
It wasn't in-house, it was.
No, the original project for Breakfast Auditorium was designed, I believe, by NY Associates.
After Katrina?
After Katrina.
And they didn't raise the...
The electrical was not. The generator platform was elevated next to the auditorium. What we're doing is taking all the controls, electrical controls, and putting them adjacent to the platform. The platforms will be extended to the building. There'll be a doorway coming from the building, as well as all the electrical will be elevated.
You can't get them for being responsible.
We'd have to run it through our legal department.
That's what I'm saying. Brenda?
Sorry, I was researching.
At this point, we have FEMA on the hook. They are looking into the possibility of us paying for 25% and they pay for 75%.
So you got encumbered 2,500 of that 87,000.
Yes, sir.
The 87 to stay?
We need to leave that until we get a rendering from FEMA, a decision.
And if we don't, if we get a decision, then we'll be able to free up 75% of that?
If we get a decision, we're hoping by April to have that decision made. It doesn't help you today, but.
Okay, and somebody wanted to revert back to another item? 107?
Yeah.
Right, we skipped those over because that's different funds, but we can go through them if you want to. I mean, it's not a problem.
They're all like grant money or...
Right, grant money.
What is the pleasure of
Funds,
that?
fire department funds.
Yeah, but they skipped over that because that's coming out of the library fund and the fire department fund.
Right, if it's not in the column of general fund, we're not really covering it because it's not gonna help us any. But I mean, we can definitely, you know, revert back to those things, not a problem.
Anything else? 11. We discussed that a little bit.
Right, yeah, this is not one we can touch. This is, one that's gonna be recoded against, it's all gonna be spent against this code.
The number 112.
As most of you already know, this is an ongoing case, a case that we have in federal court to secure the performance bond. So essentially what this is in litigation, my understanding was that the federal judge was prepared to allow PPG to move forward on remediation of the building. And so essentially what what this was originally appropriated for was to allow an engineering company, either the existing engineering company who has been our expert, I believe is Myers Engineering, or go hire an outside or another engineer to take a look at the building and determine what, if anything, we can salvage from the existing building. So the $200,000 here was to go ahead and start some sort of preliminary design to go ahead and determine what, if anything, we can build out. Obviously, I can't guarantee to you when this lawsuit will be settled, so I can't guarantee when we would get additional funds to do that. So it's up to the council and obviously Ms. Williams to determine whether or not y'all want to spend this money now, move forward with at least the design of it, so that when we do receive the bond money, we can go ahead and then move forward on the actual construction.
As far as the design goes, I don't have a problem with leaving the existing design that was already in place. And you said something about seeing what we can salvage, which may save us some money in the long run.
Well, obviously from the existing design, there's a lot of flaws with that design. So you're talking about the floor plan?
I'm talking about the floor plan.
Okay. Well, the bigger issue is if that floor plan is even salvageable based on the way that the building was actually constructed. So that's what this money would do. It would allow us to hire an engineer and determine whether or not we can continue on with the existing floor plan based on the damages that are in the building. That's just something I don't know, and that's what this money would do.
And will this be enough money to cover that?
200,000, probably not. We're talking about a, what was this, a $7 million project? Yeah, so no. Essentially, no. But once the bond came in, once we received the funds, then we could use that money to do additional engineering and/or construction.
So if we leave this in, we can start doing some kind of engineering like now?
Yes, right. Yes, absolutely right. So we have most of the expert reports and stuff that were done for the case. So what we would do is use the expert reports to determine which, basically that's the report that we're presenting to the court to say what the damages were and what our damages or what we should collect based on those damages. So we would use that report that's already been prepared for litigation, hand that over to an engineer, and then the new engineer or the existing engineer, based on those reports, would make a determination how we should go about reconstructing that building or demolishing it and rebuilding a new one.
Wasn't part of this done already? Because I remember sitting in on a presentation, somebody saying if we do this, it'll cost this amount, if we do this, it'll cost, they even went back as far as questioning the amount of power that we put underneath the building. Well, I think there was something done already.
I think what you're talking about is the expert report that was done. In terms of actually moving forward on the design of the building, I do not believe that was done. I'll take a look at it again, but I think what you're referring to is right. What the original expert report was done. Now, subsequent to that, that might have been some sort of preliminary report. I don't know. Subsequent to that, there might have been additional reports that were done because I know our experts, as recently as I think 3-4 months ago, have been out there, looking at the building again.
Right, there was some question that was not even the proper amount of house for them, so it's like you couldn't even use the structure as it was.
So my recommendation would be to take the existing reports done from the litigation. Perhaps we can sit down with you and some other council members, take a look at that, and then based on that, see if there's any kind of indication of what's salvageable or not salvageable, and then make a determination who we want to use as an engineer and move forward on that if that's something the council wants to do.
I agree with that as well. I'd like to leave that money in there so whenever this is settled in court, we'd at least be one step in the right direction.
And Ms. Smith, the lead attorney is meeting as we speak this afternoon concerning that litigation process. So hopefully we'll have some information soon.
Thank you.
That's correct.
My only comment on I would hope that we don't start some preliminary engineering in the wrong direction until we have a judgment and find out exactly what we're going to be awarded and what's the game plan, because $200,000 in an engineering firm's hand is like water through a glove, you know? It's not gonna do anything, and you're gonna catch half of it. So, I would hope that we think about what we do with this 200 before we engineer a building that you don't know if even the pilings are good. So to do preliminary engineering is not gonna get us anywhere, in my opinion. So,
Well, I think that this would be to see if we can do any kind of engineering with what we already have, correct, Ryan?
Well, correct. We would, once again, my recommendation would be, obviously, Joel's meeting with Hanover today. That's gonna, if they come to some sort of settlement agreement, that's gonna determine, you know, how much money we're gonna get. We think we have a pretty strong case on their liability on this issue, so we feel confident in the amount of damages we're gonna get. Now, obviously, what Mr. Russell's saying is, you know, we're gonna design a $6 million building and we only get $4 million out of the judgment. I can understand how those are concerns or issues that are there. But I think that an engineer could at least start looking at it based on what the expert reports were. Obviously, we're cautious of the budget and something we'll just keep a close eye on. But you know, obviously, we wouldn't move forward without, you know, consultation from you and the council.
any further comments on the item? Move forward. Mr. Clerk?
The next one, I see, that affects the general fund will be number 123, Playground Oakville.
There's an ordinance on the table right now to add funding to that to replace the concession stand that was damaged by Hurricane Isaac.
Next.
Mr. Serpent, did you skip over 111? Did we address that yet?
You said the funds we needed.
Yeah, that's the one we said funds were needed.
But the funds are there?
Yeah. That's gonna be recoded and that'll be all spent. The next one,
130.
yeah, 130, planning, construction, Belle Chase Parks.
That one's for I believe the 100,000 is a capital outlay grant that Councilman Lapine was pursuing a walking trail off of a property that is adjacent to Avenue A on the old Bevosh property by the tennis court. The 33,000, I'm not sure with the in-house if there's a match. It might be a match. It might be a 25-75, looks like.
There's 100,000, so it's probably a third.
Right, I think on this one, if you you take out our share, then we'll lose the grant.
Is the grant already approved?
As far as we know, yeah.
Okay.
131.
131 is bike trail, Mississippi River.
Again, all I need to say is like about the grants, that we need to be fair in the issuance of these grants. You know, it appears to me that a lot of the grants is being utilized in the Belle Chase area. And I think we just need to be a little bit more fair, equitable in giving the grants out throughout the parish.
Now, I guess on that line of discussion, you know, all this FEMA money, I guess, has been called grants. HMGP and all of that.
Yeah, those kind of
So,
things, correct.
depending on what type of grant it is, depends on, you know, like in Ms. Alvin's comments, a lot of the money, FEMA money, was in the form of grants that got moved to alternate projects.
Right.
And that's what's left a distasteful taste in a lot of people's mouths that had actual flooding and damage. And so I guess it depends on the type of grant. Now, I can't see this as being any type of...
I can't either. I mean, but I'm not sure on that.
This was directly from capital outlay.
State out, state?
Yes, sir.
Okay. That helps, see? Shut them up.
Even with that, having said that, it still needs to be done equitable. You know, I think it with the previous administration, there was a common policy that whenever a grant, you know, I can close my eyes and I can see Mr. Puckett coming up before to council and saying, oh, it's only a grant and it's gonna, no, but it's always being utilized in the Belle Chase area. So that's the only comment I have.
A few projects I can think of down the road, the 4 community centers were parking lots. Those were CDBG grants. That was in the Dave Van Buren's, Bluefield, and Port Salva area. We had right now currently the Hermitage Road and also Coast Guard Road for elevation. Those are also HMGP and CDBG grants. There are several projects that have been done that were outside of the Belle Chase area, but I understand your concern.
I'm not saying exclusively,
Correct.
but I can remember a whole bunch being spent and utilized in the Belle Chase area.
I understand.
Any more comments? Being none? Next.
131, Bike Trail, Mississippi River.
That's the bike trail on the west bank, equivalent to what Mr. Bartholomew was talking about on the east bank.
That we took out?
Did we take it out?
Did we take out the last one?
I think so. Wasn't it like 150?
Okay, well, this is 8725. What you gonna do for 8,000?
Can't do that.
Okay, take it out. General fund, right?
Yes.
Next, 132, improvement Jesuit Bend Park.
Mr. Lagas talked about that.
That's the one the guy was
Yeah.
commenting on.
I'll review it.
Next. David Bend Park, amusement train.
I found out about the train.
All right.
Yeah, we looked into it. The path is a concrete path. The train is actually one that you've seen people rent with, looks like a little John Deere tractor. I don't think it comes with a conductor, but they have an estimate right now for about $12,000 to purchase this train. But the grant's not, the project's not completed yet. It's in the process of being started.
So did you find out that the grant required the train to roll on the cement?
The grant does not require the train, but when we build the park and we do have the concrete trail for the train, we will have to put something on there to utilize.
On a walking path.
What about liability?
Who's gonna operate the train? We can go on and on with this one.
Councilmember John.
At this point, there will be a curb on the inner side of the trail to keep the, actually it's on both sides of the trail to keep the train on the track.
Any recommendation on the train issue?
You can run.
If y'all want to take the money out at this point,
We don't lose
we're going to come back to you. We don't lose the grant. What I'm told, we're not going to lose the grant by not having the train funds.
I really
But as
don't
soon as
like
the trail is built, we'll be coming back to y'all to request.
the train.
Yes, sir.
Yes.
The
The
general-
project has been awarded, and I'm not sure of the actual construction start date, but I can find that out for you.
Anybody has any objection to moving the train except someone who might not be here?
I don't think he cared about the train. I think he was just thought the train was tied to the project, to the grant, so.
It is, I did confirm that it was not
Okay.
the train from City Park.
Move the train.
Okay, it's a new train.
The project isn't for a loan, so it'd be my recommendation that maybe we sit down with the engineers and take a look at the issue.
We got an engineer designing the train too?
The park, no, the park.
Well, the park's already, I understand, gonna be done. We're
Right,
talking
but the
about
train-
that rides on the park.
Right, but the train was part of the original design of the park, and that was at the assistance of the previous council member. So, Mr. Bartholomew may want to speak to the residents and do something different. But what I'm saying is that if we're early on in the construction phase of the project, it might be worth our while to talk to the engineers and see if we can modify that for something more useful, and then obviously you wouldn't need this 15,000. You could probably get whatever you want for what was factored into the original park.
Thank you. I'm just looking for train. Next item,
142.
142.
That one is, you see, it's a PPG transfer, so that one is a transfer from the general fund. Belle Chase sewer treatment plant line to Laurel Street.
Yeah, that's the sewer line for phase two. That's it's actually 100% designed. We're actually ready to very close. We're starting real estate to acquire the right of ways, and then as soon as that's acquired, it'll go straight to construction.
And you have money to build it?
Yes. It's a right.
Okay.
Next.
Next one, 143.
That's the Happy Jack area. We have the lift stations in the back. We're going to be upgraded to keep the marsh water from coming into tidal water, from coming into the system. That we did a design on that. At this point, we cannot take the complete budget out. At 267, I want to say you could take 200,000 out of that. The 67, I believe it was around 90 to 95,000 that we had under the design for that project. But that's another project that's just going to have a design ready with no construction money. The cost for the actual construction was in the neighborhood of 800,000.
And we don't have any money for the construction of that?
No, sir.
So you can remove 200?
Yes, sir.
Any objections? Hearing none, move on.
Hey, not so quickly. But go ahead.
Good.
Okay, the next one is,
Wait, Miss Allen, you
No,
have
I was joking.
Oh. Serious here.
You did it rather quickly.
Whenever I get that kind of give up, I move
I was
on.
excited about 200,000.
okay, 145. Sewer Extension District 7.
Oh, my gosh. Oh, that's over this.
Right, we've been using this money for smaller projects in the former District 7 area. There's a lot of little streets, dead-end streets that do not have public sewer that we've been using this budget to extend the sewer to the residents.
Can we do 5 of them? Can we keep 5? What do we have?
Absolutely.
Wait, what was the deal? I mean, the number?
I'm gonna forfeit 500,000.
You're gonna pull 500?
Yes, sir. But like Ms. Audrey said,
Yeah.
keep in mind what we
Sure,
what we giving up, you know.
There's a lot of areas that could be addressed in this district, as well as others.
Another thing, if I might add, talked about drainage and sewage. Keep in mind, since Katrina, all that salt water stayed in all in the parish for so long. We're gonna have a major problem with our metal culverts across the north. So we already have this coming out of the district.
Under the highway?
Well,
Streets?
not just the highways, the streets.
Similar to Murray Grove?
Yes, but this is Mother Nature.
Yeah. Okay, so you remove 500,000 from this?
Yes, sir.
Tommy, you got that?
Yes, sir.
Next?
Okay, the next one I have on the list is 148, rerouting lift station number 7, discharge force main.
That project's complete.
Okay, next?
Oh, yeah.
Next?
The next one I have on the list, 150, sewer line T-wall.
Well, we spent 149.
Grant?
Yeah.
149 is a reimbursement from the court.
148, which I decided just to skip that one? I mean, leave it?
He said it's done. He said project's complete. So
Oh, you take it?
Yes.
Okay, we missed that.
You know, you got a running total yet?
Yeah, we keep it in total.
Could you give us a little hint? Getting close?
Well,
No?
yeah, we can give you one.
2,000,004.
2,000,004.
For today? Not counting the orders that's on the table?
Yeah, but we knew we were gonna get some money in these projects, that's why we
So
wanted to do
we're
these
still looking for another 2.5?
Right.
Okay?
Okay, the sewer line T-wall number 150.
You're gonna skip 149?
It's a
You
grant.
already said it.
149 is
Okay.
green.
Wait,
Do you want me to comment on this? Do you want me to comment on 150? It's also
Sure,
a
go
core,
ahead.
it's also a core reimbursement. I'm sorry. Wait, the T-wall, the T-wall is not gonna be reimbursable. The court, changed that. I had appropriated those funds about maybe a year and a half ago. We're gonna need that. We have 4 penetrations going through the T-wall and one of them is the new, I say the new, it's the existing raw water intake.
No. So,
This house, wait, the sewer line is the wastewater treatment, okay, that's one penetration, but it's all in the same project. In WBD 4.2, those funds are resting in that account. We have a discharge water line, we have a water intake, we have a penetration for a future water take, and then we have another sewer line coming from the sewer plant that's down on Sewer Plant Road that we have to run. I think there's a 16 going over the levee right now. We have to increase it to a 24 to go through the T-wall. That's funded for that piece also. So I would like to keep those funds in that.
Now, these funds are the Corps of Engineers doing these designs?
The Corps is doing the design, yes.
So we gotta write these checks for the Corps?
No, sir. We're actually going to be working directly with a contractor. And what we're planning on doing is there's 6 contracts. There's 2 different contractors. We're going to try and negotiate with the existing contractors so we don't have to go out for bid and put somebody else on an existing contract.
How do we get around that public bid law?
I haven't gotten there yet, Mr. Purcell. We're not there yet. That's our plan.
We need the money.
We do need the funds.
The T-walls are where?
There's 6 sections of levees that are being constructed from the parish line down to Oakville. And then inside of those 6 sections, there's 3 sections of T-wall, which is concrete. And in those concrete T-walls, they're going up to like 24.5 feet tall. And we have to have penetrations designed through the wall so the lines can go through the wall instead of up and over 24 feet up in the air. So this particular one is down by the sewer plant road. And I'm going to probably be moving funds to the 5.2 project because I'm going to be shortfall on the 5.2. I have 3 penetrations. But right now, we're just trying to finalize everything with the design. I would rather just let that money sit. We're going to probably use up most of those funds.
Before the end of the year?
Maybe not. Maybe not.
That's a weak statement.
Well, I mean,
It's critical though, I mean, the project.
I mean, Mr. Russell, these funds, we absolutely have to have it. I mean, the parish has to get these penetrations. Otherwise, if we go design something ourselves.
No, let me ask you this. Under the Corps' obligation, they don't have any obligation to any of these penetrations that are already existing? Lines into the river?
Right. The raw water intake, up until about 3 months ago, they said it was going to be compensable.
So let me just recommend to the administration that we have some meetings with the Corps of Engineers, and at least for the water lines that are gone over into the river now, that they pay for those. And if there's new projected lines, I can understand us paying for those. So it might be an item of discussion that could save us a couple $100,000.
Well,
We've been in negotiations with them.
Okay,
we essentially, what their arguments were was that those lines came in after the levee. So even though the lines were there and we're not putting new lines, the line was there before the levee was there, and so therefore, we have to pay for it. So, and once again, these are 4 penetrations, right, Blair?
Total 4.
Yeah, 4 total penetrations. So, like Blair said, we're stuck. More or less, we're stuck with them.
I know, but I would think that we should open some more negotiations with them, because even though the lines are there and the levee's there, they are making improvements to the levee, which are affecting our lines. So, I don't know if you're negotiating.
Well, we've had 3 different lawyers working on it on our end. And we have the PPA, and we've looked at the PPA and all. We've also spoken to their lawyers. And Blair will tell you, we've been back and forth. They wanted us to pay for interference with their crossing. I mean, we screamed and hollered because they were going to roll a 30-ton crane over our water line, and they wanted us to pay for that and handle that and take care of any expenses with that. So with regard to this project, we've had multiple conversations. We still are negotiating with them, I guess, to answer your question. But we have a feeling that we're going to be stuck with this based on the PPA that we signed with the Corps, and that's why we're recommending that the funds stay there.
So we've already signed a document that says that we're gonna do this?
Yes. It's what you sign to get the levy
Mr.
protection.
Russo,
So.
anybody that has a penetration going through the river levees, they have to go through the same process. It's not just the parish.
I understand, but I mean,
Every
you know.
oil company, every line penetration.
The oil companies have always had agreements that if the levy came, they would do the improvements at their expense, the agreement that we had. The government, we always had an agreement that we hoped the Corps would do those things, like when they raised the ferry grant. We got stuck with the bill, but they promised to reimburse us and never did.
Yeah, we've researched this issue. I mean, you're talking parishes all the way up along the Mississippi River to Pittsburgh. So we've actually consulted with some other parishes, and they're in a similar boat we were in. So.
Sorry for the delay. Next.
The sewer lift station number 24 is in deplorable condition, and that is ongoing. We're looking at the money that we have in the budget here would be sufficient to do the construction, so we're asking that you do not take that money.
Where is this lift station?
It's in Buras.
Move on.
Okay, number 150, 153?
152, the sewer lift station, number 7, generator.
That's all the funds.
159.
Okay, let's go to 159. Water line extension, East Bayou Road to Concord Road.
East Bayou Road to Concord.
Is that, I think that might not be completed, huh?
No, that's not completed. That is the, yeah, just leave it.
It's 13,000.
161.
We're not even into the construction of that part yet.
Number 161, water line Russell Drive to Booster Station.
We definitely can't touch that one. That is, wait, we met on that this morning regarding the 861. Met with Reverend Giles this morning that there may be some money out of there that we can take. Let me get back with y'all on that one. There might be 300,000 to 400,000 that we can take out of that budget, but before I tell you a number, I'd rather confirm that with Reverend Giles.
Get back with us.
I'll let you know in the morning.
162.
162 is upgrade Belcher's water treatment plant.
That is.
It'd be my recommendation also to get ST and perhaps even engineering here. And I don't want to step on Mr. Giles' toes, but all these projects are sort of intertwined. These are major water improvement projects that are either ongoing or need to be done. And you know, y'all are familiar with the debates about whether or not we should go up on the water rates and not. And so it's my recommendation that you all don't touch any of these water funds because there are going to be some VHH mandates coming down the line. And we're going to be in a pickle if we have to go scramble to get this money back.
Okay.
So
I agree with you. Let's move on and we can skip the sewer and water if anybody, unless someone has an objection till Mr. Giles comes and we can get ST and them together.
That'd be a good idea.
Okay, thank you for that idea. Move on to vote on the shipyard.
175. That is electrical 40.
I don't know. I'm not going to tell you.
40.
Why should we do that?
Yeah. We're not really paying electricity down there, are we?
It wasn't for that, it was for,
No, this is for a project, yeah, this is for, to do electrical work.
I agree.
What number?
For number 175.
Didn't someone take that over?
Right.
I'd like to consult with Mr. Surpass, Mr. Bill Surpass on this issue. My understanding was that after the project, once the marina was in operation, there were some electrical problems. And so to ameliorate that, this money was appropriated to do that. Now, whether or not that's completed or not, I don't know. So perhaps I can talk to Mr. Bill tomorrow. My understanding is that they are completed, actually. But let me verify that with Mr. Bill and get with you guys all tomorrow.
Excuse me, what kind of contract we have that we responsible? Aren't the people that took it over is responsible? Whoever made the contract didn't do a good job.
It's our property, so the way the contract was drawn up was that capital, anything that could be considered capital would be on the parish's hook. So if an electrical system would be considered a capital improvement, so therefore the parish would be responsible for that. If it was an operating cost or some sort of operating expense that wasn't a permanent improvement to the building, then that would be a separate liability issue.
When you rent something, you don't do that. You don't make yourself responsible.
All I can tell you is that the agreement that was signed was approved by the council and signed off by Mr. Palazzo and the parish president.
Can we change that?
I have to look at the terms of it. Anything can be changed. I'm not sure if it was for a 1 year or 2 year agreement, so I'd have to take a look at that and see when that agreement or that contract expires.
I appreciate it.
Any further comments on the electrical for these? You're gonna check if that's on the list to check, or take it? He said he's gonna check.
We can check with Mr. Bill.
Okay.
All right, let's go back to 172, that's one we kind of skipped over, for the maintenance, dredging permits, boat harbors.
We're still working on that one. We have several boat harbors that we were getting permits for PKI. And I want to say the Venice Marina and Boat Harbor was the one that additional funding was being requested. So before we go and take this 25, I think we need to hold on to it just to confirm that.
Any objection? Move on.
176, security cameras, Empire Boat Harbor Shipyard.
That's ongoing. The two of them, 176 and 177, is ongoing. I think they already started installing some of them in Empire and in Venice.
We've been hearing about these for years.
I would ask that we keep this money in place because it's
Right,
definitely needed. Not just for thievery, for liability.
We're doing 2 locations now. That there's actually 2 more locations that we're still pursuing. Another one in Empire by the existing shipyard, and then Point La Hache as well. The lighting in Venice Boat Harbor, see it's encumbered. I'm not sure what that one was.
We got the boat boys.
Oh, the boat hoist.
178.
Venice Shipyard.
I'd like to say something. We almost $4 million in debt for the boat harbors, and we keep spending money at the boat harbors. We're going to have to collect some money sooner or later from a lot of those people. I mean, we so far behind now at the boat harbors, it's unreal, and we keep spending money. And we in debt up to our ears.
Our director is in charge of that, is working on it as we speak.
Thank you.
Oh, I'd like to correct something I said earlier with regard to Port Eats. The actual agreement was done by the Port Eats nonprofit. The legal department did review the agreement, but when I said it was signed off by Parish President Mr. Palazzo, it was actually signed off by the Port Eats Fishing Refuge, which was the nonprofit that was created by the council to manage Port Eats and the property.
So the nonprofit put us on the hook for that?
The nonprofit is an extension of the council. The council created the nonprofit to manage the property. They used the state statutes to create that nonprofit, which is legal, and that's the agreement that was signed with the nonprofit, yes. And I can bring those documents for y'all tomorrow.
You know, so now